So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto's mom survived the Kyuubi attack. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to see part 3, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 21. The Bridge. It had been 7 days, and in that time there had been no sign of Zabuza or his partner. They were all sitting at the dinner table. The members of Team 7 were all joking and laughing with one another. Kakashi was telling what sounded like a tall tale of how he had once spotted Jiraiya peeping at a women's bathhouse back when he was still a stiff-necked genin. So I tell him he is breaking the law and that his behavior goes against the ninja code. What happened next? Kiba asked eagerly. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Well, he started doing this weird dance, hopping about on one leg, telling me he was a great and powerful ninja. Naruto laughed. Oh yeah. My mom calls that dance the pervy shuffle. So what happened next, Kakashi-sensei? Hinata asked curiously. Well, I tried to perform a citizen's arrest and we started arguing, when should I come out of the baths, in nothing but a towel, but Tsunade. Godmother. Naruto burst out. Kakashi chuckled and nodded. The very same. At the time they were still teammates. Well, of course the second she saw him there she knew what he'd been up to. And she proceeded to beat him pretty much within an inch of his life. No way. Kiba exclaimed. Akamaru barked his disbelief as well. Did that really happen or is this just another one of your silly lies? Naruto looked suspicious. Kakashi looked earnest. Oh come now, have I ever lied to any of you? Yes. All three students shouted in one voice. Immediately not only Team 7 but Tazuna and Tsunami burst out laughing. Inari sat there miserable. As he sat there he began to weep. Hinata was the first to notice. Inari, are you alright? She asked with a concerned tone. Why are you crying? The laughter dissipated and all eyes turned to the boy. A few days earlier Tazuna had explained how the boy's father figure, a hero in his eyes, had been executed trying to oppose Gado and his thugs. You're all idiots. The boy declared loudly. You train and you patrol and what good do you think it will do? No matter what you do you'll never be a match for Gado's thugs. You all act cool and talk tough, but big strong guys like that are always too much for people weaker than they are. They'll destroy you. Kiba and Akamaru growled, but Hinata put her hand over his and sent him a warning look. Naruto leaned back in his chair and looked at the sobbing boy seriously but kindly. We are not weak, Inari. We are all ninjas from Konoha. If we seem confident it is because we are ready to protect your grandfather and fulfill our mission whatever the danger. And because we believe and have faith in one another. We are a team, we are one, and come what may we will stand by each other and by your grandfather. Just watching you ticks me off. You laugh and you joke like all of this is some stupid game. And you try to act like you have all the answers. You don't know what it's like to be me. You don't know a thing about suffering or loneliness or what my life is like. Naruto looked at Inari and thought about Haku. He felt the same sympathy for Inari as he did for Haku. That's true, Inari. Naruto answered quietly. I won't pretend to understand the pain you've suffered or your loneliness. But I do know what it's like to weep. There's nothing wrong with tears, Inari, if they come in honest grief. But at some point the tears have to stop and you have to act. If things are wrong then you have to try and change them. What would you know about it? The boy shot back. Your grandfather is with you right now because we chose to help him. We could have gone home when we found out that this mission was going to be a whole lot rougher than we expected. But we didn't. We are here now to help your grandfather and everyone in the land of waves. We will put ourselves in danger to try and help others. Isn't that what heroes would do? He paused. Isn't that what your father would do? Shut up. Inari ran from the table. Please excuse me. The Tsunami got up and left as well. The table was silent for a moment. Naruto. Kakashi said quietly. Yes, Nai. Sensei. Kakashi looked at him sadly. You sounded very much like your father just then. Naruto nodded in deep appreciation. Thank you, Nai-san. Kakashi looked them over. All right, I'm well enough to return to duty. Tomorrow Hinata, Kiba and I will accompany Tazuna to the bridge. Naruto, I want you to stay here and protect Tazuna's family. They all nodded. Zabuza crushed an apple in his hand. Haku nodded happily. Most of your strength seems to have returned. Excellent. Zabuza turned to Haku. Tomorrow. Haku nodded and smiled. He buried his concerns for Naruto. I will do as Zabuza-sama wishes. As Kakashi, Hinata, Kiba and Tazuna came to the bridge they saw the workers were all down. What the hell? Tazuna shouted. This is it. The team formed a tight circle around Tazuna. Kakashi switched his radio to send. Naruto. Get to the bridge right now. I'm on my way. His voice answered. Four Zabuzas landed around them. They were dispatched almost instantly. The clones became water and splashed down on the bridge. "I didn't think that would work," Zabuza called. Standing next to him was the same ninja in the same mask they had seen before. "You're one short it looks like. Where's the blonde with that damn sword?" Kakashi smiled. "Don't worry, he'll be here in a minute." Zabuza chuckled. "Well then, all the more reason not to waste any time and deal with you while you're short-handed." Zabuza nodded to his partner and they began to approach, each from one side of the bridge, well apart. Kakashi judged the situation and made a quick decision. "Zabuza is mine." Hinata deals with his partner. "Kiba, stay by Tsunade's side and protect him no matter what." "Right." Kiba pulled out a kunai and bore his teeth. "Yes, sensei." Hinata took a quick gulp and got moving. Her heart was beating fast, this was it. Her first real combat. "I can do this. I have to do this. Tsunade and my team are depending on me. I won't let them down." The four clones that were on guard duty were all well hidden. When they spotted the two samurai approaching, one swiftly took out his kunai and slashed his palm, causing him to disappear. The real Naruto immediately received the memories and understood the situation. He quickly got to Tsunade and Inari. "Please come with me if you need to hide." Ignoring their protests, he got them quickly hidden. The two samurai approached the front door with their swords already out. They didn't hear anything. Checking the front door, they found it wasn't locked. Quickly and quietly they entered. They were soon in the living room. There they halted as they saw a young boy who was obviously a ninja standing there with a drawn katana. "Hello," he said in a chipper voice. "Can I help you with something?" The two of them stepped apart and got into some sloppy fighting stances. "Where is the Tsunade?" "Oh, I don't think she's the one you need to be worried about right now. I'll give the two of you one chance to surrender. Drop your swords and fall to your knees." The two of them laughed nervously. "Is that a joke?" one of them asked. "You really think a little kid like you has a chance against us?" Naruto sent them a cold grin. "I'm a ninja who has spent his life being trained for battle. You're just a couple of thugs with swords. Now who do you think is in trouble here?" The samurai who had spoken shook his head. "Get real, we're not surrendering to a pint-sized brat like you." Naruto shrugged. "Fine, then you can be number 9 and you can be number 10. Huh? That was his last word as a sword pierced him from behind and went out the front of his chest. His friend met a similar fate. Neither one had even suspected there were a pair of clones behind them. Naruto had the clones take the bodies out so that Tsunade and Inari would at least be spared that sight. There was nothing he could do about the blood splatter all over the carpet though. Dipping his sword into some of the blood, he wiped it off and hurried up the stairs as he holstered it. Opening the upstairs bedroom door, he found Tsunade with Inari wrapped in her arms. "It's over. But I think it would be best if the two of you went to a neighbor's for a while. Do you have any friends you can stay with?" Tsunade nodded. "Yes, we do. Don't bother packing. I'll escort you there and stay to protect you." But then his radio came to life. "Naruto. Get to the bridge right now." Kakashi's voice called. Naruto hit the send button. "I'm on my way." He looked back at the two of them. "Looks like it's happening. I have to go, but my clones will stay to escort and protect you until I can come back." Inari stared at him, his eyes weeping. "You're really going to fight Gado's men?" "Of course. But aren't you scared?" the boy wailed as he trembled in his mother's arms. Naruto put a hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled at him. "I am scared. I'm always a little scared when I go into a fight. But even if you're scared, you have to find the strength to do the right thing. That's what being a hero is all about. And just one more thing." With his other hand he gently wiped the boy's cheeks. "Try not to cry anymore, except when you're happy. Now I have to go." The two of them watched him rush off to battle. "Mom?" The Tsunade looked down at her son. He'd stopped trembling and didn't seem to be crying now. "Yes, dear." He looked up at her. "I want to be a hero, like Naruto and Daddy." "I do not require your death." Haku spoke. "If you would simply stand aside, then I would not be forced to harm you." "And would you hurt Tsunade-san?" Hinata asked. "His life is forfeit." Haku answered simply. "I won't allow that." She dropped into a fighting stance. "I will protect Tsunade and my teammates." She had already activated her and was ready. "Very well." Haku rushed in and tried to end it in one move. Hinata was surprised at his speed, but she was fast herself and with her was able to adjust. As he attacked, she landed 3 strikes on his arm and a pair on his chest. Haku's eyes expanded as he felt his chakra system suddenly out of flux. He leapt back away from her. "What did you do?" Haku said in alarm. Zabuza had drawn his sword and was facing off with Kakashi, but for the moment they were both willing to just eye each other and check the progress of their teammates. Zabuza immediately realized what was happening. "She's a Hyuga using a gentle fist. You can't fight her directly, Haku, you're no match for her in that style. If you continue, she'll end up completely shutting down your chakra network. You know what you have to do now. Haku nodded, just that one opening encounter had weakened him. Much more and he would not be able to use chakra. He eyed her carefully. It seems I have no choice but to use my strength. He ran through some complex hand signs. Secret art of water ice crystal magic mirror technique. Water from the ocean rose up onto the bridge and as they all watched Hinata was surrounded by a series of flat ice mirrors that were suspended in the air. Haku calmly walked into one of the mirrors and seemed to meld into it. His image quickly appeared to be in all of them. Hinata looked about and felt just a little bit of panic. To her eyes the mirrors all seemed to hold the same amount of chakra. It was impossible for her to tell which of the images was real. Before I begin this I would like to ask you a question. Your blonde teammate by any chance are you his girlfriend? She stared in surprise. Why would you care about that? I am merely curious. She nodded. Yes I am. I am Naruto-kun's girlfriend. I am very sorry for Naruto, but it is Zabuza-sama's will. With that Haku began his work. For Hinata the senbon seemed to rain down on her. She moved and dodged as best she could, but even with her bloodline and fast moves, she could not avoid them all. She cried out as a number of them punched into her flesh. Hinata. Kiba yelled. Kiba. Stay with Tazuna. I'll help Hinata. Kakashi called. But as Kakashi moved to aid his student Zabuza rushed in to get a swing at him. Kakashi dodged it easily, though it did cut him just a bit. He was forced to step away from where Hinata was. Oh I don't think so. Zabuza laughed. Let's not forget I'm your enemy Kakashi. If you go to help the girl I'll just slaughter the boy and the bridge builder. Damn it. Kakashi muttered. Fine then, he pulled up his hit eye to reveal his Sharingan. Ah, the Sharingan again, how predictable. You know I've had some time to think about how to fight it. Tell me, what good does your eye do if you're blind? He performed hand signs. Hiding mist technique. And as had happened once before a thick fog began to rise. Kakashi listened to Zabuza's laughter from somewhere within the fog. Hinata kept trying to dodge as best she could, but more and more senbons were sticking in her. There seemed no way to escape them as they continued to rain down mercilessly on her. If only I could do rotation. But I still don't have it down. More senbons came at her and she tried to dodge, but the demons in her legs were slowing her down. When Naruto got to the bridge it was encased in a thick fog. Kakashi-sensei. He cried out. Naruto gets to Hinata and helps her. Kakashi called out. Hinata-chan where are you? Naruto called out. Over here. Her voice answered him. He followed the sound of her voice until he came to a dome made of mirrors with Haku's image on all of them. Looking between the mirrors his heart skipped a beat. There in the middle of this odd dome was Hinata. She was huffing and covered in blood and there were dozens of senbons sticking out of her. Hinata-chan. And as she turned to answer he could only watch as a pair of needles jabbed into her neck. She gasped and began to fall. Without a second thought he raced in and managed to just catch her before she hit the concrete. Her eyes focused on him. Naruto-kun. She smiled at him. It's alright, Hinata-chan. I'm here now. You'll be fine. She barely shook her head. No, I won't. With one hand she reached up and gently touched his face. She was looking up at him with a peaceful expression. I'm so glad I got to see you one more time. Hinata-chan doesn't talk like that. He performed a diagnostic, one of the handful of medicines he had actually been able to learn. And what they told him was that her heart was slowing and so was her breathing. No. He pulled her into his arms. No. 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 You're going to be alright. She simply smiled. I am so very glad I got to tell you that I loved you. And thank you for loving me Naruto-kun. You made me very happy. Don't talk like Hinata-chan, please. He was crying. This can't be. Not her. Kiss me Naruto-kun, kiss me just once more. And he did. He leaned in and kissed her lips. Hinata looked content. I love you. She whispered and closed her eyes. Naruto saw her breathing stop and could not find a pulse. No. He howled and held her tight against him. Hinata-chan I love you. Don't go. Don't leave me. I am sorry. A polite voice said from behind him. Why? He ground out as he slowly and gently laid Hinata down on the bridge. It was the will of Zabuza-sama, but I truly am sorry for your loss. Shut up. He could feel the anger rise up in him. He could feel hatred and rage and an all-consuming need to take revenge. His body began to shake as his eyes changed, his teeth sharpened and grew, his scars grew thick, and his hands became claws. The red chakra flowed out about his body and a single tail took form. I'm gonna kill you. Both Zabuza and Kakashi felt it. The awesome amount of chakra and the evil that seemed to permeate it. Zabuza had no idea what it was. Kakashi knew instantly. He'd felt that same chakra on a night more than 12 years ago. Though then the chakra had been 100 times stronger. He looked in the direction where the chakra was coming from. He could still see nothing in the damn fog. Has the seal broken? No, but it is definitely weakened. He quickly pulled out a scroll, bit down on his thumb and spread the blood on the scroll. Listen Zabuza, you're a busy man, I'm a busy man, and we both have things to do. What do you say we wrap this up in one move? Laughter came out of the fog. Sounds interesting, what do you have in mind? He performed some hand signs and slammed the scroll down. Earth-style fanged vengeance technique. This posturing will get you nowhere Kakashi. You can't even tell where I am. Well I know exactly where you are. Zabuza continued to laugh. His laughter died in his throat as the concrete all around him began to crack and split open. From the bridge floor several dogs suddenly leaped out and sunk their teeth into him. No. He cried out. When your eyes and ears have let you down, you can always follow your nose. He smiled as he saw the fog was beginning to lift. When you cut me with your sword earlier you got my blood on you. This technique is designed specifically for tracking, and that blood was all my pups needed to find you. He approached the now immobilized Zabuza. I believe I told you this once before. Your future is death. What is this power? Where did it suddenly come from? Haku leapt back into the mirrors. He immediately began to shower demons down on him. Is this the power of the demon he has inside of him? Naruto merely stood there, not even bothering to try and dodge. He laughed, and it sounded nothing like the laughter of the boy he had met in the forest. This laughter was tinged with hatred. Is that the best you can do? Naruto's voice was deeper and huskier than it had been. Haku quickly performed. The air around Naruto grew cold as half a dozen ice needles formed above him. They slammed down and shattered against the red chakra cloak. Hey Haku, we are friends right? Naruto called. Yes, Naruto, we are. Naruto had a wicked smile. Then let me tell you something, friend. You have 1 minute left to live. And now Naruto moved. With a speed that could barely be followed by the human eye. Half the mirrors seemed to shatter in an instant. Haku realized this was too much for him. I have to try. From one of the shattered mirrors he leapt out in a vain attempt to stab Naruto with his senbons. But Naruto caught him with ease. In one hand he held Haku's right wrist and broke it with no effort. On the other hand he drew back for a punch. I can't stand this chakra anymore. Naruto punched him with all his might and sent him flying through the dome. The mask split and as Haku bounced to a stop the remaining mirrors all dissipated. I have failed you Zabuza-sama, I am a weak and broken tool and of no use to you now. Before Haku could even get to his hands and knees he was hauled up by Naruto. Naruto held him in one hand up off his feet. His eyes were blazing red and filled with hatred. How did I bring such hatred out in such a decent person? In my whole life he was the only one to offer me his friendship even knowing what I was. How could I make him hate me so? Your minute is almost up. Naruto said. He gathered red chakra and concentrated into his right fist. I have enough chakra in my hand to level a mountain. It won't leave anything in your head. Any last words? Haku shut his eyes and ready to die. I am sorry. Sorry. You're sorry. Sorry, don't bring Hinata-chan back to me. I loved her and you killed her. Why? It was the will of Zabuza-sama and I am no more than his tool. You're not a tool, you're a person. And you made your choice. It was time to kill him. Haku nodded. That is true. I accept the responsibility for my choice. I deserve death not only because I failed Zabuza-sama, but because I have also failed you. Please kill me now. What do you mean you failed me? You offered me your friendship and in return I have inflicted this upon you. I should have found some other way, even if we are enemies. Please know that your offer of friendship meant a great deal to me and that you are my second precious person. Naruto stared at the boy. No. It doesn't matter that he killed Hinata-chan. Even if he feels that way he has to pay for what he did. Yet Naruto held his fist where it was. He couldn't have said what he was feeling at that moment. Anger, sorrow, hatred, pity, all were a mad jumble inside his heart. I've lost Hinata-chan. She's gone forever. Damn it. Naruto slammed his fist into Haku's face. The man you're trying to kill is the heart and soul of this place. And the bridge he is trying to build is this land's only hope. You're willing to sacrifice this place and everyone in it just to advance your own selfish ambitions. That is not what a true shinobi does. Kakashi spoke. Spare me the philosophy lesson. I'm fighting for my own dreams and I'm not about to stop. Zabuza said defiantly. Maybe not, but I'm going to stop you. In his palm he began to focus his chakra. What? I can see your chakra. This is my one and only original, it's called Chidori. 1000 birds. It's my ultimate finishing move. And now I am going to use it to finish you. With that Kakashi ran forward. Zabuza knew he was finished and hoped that Haku would survive. He did not beg or plead for mercy for that was not the shinobi way. As Kakashi's Chidori plunged into and obliterated his heart, Mamachi Zabuza died like a true shinobi and like a man who lived his life all out. The fog was gone and Kakashi was carefully approaching Naruto. The boy was surrounded by red chakra and was standing over his defeated opponent. Kakashi noticed the other ninja's mask was gone and was lying unconscious on the ground. Kakashi was much more interested in Naruto. Naruto turned around to face him. His eyes were red and they were crying. Kakashi noted the other changes, the longer teeth, the thicker scarring, and his hand seemed to have become claws. "Naruto, are you alright?" Kakashi asked warily. He knew he had to be very careful. He had no idea just what shape the seal was in. "No, I'm not. Hinata-chan is dead." Kakashi gasped and looked to where Hinata was lying. Kiba, Tsunade, and Akamaru were already there. He could hear both Kiba and Akamaru howling in despair. "And I couldn't even bring myself to avenge her." "Naruto." I knew Zabuza was nothing special. All eyes turned to the short man in a business suit at the end of the bridge. All around him were gathered a large crowd of mercenaries obviously eager for blood. "Is that brat Haku still alive? I owe him a little something for what he did to my arm." "Who wants to know?" Naruto asked and began walking towards him. Kakashi thought about telling him to stay, but felt Naruto's killer intent and decided to just wait a bit. "I'm Gado, the man in charge of this country. I want to thank you for ridding me of Zabuza, but now I'm afraid you and the bridge builder will have to go too." "Is that a fact?" Naruto asked and continued to walk towards him. A number of the bandits rushed him with a shout. Naruto didn't make a move towards them, he didn't have to. Long arms formed from the red chakra cloak and they extended out to catch the men. Obeying Naruto's will, the arms crushed their chests or their heads like ripe pieces of fruit. 16. Naruto said calmly as the bodies dropped in bloody heaps. "What?" Gado shouted suddenly, frightened. 16, Naruto repeated. "That's how many men I've killed." Naruto clarified. "Alright." Gado spoke and began drifting back into the ranks of the men who were suddenly not so eager to fight anymore. The mercenaries stood back and gave Naruto all sorts of room. Naruto just continued walking towards Gado. "You have 1 minute to live in Gado." Naruto held out his palm and began gathering chakra into a Rasengan. Gado looked around at the men desperately. "What are you fools doing to kill him?" The men all seemed to shake their heads and continued to back away. Gado quickly found himself at the edge of the bridge with Naruto coming towards him. "Look, we can work something out. How about 1,000,000 Ryu cash?" "No thanks, I come from money. Besides, there isn't enough money in the world to buy back what I lost today." "You've got about 30 seconds left. Tell me, all the people you killed, all the lives you ruined, and all the misery you brought to this place. What exactly did you need the extra money for? You were already a billionaire. What could you have wanted that you couldn't already buy 1,000 times over?" Gado stared at him open-mouthed. "I wanted to make more money," he said in a small voice. Naruto looked at him as if he were something slimy he'd found underneath a rock. "Well, I hope it was worth it to you, because your time is up." He lifted his hand to strike. "Wait." Gado shouted and held his hands up pleading. "I can give you anything you want, just name it. Money, power, women, anything." Naruto smiled. "Anything. Anything. Alright." Naruto said reasonably. "There is one thing I want. If you can give it to me, I'll let you live." "What is it?" Gado asked eagerly. With his left hand he put Gado's neck in a vice. "Bring Hinata-chan back to life." His right hand slammed into Gado's chest and his body exploded. Naruto tossed what was left of the man into the ocean and turned around. The bandits were all staring at him in absolute terror. "If you want to live, get off this bridge and never come back." There was a boat tied up to the end of the bridge that had brought these men here. A couple ladders led from the boat to the bridge. These were already full of men eager to get away. The moment Naruto made his announcement, the men started leaping off the bridge and into the ocean. With Gado dead and the threat ended, Naruto was done. He let his anger go and with it the red chakra. He shuddered as the power left him and as his body transformed back to normal. With the power gone, he felt suddenly weak. Just walking seemed to be all he was now capable of. Kakashi, Kiba, and Tsunade were waiting for him by Haku. "Naruto." Kiba called to him. "Where did that power come from?" A little awe and little fear in his voice. "I'll explain later, I promise," Naruto said dejectedly. "Are you alright, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. He looked at where Hinata was. "No, but I'll live, I guess. I'm never going to see her smile again or hear her giggle or dance with her." "Oh, Hinata-chan." Kiba looked down at Haku and both Naruto and Kakashi could feel some killer intent. Haku's nose was broken and his face was blooded and bruised. He didn't look pretty at the moment. "This guy killed Hinata," Kiba said dangerously. Akamaru was on the ground growling. "Kiba, please don't hurt him," Naruto said quietly. "Why not?" Kiba looked at him in surprise. "Because as stupid as it sounds, he's a friend of mine." Kiba stared at him. "You made friends with this guy while you were fighting him?" "I'll explain later. I promise I'll explain everything later," Naruto said weakly. "Hey, did we miss the fight?" They turned around to see Inari with a crossbow in his hands at the head of a large crowd of villagers. "Inari," Tsunade called out. What are you doing here? The boy smiled. I decided I wanted to be a hero and do the right thing. So did everybody else. The smile faded a little. But I guess I didn't get here in time. Naruto smiled just a bit. It's okay, I think you and everyone else who came to defend your homes are all heroes. The crowd cheered and celebrated the end of Gado and his reign of terror. Tsunade went to his grandson's side while the 3 surviving members of Team 7 remained where they were. Haku slowly opened his eyes. It took him a moment to realize that it was snowing. He looked up to see a face looking down at him. Naruto. You okay, Haku? Haku looked up at him in confusion. Why am I alive? I guess I just don't have it in me to kill someone I consider a friend, even when they've taken away someone I love. Naruto answered tiredly. Zabuza-sama. He's dead. I am sorry for your loss. I know what he meant to you. Considering who Zabuza was and what he'd been trying to do, that seemed strange to say, but Naruto meant it. Kiba looked at him confused by what he was hearing. He is going to explain all of this later to me. Haku closed his eyes. She isn't dead. Naruto's body stiffened. What? He knew it wasn't possible, but he couldn't help but suddenly hope. My last attack struck nerve points that put her into a death-like state, but she is alive and will probably wake soon. Naruto, Kiba, and Kakashi were all staring down at him. If this is a joke, I'll kill you. Naruto said, meaning it. And I'll help. Kiba stated. The 3 of them hurried to where she was. Naruto knelt down on one side, Kiba on the other, and Kakashi knelt on Hinata's head. Naruto performed the diagnostic. Oh please Kami. Oh please, please, please. He rested his hand on her belly. She's alive. Her heart is beating and she's breathing. Naruto exclaimed. Thank Kami. Kiba shouted. Yes, thank Kami. Kakashi said quietly. It had almost happened again. He had almost lost another teammate. But thankfully, this time, it looked like everyone had survived. Hinata slowly opened her eyes. She felt cold and there was snow falling down. Her eyes focused and she saw the faces of her 3 teammates all smiling down at her. Naruto-kun, she whispered. Am I dead? Is this heaven? He smiled at her. No, Hinata-chan. He gently pulled her up into his arms and held her tight. You're alive, my sweet Hinata-chan. You're alive. As Naruto held her, Kiba reached out and put his arms around both of them. Kakashi then leaned in and put him around all 3 of them. With an embrace, Team 7 celebrated their victory on the bridge. But much more importantly, they celebrated the fact that they had all survived. Chapter 22. Going home. Hinata checked on her patient and smiled at him. Your wrist will be completely healed in about 2 weeks. Your other injuries aren't serious and will be totally healed soon. How do you feel? Haku looked up at her from his hospital bed. Why are you being so kind to me? He asked quietly. Hinata smiled at him. Because you are hurt and I want you to get better. Haku shook his head. I was your enemy, why should you care? You're not my enemy anymore and I don't blame you for being on the other side. Hinata said. Naruto was also in the room. I think you'll find that a lot of people don't hold grudges if you really are sorry for what you've done. May I speak with you alone, please? Would you mind, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Of course not. As she began to leave, Naruto put his arms around her and pulled her into a hug. She giggled a bit. You know, it really is all right, Naruto-kun. I'm fine. She assured him. I know that, Hinata-chan. I just like holding you and having you remind me. She giggled again. You're silly. She gave him a quick kiss and left the room. Naruto turned happily to the patient in the bed. Thank you again for what you did. I will always be in your debt, Haku. Haku shook his head. Please do not thank me for forcing you to suffer. It doesn't matter if I suffered. All that matters is that Hinata-chan is alive and well. Why didn't you tell me that during our fight? I almost killed you. Zabuza-sama always taught me to kill when it was necessary. In his eyes, what I had done was weakness and I was ashamed of it. Also, seeing the pain I had inflicted on you, I felt I had no right to ask for mercy. Haku paused. I wish you had killed me. Don't say that. Naruto said sharply. I know you miss Zabuza, but you are young and have a long life ahead of you. As what? A broken tool. He said sadly. You're not a tool. You're a person, a human being. All ninjas are but tools to be used. When Zabuza rescued me, he told me that I belonged to him, mind, body, and soul. Now that he is gone, I am nothing. Again I am alone. Again I am superfluous, unwanted, and shunned. Haku shivered at his memories. Death is much better than to live like that. You're not alone. You have a friend standing right here. I'm your friend and I care about you, Haku. Haku looked at him. I was not strong enough to be a worthy tool to Zabuza. I would not be one for you either. Good. Haku looked surprised. I don't want a tool, I want a friend. Naruto went to his bedside. Look, Haku, we are shinobi, and that means we must be ready to do many hard things, including kill or die for the ones we serve and love. But we never stop being human. Even in those moments when we must be hard and cruel we remain all too human. If you really just want to go through life as someone's tool I can't help you because I can't be anyone's owner. But, if you want a place where people will care about you and where you will always be wanted, that I can give you. Haku looked at him with a bit of fear and a bit of hope. Really? Naruto nodded. When my team leaves here you are welcome to come with us back to Konoha. You'd be welcome to come and stay with me and my mom. What? What if your mother does not like me? Naruto chuckled. I think you underestimate how nice you are. Besides, as soon as I tell her you're the reason Hinata is still alive, she'll love you. Naruto sounded very certain. But I fought against you and your team. Haku protested. So? My mom's a ninja. She'll understand that you had a duty and personal obligation to Zabuza. Naruto gave him a big smile. What do you say? Want to come back with me and have a real home? Haku thought about it for a moment and slowly nodded. I would like that. So what is this about? Kiba asked. Team 7 had gotten back together at the Tazuna residence. Currently Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari were all in town enjoying a massive and spontaneous celebration. The whole town was celebrating Gado's untimely demise and the end to his reign of terror. His team had been invited to join, but Naruto had asked to talk to them first. Well, Naruto spoke up. There are a few things I needed to talk to you about. First off, I've invited Haku to come back with us to Konoha and to stay at my home. What? Kiba said. The guy almost kills your girlfriend and you're going to be roomies with him. Kiba-kun. Hinata said firmly. Haku could have killed me easily. He chose to let me live. I have nothing against him so you shouldn't either. Kiba grumbled a bit but didn't seem upset. Are you sure that's wise? Naruto, have you really thought this through? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. I have, Kakashi-sensei. I consider Haku to be a friend and he is all alone now. He needs a place where he is wanted and I wish to give him that. And what is the downside? I gain a friend and the village gains a damn good ninja. Kakashi thought about it. Well, he likely doesn't have any bounties on him. You would have to get approval from the Hokage for him to become a leaf nin and you'll have to convince your mother to let him stay with you. Naruto nodded. I'm sure they'll both be okay with it. Naruto, how the hell do you make friends so fast? Kiba asked. Naruto took a deep breath. Well, you see. He detailed the previous meeting with Haku. He was not really surprised to see they were all frowning at him, even Hinata. Naruto, Kakashi said sharply. You made contact with an enemy ninja and didn't tell us about it. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi shook his head. I don't really fault you for not attacking him or even for talking with him. Though if you do this in the future you will need to be very cautious. Now what I do have a problem with is you keeping this meeting secret from all of us. You should be able to trust your teammates with anything. I know, the Kakashi-sensei. He took another deep breath. That's why I've decided to tell them about my big secret. Big secret, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Kakashi looked at him in surprise. Naruto, I wasn't referring to. I know, but I want to tell them. I trust both of you with my life and I think it only fair that you know the whole truth about me. Kiba looked at him. Does this have something to do with that insane amount of power you had? Naruto nodded glumly. It sure does. He hesitated just a bit before telling them. He really did trust them both with his life. He expected they would both understand. But even if they didn't, well, it would definitely hurt but not destroy him. Enough people who knew the truth were accepting of him. He understood that he was not a monster. He also understood that some people would never accept that. That many people saw him that way and hated him did not make it so. Before I start, what I have to tell you remains a secret you can't speak of. Do you understand? He waited for both of them to nod. All right, I have to tell you about what really happened the night Kyuubi attacked the village. And he told them the truth of how his father saved the village and of the price of that salvation. You're Kyuubi? Kiba said in amazement. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm Kyuubi's jailer. As you saw, I can tap into some of its power when I'm really angry. But I am not Kyuubi. Hinata immediately came forward to glomp onto him and press her head against his chest. Of course you're not. You're Naruto-kun. It doesn't matter what's inside of you. She declared fiercely. Thanks, Hinata-chan. He said, very glad that she understood. Kiba smiled. Heh, well, I always knew you were a badass. Now I know just how much of one. Naruto looked at him. So you're okay with this? Kiba nodded. You're a part of my pack, Naruto, and an Inyazuka never abandons his pack. Akamaru barked his agreement. Naruto let out a very deep sigh of relief. Oh, Hinata-chan, I just remembered something. He reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a dried flower. Could you press this for me, please? She took the flower and smiled. It's a white carnation. These are supposed to be good luck. He nodded. I know, I'm going to keep this one as a good luck charm. He smiled at her. I figure if it helped me get through today it must have a whole lot of luck in it. Team 7 remained for another 2 weeks. They stayed until the bridge was completed. Haku recovered from his injuries and began training a bit with Naruto and the others. They ate and talked together and slowly all hostile feelings began to disappear. Haku was welcomed as a sort of unofficial fifth member. When he showed them his pet rabbit, Mr. Fluffy, Hinata went wild. Haku slowly came to think he might have a place in the world. But there were still wounds that would take a very long time to heal. Haku stood before a simple grave. There was a small cross and a large sword planted into the earth. He had come here to say a final goodbye to the man who had rescued him from loneliness and from death. And whom he would always cherish as his father. From behind he heard soft footsteps. "It's time, Haku," Naruto said respectfully. "We're going to meet at the bridge and say goodbye to everyone there." Haku nodded. He continued to face the grave. "Do you think he was a bad man?" Naruto answered carefully. "Yes, I do. But I realize that very few people are completely good or bad. I can believe that he showed you his best side." Haku slowly nodded. He stiffened his back and bowed low to the grave before him. "Goodbye, Zabuza-sama. Goodbye. Father. I shall never forget you." He turned around and smiled. "Let's go to Naruto. I want to see Konoha and meet your mother." The entire town had turned out to say goodbye to their heroes and to celebrate the completion of the bridge. "We owe you a huge debt," Tsunade said. Kakashi smiled. "It's alright, we were happy to help." Inari was weeping. "I didn't want to cry anymore," the boy complained. Smiling, Naruto went over to him and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's alright to cry when you're happy." "Alright, Team 7. It's time to go home," Kakashi spoke. After a few more final waves goodbye they leapt. Fittingly enough, they would be the very first people to use the new bridge to cross over from wave country to the mainland. Leaping away, they were soon gone from sight. "They truly are heroes," Tsunade said. "Yes, they are," Tsunami agreed. "Hey Dad, I just realized something. The bridge doesn't have a name." Tsunade smiled. "I have the perfect name. Let's call it the Great Naruto Bridge." "Yeah, Grandpa. That's a great name." And that was what the bridge was named. When they had originally set out, it had been judged an extended C-rank mission expected to last from 7 to 10 days. When they returned, it had been just over a month and they were returning from an A rank. As they came up on 5 miles to the gate, Naruto switched on his radio communicator to send. At first they were still a bit out of range, but quickly they were within the 5-mile limit. "Hey Mom, can you hear me?" Naruto called. "Naruto-kun." Kushina's voice came through loud and clear and Naruto felt like he was home again. "Where are you, honey?" "I'm heading towards the gates of Kasen. Did you get the letter I sent you?" "I got it yesterday, so your friend Haku is with you?" "That's right. He'd sent the letter out 2 weeks ago. Except when ninja couriers were being used, the postal services left a great deal to be desired. He can't wait to meet you." "Well, I can't wait to meet him." In only 5 minutes Team 7 arrived at the gates. As Naruto knew she would be, his mom was there waiting. She held out her arms and Naruto decided to go ahead and act his age for a change. With a bound he leapt into her arms. She hugged her son tight and showered him with kisses. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun." "Thanks." After a minute he turned to wave Haku over. "Mom, this is my friend Haku. I want him to stay with us." Haku bowed deeply to her. "I am most honored to meet you, Kushina-sama." Kushina smiled and came over to the boy. "No need to be so formal, Haku-kun. Kushina will do just fine." She bent down and hugged him. Haku immediately stiffened, he wasn't really used to being hugged. "Now let's go home and get you settled in." "I'm going to live here," Haku said in a small voice. Naruto laughed. "I grew up here, so to me it's just home. I sometimes forget that it's pretty impressive." "It's amazing," Haku said sincerely. Kushina cleared her throat and got the attention of both boys. "Now Haku, my son considers you a friend and for sparing Hinata you have my deepest thanks. You are welcome to stay here as long as you wish." However, her voice took on a very serious tone. "Everyone who lives here is expected to serve and protect Namikaze. So long as you are a resident here and a friend to my son, I will give you the protection of this clan and you will always have a place. In return, I expect you to be willing to serve and protect this clan." Haku stiffened and bowed deeply. "Kushina-sama, I give you my solemn word that I would give my life to protect you or Naruto. I will gladly serve and protect this clan." Kushina smiled and ruffled his long black hair. "Well then, welcome to Namikaze." "How bad was it?" Tsunade asked quietly. When Kakashi had asked to meet with her in private, she knew it had to be serious. "I'm not sure," Kakashi asked. The demon's chakra flowed around Naruto sort of like a second skin and a bit like a fox's shape. He even had a tail made of chakra. His power was incredible, though only a fraction of what the Kyuubi's had been. When he attacked the bandits I saw him send the chakra around him out in the form of arms and slaughter 6 men without any noticeable effort. From talking with Haku it would seem this second skin also acts as an ultimate defense. Apparently it protects him from weapons and… What was his behavior like? Well, he was definitely angry. However, he deliberately chose not to kill Haku. He also deliberately gave the men who did not attack him the chance to escape. Despite being filled with rage, his personality was definitely Naruto's. I see. Tsunade said quietly. Do you wish to pull him from active duty? No. He replied firmly. Nothing I've seen leads me to believe he was not in full control of the demon's power. In fact, had he not had that power available, I don't know how the battle would have ended. I was certainly in no shape to take on so many armed men after expending so much chakra fighting Zabuza. Tsunade sat back and considered. Alright, for the time being we'll leave him on active duty. I'm also declaring everything that involves the demon's chakra to be an S-rank secret. Jiraiya is off the map for the moment looking for information about a certain organization. When he returns to Konoha I'll have him examine Naruto and his seal. She looked at Kakashi with interest. All this aside, what did he do? He is his father's son. Kakashi said simply. Well, I was injured. He ran the squad as well as I could have asked. His actions were consistently designed to protect his teammates and the people we were guarding. Tsunade nodded. Alright, thank you Kakashi. Over the next 3 weeks Team 7 successfully completed 6 C-rank missions. None of these were extended and none proved harder than expected. During this time Haku was allowed to take the academy graduation test which he passed with ease. He agreed to take an oath to serve Konoha faithfully and was awarded a leaf Hittite. What to do with him next was a problem as there were no openings on any of the current teams. Tsunade thought she had an idea. She summoned Kushina and Haku to her office one day. Kushina, I have a problem. Tsunade said simply. Actually I have 2 problems. And I think I have a possible solution for both. Kushina eyed her friend carefully. Yes. Well, the first problem is what to do with Haku here. The boy stood quietly at attention and said nothing. According to the mission report from Kakashi, he would seem to be at least Chunin level. But I'm not prepared to promote him or even allow him entrance into the Chunin exams based solely on that. I want him to have at least 6 months of field experience with a Leaf squad before I even consider the question. Now that is one problem. Tsunade pressed her intercom. Please send her to Shizune. Kushina looked behind her as the office door opened. In walked a teenage girl, perhaps 14 or 15. She had long straight black hair and dark eyes. She wore a dark blue jacket and beige pants with her Hittite was around her neck. The girl sent Kushina a look of surprise and just a twinge of fear. She came to stand to Kushina's right before the Hokage's desk. You sent me, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded and frowned. Uchiha Gabriella, your sensei has asked me to remove you from his squad. Do you have any idea how rare that is? As a general rule, a team leader will almost never request a member be removed from a squad unless there is absolutely no alternative. You've had it happen to you twice now. Tsunade opened a rather thick folder on her desk. Refusal to obey orders, dereliction of duty, fighting with squad mates, missing practices, the list goes on and on with you. Frankly Gabriella, I'm about ready to just call you a lost cause and strip you of your shinobi status. What? You can't do that. The girl shouted in outrage. Quite. Tsunade snapped. I didn't bring you here to talk, stand there and listen. I'm putting you on a 6-month probationary period. You have that long to save your career. If after 6 months your sensei does not give you a satisfactory review, then I will strip you of shinobi status. What is more, if at any point your sensei wants to get rid of you, I will strip you. This is your absolute last chance, do you understand? The girls nodded once tersely. Wonderful, now please wait in the reception area. With a snap to her step she left the office, almost but not quite slamming the door. Tsunade sighed. That girl has some great potential. But she has become extremely frustrated by the fact she had not developed a Sharingan. Most Uchihas develop them by the time they are 13. She just became 15 and the clan believes she will not develop one. Her frustration has made her reckless and a discipline problem. And you intend to put her and Haku on the same squad? Kushina asked in surprise. Tsunade nodded. Haku needs to learn how to deal with different personalities and to develop some social skills. Gabriella needs some discipline and an example of how to behave. Actually, I think the key is to find just the right sensei for the 2 of them. Someone who can be both a disciplinarian and show a little compassion when it's called for. Well, it looks like it will be a tall order. Who did you have in mind? Tsunade smiled wickedly. You. What? Kushina did not believe it. Are you joking? I've never been a sensei. Except Naruto, and you did an incredible job with him. Tsunade said. But now Kakashi has got that role. You're a strong woman Kushina with a good heart and you're a hell of a jonin. I'm certain Haku would work well with you and I think you might be able to get through to Gabriella. Teaching my son was a special case. I'm not even a leaf nin. She pointed to her whirlpool hit eye. I've never even done a mission here in Konoha. Well, it has been 13 years since you came here. Don't you think it's high time you did one? Kushina, you are far too skilled and far too valuable to just do nothing. Now that you are no longer training Naruto, you need to do something more with your time. Kushina frowned. I'm the head of the Namikaze clan. As a general rule, clan heads don't usually have active duty status. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza are all still active duty. Tsunade sighed. Look, I won't force you, but wouldn't you enjoy a new challenge, and plus it's only for 6 months. Haku suddenly turned to face Kushina. Kushina-sama, I would feel most comfortable serving under your command. Kushina smiled at the boy. She liked him, he was a little shy and formal sometimes, but he was very kind-hearted and very earnest. A bit like Rock Lee. I'm not worried about you, Haku. She turned back to Tsunade. I don't trust the Uchihas. She said flatly. I know. Tsunade said with a frown. But that is another reason for you to accept this assignment. Maybe if you're Gabriella's sensei, you'll come to see that the Uchiha clan is not pure evil. Maintaining the peace and security of this village is my highest priority. If I can, I want to diffuse the tensions between Namikaze and Uchiha. Come on, Kushina, what do you say? At the very least this will get you out of the house. Kushina looked back at Haku. He had an eager expression on his face. Damn it, I already know I'm going to regret this. It's just for 6 months, right? Tsunade smiled, she was hooked now, she just had to reel her in. Just for 6 short months. Kushina sighed. Alright, I'll do it. She smiled at the senseis that were gathered around her. As you can probably all imagine, the reason I gathered you here was to formally announce the start of the Chunin exams in 1 week's time. Tsunade said. Now let's begin with this year's rookie squads. Do any of you feel confident in nominating your squads? Kakashi stepped forward without hesitation. Squad 7 led by Kakashi consists of Namikaze Naruto, Inyazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. I vow upon the honor of my clan the Haddock that all 3 of them are ready for the Chunin selection exams. The new and difficult challenge for Team 7 was about to begin. Chapter 23. Meeting new people. Why do you think Kakashi-sensei just up and left like that? Hinata asked. Naruto shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea what Hinata-chan is. But I'm not complaining, we've got the rest of the day to ourselves. Kiba had decided to do some training with Akamaru. He and Hinata were walking hand in hand towards Ichiraku's to get some lunch. He wasn't sure what they were going to do the rest of the day, but he knew it would be spent together. Since almost losing her, Naruto had come to truly understand just how much he loved her and what a huge part of his life she was. He smiled at her and she smiled back. There was nothing like almost losing something to truly make you appreciate what you had. As the two of them were passing an alleyway towards Ichiraku's, they heard some small children shouting. Looking, he saw a teen in a black outfit holding a child up in the air. A blonde girl in a very short skirt was looking bored while 2 small children were shouting. Naruto recognized a kid struggling in the older boy's grip. Ah hell, come on Hinata-chan. He let go of her hand and raced down the alley. The older boy smirked nastily. You shouldn't run into people, Brad, they might not like it. It was an accident. We were just playing. Please let me go. The teen smiled and shook the kid a little. He wasn't actually going to hurt him, but seeing him cry was kind of funny. And then suddenly he felt a blade pressing against his throat. Let the kid go right now, or I slice you open like a pear. A harsh voice said to him. The blonde girl was reaching for some type of weapon on her back. Her legs were taken out and she dropped to the ground. Before she could recover, a girl with pale eyes was standing over her with a kunai to her throat. Don't interfere with Naruto-kun. She said. Tenkuro carefully looked over to his right to where the person holding the sword was. There stood a leaf a bit younger and shorter than he was. But the boy had a look in his eyes that he recognized. Whoever the hell this kid was, he was ready to kill. Tenkuro gave a smile and carefully set the boy down. Sure, no problem. He tried to laugh. No harm done, I was just playing around. Playing around? Naruto said flatly. You alright, Konohamaru? He asked without taking his eyes off the teen. Sarutobi had brought his grandson with him to a few of his birthday parties. Naruto wasn't especially close to the boy, but he did know him. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks Naruto. No problem, I think you and your friends should go now. The children wasted no time in departing. Tenkuro gave a sickly smile. See, no harm done. So you going to take your sword off my throat now? Maybe, Naruto sent him a nasty smile. And maybe I'll play with you for a little while like you were playing with Konohamaru. I can see by your hit eye that you're a sand nin. Are you here for the Chunin exams? That's right. Tenkuro didn't nod for fear of cutting himself if he did. Well, that makes you a guest here in my village, and guests don't go around threatening our citizens. Oh, and by the way, that kid just happens to be the grandson of our third Hokage and a friend of mine. As long as you're staying here, remember you're a guest and that we expect you to behave like one. Threaten one of our citizens again and you will regret it." Naruto finally pulled his sword back. Kankuro took a few steps back. Seeing Naruto's actions, Hinata pulled back her kunai and moved to stand beside him. Temari quickly got on her feet and stood next to her brother. She looked at the blonde ninja who still had his sword ready. "He's kind of cool." Despite the situation, she gave him a slight grin. Kankuro was furious and humiliated. He pulled Crow off his back. "You want to try that again now that I'm ready?" Naruto nodded calmly. "If you want to fight, that's fine. But understand that I'll probably kill you." The calm certainty with which he spoke those words was eerily familiar to both Kankuro and Temari. "Kankuro, maybe we should just go," Temari suggested. Kankuro hesitated, no longer sure if he wanted to push things further. "Kankuro," an annoyed voice called from above. "Stop it. You are a disgrace to our entire village." Naruto shot his head up to see a red-haired boy hanging upside down on a tree. He seemed to have a huge gourd on his back. What the hell? I didn't sense his chakra signature. Who the hell is this guy? But he started it. Kankuro complained and pointed to Naruto. "Shut up or I'll kill you," the red-haired boy said in a soft menacing tone. Kankuro swallowed. "Yes, Gaara, I'm sorry." The red-haired nun swiftly teleported down. He appeared near the other two and faced Naruto. "I apologize for their rude behavior." He turned to face the other two. "We're here early, but that doesn't mean we're here to play around. Let's go." "Wait." Naruto called out. "What's your name?" The blonde girl immediately started to blush. "You mean me?" "No, I mean him." The red-haired boy eyed him with a small bit of interest. "I am Sabaku no Gaara at your service." He paused a bit. "I am curious to know your name as well." Naruto has a slight bow. "I am Namikaze Naruto." Gaara seemed to mull that over for a moment. "Namikaze? Are the sons of the fourth Hokage?" "I am." "Then we have something in common." "Naruto. I am the son of the fourth Kazekage." Gaara stared directly at him and Naruto had no trouble matching the stare. "Looking in your eyes, I see we have something else in common too." "What would that be?" he asked. "You're a killer, just like me." "I've been killed," Naruto said coldly. Gaara looked at him for a bit longer and then finally turned to leave. "I look forward to seeing you at the Naruto exams." Kushina and Haku were in the park near the pond. There were a few ducks and Haku was happily feeding them bread. Haku was enjoying himself. Kushina looked at the boy and shook her head a bit. It's hard to believe someone so gentle was the partner for a bastard like Zabuza. It was then that Uchiha Gabriella finally put in an appearance. "Sorry I'm late," she said grumpily. Kushina made a point of looking at her watch. "You're 20 minutes late. Your punishment is 20 push-ups for every minute you kept me and Haku waiting. Now drop and give me 400 push-ups." Gabriella stared at her open mouth. "You've got to be kidding me. I was just a little late and this is the first time I'm meeting you as my sensei." Kushina lifted an eyebrow. "That would be a reason for you to try and make a good impression on me. Instead you choose to show blatant disrespect for my time and the time of your teammate." Gabriella crossed her arms and took on a sulky look. "No one told me you would expect me to show up on time. You're a shinobi. No one should have to tell you something so basic. Do you need someone to remind you to pack your ninja gear before coming? You can't really expect me to do so many push-ups just for being a little late on my first day." Kushina eyed her watch. "You just wasted another minute of my time. You're now up to 420 push-ups." "Hey, that's not fair." "So?" Kushina said coldly. The girl was clearly getting angry. "How can you punish me for just talking to you for a minute? I'm punishing you for not immediately obeying me when I told you to drop and give me push-ups. As your sensei, my responsibility is to teach and protect you. As my student, yours is to follow my orders and give me your best effort at all times. I wish Lee or Naruto were here right now to show her what I mean. Well, she'll see Haku. Now if you don't drop and start in the next 25 seconds you will be up to 440. Gabriella glared but finally dropped down and began doing them. Kushina let out a sigh. "I already regret this." The earlier events did nothing to damage their appetites and the two of them were enjoying their meal when their radio communicators squawked to life. "All members of Team 7 please meet me at our regular spot in 30 minutes. Please acknowledge." Kakashi's voice sounded. The blonde boy acknowledged. Naruto said after pressing down the send button. "Pretty girl acknowledged." Hinata said. A few seconds later they heard Kiba's voice. "Dog boy acknowledged." Hinata looked curiously at him. "What do you think?" Naruto smiled. "Well, I don't think he would call a meeting just to tell us he wasn't entering us in the exams." They were now standing at the practice fields about a mile from the academy. Kushina was looking patiently at her two-man squad. Haku was just standing there politely waiting. Gabriella was still rubbing her arms and looking discontent. Kushina sighed. Well, as of today the three of us will be Team Kushina. We'll be a two-man squad with me as sensei. That is a bit unusual as is the fact this assignment will only last a set period of time, 6 months. But all three of us are in unusual positions, so we'll do our very best to make this an effective team. Gabriella let out a rude noise. Do you wish to say something, Gabriella? If I do, will you make me do more push-ups? She ostentatiously rubbed her arms. No, Kushina answered pleasantly. But I have plenty of other ways to make you miserable. Keep that in mind. The girl glared. Why are you even pretending that we're a team? I'm a huge screw-up and even though I don't know this kid's story. She nodded towards Haku. He must be some kind of problem too. All you are is a babysitter watching us to make sure we don't get into trouble. Kushina frowned. The girl's attitude needed some major adjustment. I don't babysit for the Hokage, it's the other way around. Gabriella stared at her. Do you not want to be a ninja? If you don't say so right now, I'll spare us both a lot of pain and aggravation. Have no doubts that even if our makeup is a bit unusual we will be a team and we will perform missions to serve the village. If you are not ready to give me your full effort then I suggest you tell me so right now. Gabriella looked at her, but remained silent. Wonderful, Kushina spoke in a cheerful voice. Well, since we are a new team why don't we all introduce ourselves? I'll start off. My name is Namikaze Kushina. I am the clan head of the Namikaze clan. I like training and being with my son Naruto and his many friends. She gave Haku a quick smile that Gabriella did not miss. What I dislike is anything or anyone who threatens my son. I have only one goal in life and that is to see my son become Hokage. She looked at Gabriella. Your turn. Gabriella sighed. I am Uchiha Gabriella of the elite Uchiha clan obviously. I like ice cream and having fun. What I dislike are push-ups and people who make me do them for no good reason. My goal is to get the Sharingan and make my father and my clan see me. Kushina nodded. No one could miss the frustration when she spoke that last sentence. She nodded to Haku. Your turn. Haku gave her a slight bow. Arigato Kushina-sama. I am Mamachi Haku. I like my bunny, feeding animals, and being with my friends, especially Naruto. I dislike and will destroy anyone who threatens those people who are precious to me. My goal is to always be able to serve and protect the Namikaze clan. Gabriella eyed the boy with disappointment. You sound like her groupie. And by the way it's sensei not sama. Haku looked at her calmly. I prefer to call her Kushina-sama. Kushina sighed. She had told him many times that he didn't need to call her that and had given up. Alright. Now since you both have experience we won't bother with any silly tests. We'll do some basic team building exercises today. But first I want to get a sense of your skill level. I'll spar with each of you. Gabriella, you'll go first. I want you to come at me as hard as you can. She nodded but looked a little nervous. Before we do that can I ask you about something? What? Gabriella looked embarrassed at what she was about to say. Well, I sort of grew up with stories about you. You know. Kushina the Red Death. Kushina sent the girl a flat look. Yes. Well, I know this is stupid, but those stories. They aren't real, are they? Kushina shook her head. Take my word that I don't magically appear if you say my name 3 times and I don't go roaming the streets after dark looking for bad children. Gabriella nodded feeling foolish but relieved. Alright. And that crazy story about you killing a bunch of drunken men and piling their decapitated bodies outside your gate. That's pretend too, right? Kushina gave her a very happy smile. No, that one is true. Please keep that story in mind the next time you think about running late. Now let's start. With a shudder Gabriella began sparring with her worst childhood nightmare. On the bridge Kakashi handed them out the applications for the exams. I have nominated you for the Chunin exams. Competition is strictly voluntary. If you wish to compete, bring these forms with you to the academy, room 301 by 4 p.m. 1 week from today. Remember this is strictly voluntary. If you choose not to compete it will not be held against you. Naruto frowned. Damn it, I don't have a pen. I need one too. Kiba complained. Hinata produced one and began filling out her form. You can use mine after I'm done with Naruto-kun. She said happily. Hey. Me next. Kiba shouted. No. Me. Naruto declared. Tuckling Kakashi produced 2 pens. I thought you might want to compete. The boys each grabbed a pen and got busy. Are you kidding? After Wave Country this will be a breeze. Hell yeah. Kiba shouted. We're going to kick some major ass. Kakashi frowned a bit. I like your confidence boys, but please don't think for a second that this is going to be easy. It's very rare for a rookie squad to even be nominated to compete, though 2 other teams were as well this year. It's also rare to pass on your first attempt. If you don't make it this time, don't see it as a setback, view it as a valuable experience for next time. What are you talking about in Nissan? Team 7 is the best. He looked at his two teammates and smiled. We're absolutely passing and making Chunin on the first try. His two teammates caught his excitement and nodded eagerly. Naruto, Kakashi said seriously. Just about all your opponents will be older and a lot more experienced than you. Don't start thinking you'll have a walkthrough. This exam will be every bit as hard as our first mission was. In some ways it will be much harder and I won't be there to help. Naruto smiled, his confidence not wavering for an instant. It doesn't matter how hard it is, we will definitely pass. Gabriella trudged home exhausted and sore. Just about every part of her ached. How exactly was she expected to survive this? Maybe the Hokage had deliberately made Kushina her sensei in order to drive her to quit. Well, that wasn't going to happen. She wasn't quitting no matter what. She really wanted nothing more than a hot bath in bed. But she was expected to be at her aunt's house for dinner and her father would be upset if she didn't show up. Thinking of dear old dad, she let herself grin. He had gone to the Hokage to wash his hands of her. She was a failure in his eyes and he'd told the Hokage to do whatever she wanted with her. The Uchiha clan was uninterested. Today's events had one bright spot and she was about to enjoy it. She entered her aunt's home and removed her sandals. Is anyone home? Her aunt answered her. We're in the dining room dear, about to have dinner. Come join us. Gabriella entered the dining room and sat down. The only person who got a smile from her was her aunt. Her dad and her mopey cousin got disinterested looks. So Sasuke, is your squad taking the exams? He sent her a very thin smile. Of course we are. Kurenai-sensei gave us the applications this afternoon. His face took on a steely look. I expect to make Chunin. To make his point he activated his Sharingan and showed it to her. Damn show off. Of course he gets it before he even turns 13. What is wrong with me? Why can't I activate mine? I hope you're ready for it. The Chunin exams can be rough. Maybe. Sasuke sneered. Sasuke. Her aunt Mikoto said sharply. Your son has a point. Ryuki noted. I'm sure he won't fail the exam 4 times and end up a genin for life. Ryuki, that is not fair to Gabriella. She tries very hard and I am sure she will make it there eventually. Mikoto spoke. Typically, my aunt offends me from my father who just wants to tear me down. Thank you, auntie. I am still trying my best and I am on a new team and have a new sensei. Her father was unimpressed and did not even bother to respond. How is your new team, dear? Mikoto asked. Gabriella sighed. Very strange. I only have one teammate and he's a little boy who is really quiet and polite and eager to please. Sasuke smirked. Is he any good? Because if he is, he sounds like the exact opposite of you. Sasuke. Mikoto sounded upset. Ryuki made an agreeing sound. Gabriella had to bite down to keep from screaming in his face. So who is your new sensei, dear? Gabriella waited for her father to start drinking some tea. Namikaze Kushina. And as she'd known he would, he coughed up his tea. Gasping, he needed a minute to talk again. What? The Hokage assigned you that woman as your sensei. This is an outrage. I'm going to the tower right now and tell the Hokage. What exactly is dad? Gabriella cut in with a sweet voice. Are you going to tell her that you're going back on your word? That now suddenly the clan does care about me? Wouldn't that make you and the clan look awfully weak to just go back on your word like that? She knew, oh did she know, that her father despised the appearance of weakness. And so now he was trapped by his own words into calling someone he absolutely loathed his daughter's sensei. Anyway, she continued in a chipper voice. I wouldn't worry about it. Not only does she seem to be an excellent teacher, but the two of us really hit it off. I think we're going to become very close. The look on his face made every push-up and ache in her body worth it. Ah, sweet revenge. Chapter 24. The exams begin. Sakura was focusing her chakra on the fish. Not too much. Just enough into the vital organs. Suddenly the fish began to flap about. Surprised, she pulled back a little. I actually did it. Sakura. A sharp voice called. What are you waiting for? Put the fish back in the tank. Oh. Yes, Ichala-sensei. She quickly grabbed a large fish and tossed him back into the tank. When she had started this training some months ago, the thought of even touching a slimy fish had grossed her out. Now she didn't even give it a second thought. With the fish now back in the tank, she turned back around to face her sensei. Sakura immediately froze. Is that a smile? I didn't think she even knew how to smile. Ichala noticed how Sakura was looking at her and the smile vanished. Is there something wrong with the cherry blossom girl? No, sensei. Ichala eyed her for a moment and slowly nodded. I have to tell you, Sakura, your progress has been much faster than I expected. Ichala saw her student's chest begin to puff out. But then of course I didn't expect much from you. Sakura's chest deflated just as quickly. Ichala put a hand over her mouth so Sakura couldn't see her chuckle. The Chunin exams begin tomorrow, don't they? Yes, sensei. As if by magic Ichala reached behind her back and produced a small cloth pouch. Here, this is for you. Sakura took it warmly. What is sensei? The personalized med kit. I made it for you. Inside you'll find bandages, antiseptic, morphine, soldier pills, gauze and some other useful items. Thank you sensei. Sakura actually moved to give the woman a hug, but Ichala was fast enough to back away. Don't hug me girl or I'll make you give it back to me. Sakura nodded. Now are you ready to finish up the session with our usual 10 laps around the Uchiha complex? Sakura finished attaching the med kit to her belt. Yes, sensei. And there it was, Ichala actually smiled at her. In honor of your being in the exams tomorrow, this one time only, I'll let you skip it. Really sensei? Get out of here Sakura before I change my mind. And good luck in the exams. Thank you sensei. Sakura fled as fast as she could. The next day the plan was for Team 8 to meet at 3, go over a few things, and then walk over to the academy. So Sakura was a bit surprised when Shino came knocking at her family's door a little after 2. Shino, has something happened? Did Kurenai sensei change the meeting time? No Sakura, we are still expected to meet at 3 o'clock. Shino said in that emotionless calm voice. Then what are you doing here? She asked. I would like you to come take a walk with me. Shino said simply. She looked at him with just a little bit of concern. In the 3 months they had been teammates he had not exactly warmed up to either her or Sasuke. That was not to say he was not a good teammate or that he did not look out for them. It was just he had a very solitary and quiet personality that did not mesh all that well with her intense forthright ways. Why? What is this about? It is about me being a good teammate. I ask only that you take a short walk with me and listen to what I have to say. Shino said. Oh alright. They had been walking for about 5 minutes in an uncomfortable silence. Well it was uncomfortable for her. Shino was usually quiet so she supposed he was alright with it. Tell me Sakura, he suddenly spoke and took her by surprise. How would you describe me? What? He looked at her with his glasses over the high collar of his coat. As usual his expression was hidden. I would like you to tell me honestly how you view me. Okay, you're intelligent, honest, patient, quiet, and very dependable. He nodded simply. Am I in the habit of making false accusations or wild statements that are not backed by logic? Sakura shook her head. No, you hardly say anything and when you do it's always the truth and I'd have to say it is always pretty logical. He nodded again. Am I someone driven by wild passions to do and say mad and irresponsible things? Sakura started to laugh. Shino and wild passion. No, she couldn't even picture that. No Shino, she tried to stop laughing. You're not. Do you think I would do or say anything to deliberately hurt you? She shook her head. No Shino, you're a good guy and a good teammate. And once more he nodded. Please keep all these conclusions in mind as I relate to you the following. He came to an abrupt halt and turned to face her. Sasuke is using you and you would be best served to end your relationship with him. She stared at him, not believing it. This was just about the last thing she had ever expected to hear from him. About the only thing that could have surprised her more would have been if he had suddenly proclaimed his love for her. Once she got over her shock she started to get angry. Did Kurenai put you up to this? No, I came to this conclusion independently. Has Kurenai also spoken to you about this subject? Sakura clamped down on her lips. Kurenai had taken her aside and gently hinted that her feelings for Sasuke were not returned and that she might be better off with someone else. Being a woman Kurenai had at least known how to phrase it and bring things up indirectly to try and protect her feelings. Shino, she said defensively. Whatever happens between me and Sasuke is none of your business. I disagree. Whatever affects the performance of this team is most certainly my business. And Sasuke is beginning to have a negative effect on you. When you are not at his side you are intelligent and strong-willed and you are beginning to become a fine kunoichi. But when you are under Sasuke's eyes you become no more than his puppet. You cease to be concerned with what is best for the team and you care only what he thinks of your performance. Your concern about his opinion of you is slowly deteriorating your effectiveness both as an individual shinobi and as a member of this team. She bit down and ground her teeth in fury. Why did people keep trying to force themselves between her and the one she loved? Ino, Kurenai, and now even Shino. Why couldn't people just mind their own business? I'm very sorry you feel that way Shino. But I honestly don't see how my feelings for Sasuke could possibly make me weaker when I've been doing tons of extra training because I want to be stronger for him. I'm also very sorry that you feel that you have to try and hurt me just because you don't want me with Sasuke. Feel? My arguments have nothing to do with emotion. They are based on logical conclusions derived from evidence I have observed. It is you Sakura who base what you say upon feelings and emotions rather than on logic and evidence. I don't care what you say. She shouted at him. I love Sasuke and nothing will change that. Shino stood there and looked at her for a moment. I see, but he does not love you. What? She gasped and took a step back. Why would you say that? Like my previous statements, Sakura. That one is based on logic gathered from visual evidence. If your behavior toward Sasuke is evidence of your love for him, then I am left to conclude that given his complete lack of similar behavior, he also has a similar lack of its cause. His actions are not consistent with someone who is concerned for your contentment or safety. Rather, his actions are appropriate for someone who is only interested in gaining the greatest possible use from you. The words reminded her of the argument she'd had with Ino after the prank at the academy. Their words were a bit different, but the message was the same. They both tried to convince her Sasuke was using her. You don't know what you're talking about. Shino waited a bit. Is that your entire argument? You do not wish to believe what I have to say and so I must be mistaken. Don't take that tone with me. Sakura crossed her arms over her chest. What tone is that? Shino asked, not even sounding curious. That smart superior tone that says you know so much more than me. You are mistaken Sakura, the tone of my voice has not changed at any point in our conversation. However, I recognize now that my efforts are wasted. It is clear that you are determined to hold to your beliefs regardless of any argument of evidence put to you. You are usually quite intelligent Sakura, but when it comes to Sasuke you have a blind spot. To you Sasuke can do no wrong. Anything or anyone who challenges this assumption is simply dismissed out of hand. You are bound and determined to hold on to this idealized version of Sasuke, regardless of the actual facts. All I know is that I love Sasuke and deep down he loves me too. Really, and where is your evidence of this? I don't need evidence. Sakura insisted. I just know it. I see. Shino replied. Very well, clearly my effort here was wasted. He turned to leave. I will meet you on the practice field at 3 as our sensei instructed. She stood there and watched him go. Aren't you worried I'll tell Sasuke what you said to me? Shino looked back at her and though it was hard to tell she thought he might have looked surprised. Sakura, I spoke to Sasuke about this same matter before coming to your home. You did? He nodded. Of course, unlike you I concern myself with following the dictates of logic rather than emotions. I advised him of my conclusions and my belief that you should not be a couple. Did he get angry and threaten you? She was worried. She didn't want the team torn apart by this. No. He was not upset in the least. He informed me that I could make whatever argument I liked, that nothing I could say would cause you to give up your attachment to him. Shino paused. I will admit he certainly understood you better than I did. With that Shino departed. He didn't fight for me. He didn't even get angry. She told herself that was a good decision. Sasuke had been confident in her love for him and had not even been worried about losing her. But it still bothered her that her boyfriend wouldn't at least get angry when someone suggested he was just using her. It bothered her a great deal more than she was willing to admit even to herself. What do you think all that was about on the second floor? Hinata asked. Well, that had to be some sort of test. Naruto said. They must be trying to separate out the really weak teams already. He shrugged. I mean if you can't even figure out what floor you're on you shouldn't be taking the test to begin with. Hinata was frowning a bit. Don't you think we should have told them about that though? Naruto shook his head. No. This is a competition now. It's Team 7 versus everyone else. We shouldn't try and help out the other squads. I mean it's a test after all, not a real battle. Kiba chuckled. I'm not so sure about that. From what my mom and my older sister tell me these exams can get pretty rough. Naruto smiled. All the more reason not to help the competition. But aren't you even worried about Lee? He seemed to be in bad shape. Hinata asked. Naruto laughed. What? He turned to her, clasped his hands together and made a fair impression of Lee's earnest tone. Oh please let us through. We are so helpless and weak. I mean even though my teammate happens to be a Hyuga with a we have no idea there's a here. He laughed and this time Hinata and Kiba joined in. I suspect Lee's team will be fine. He was probably just playing to convince the other teams his squad was weak. But Naruto-kun, what do we do if some of our friends are in trouble? Hinata asked worriedly. Naruto looked at both his teammates. If our friends are in serious danger of getting killed or even hurt we'll help. But we're not going out of our way to help them pass. The whole point of this is to see which teams are strong enough to deserve to be promoted. If other squads aren't strong enough yet they'll just need to keep working at it. I guess that's fair, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. As they approached room 301 there was Kakashi leaning against the wall. Hey, you come to wish us good luck? Kakashi nodded. That and to remind you one final time to be very careful of your opponents, some of them may play rough. Naruto had a big smile. I say bring it on. Team 7 is ready. Damn straight. Kiba agreed. Hinata simply smiled and nodded. Kakashi chuckled. Well, what are you waiting for? Go get him. Yeah. He gave each of his teammates an excited look. Let's do it, team. Plunging forward, Naruto pressed open the double doors and led the way. He remembered from his academy days that 301 was a large room. He hadn't expected it to be quite this full though. There were a lot of shinobi here and many of them were from foreign villages. He did a quick scan of the room to see if he could spot the red-haired kid from Sand. He was definitely someone to watch out for. And it was as he was standing there that he was brutally ambushed from behind. Naruto-kun. He had no chance to dodge before Ino had glumped onto his back. Hey cutie, where have you been? I've missed you. Ino. Get off Naruto-kun right now. Hinata shouted. Ino stuck her tongue out. I'm going to make Naruto-kun mine. Naruto sighed and turned to the girl who was attached to his back. Ino, I'm in love with Hinata-chan, the most we will ever be is friends. And if you keep trying to ambush me we won't be that. She let go and dropped to the floor. Smiling, she put a hand on his arm. Naruto-kun, if you would just give me one chance. I'd still be in love with Hinata-chan, that is never going to change. He put his arms around her, partly to hold her and partly to keep her from going up to Ino. I love Hinata-chan and only Hinata-chan. So leave Naruto-kun alone. Hinata hissed and tried to pull out of Naruto's grasp. Are you being troublesome again? Shikamaru approached with a lazy look. Trailing behind him was Choji, a bag of chips in his hands. Shut up, you lazy jerk. Ino barked at him. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Hey Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, it has been a while. Hey Shika, say don't take this the wrong way, but why did Asuma nominate your team for the exams? I mean, from what I've heard your work ethic hasn't improved much. Shikamaru shrugged. I don't really know, maybe he lost a bet. Shut up. Ino immediately slammed the top of his head. Actually, Naruto-kun is leader of Team 10, I've whipped these boys into shape. We're a smooth fighting unit. Seeing Choji continue to munch on chips and Shikamaru slouch away disinterested, Naruto had his doubts. The door opened and some more familiar faces entered. Lady Hinata and Naruto-sen, I greet you. Neji said in his usual condescending tone. Hey, are you forgetting somebody? Kiba spoke up. Nobody is important. Neji walked into the room followed closely by Tenten. What? Kiba shouted, but both Hinata and Naruto were able to restrain him. Lee came up to them looking a bit happier than usual. Naruto-san, Hinata-san, and Kiba-san, it is good to see all of you again. Naruto smiled. Hey Lee, I caught your performance downstairs, very amusing. Lee nodded vigorously. Part of a ninja's arsenal is deception. If others believe us to be weaker than we are, we can put that to good advantage. Naruto nodded. Oh, I agree. Naruto chuckled. I give you credit, in fact. I don't think I'd ever try to make myself look weaker. Naruto couldn't help but notice the odd look in his friend's eyes. You seem really revved up for this thing. Lee had a silly grin on his face. Naruto-san, I have fallen in love. Oh Lee, that's wonderful. Hinata said and gave her friend a quick hug. Naruto smiled. Yeah, that's great. You're an awesome guy, whoever this girl is, she really lucked out. So who is the lucky girl? Lee sighed. She is the most amazing and wondrous angel with a melodious voice, kind and gentle heart, and beautiful forehead. Forehead? Naruto got a very bad feeling. Like he was watching his friend about to go skipping off the edge of a cliff. Oh Lee, please tell me this girl didn't have pink hair. Yes. Yes, she did. Lee said excitedly. Do you know her, Naruto-san? Do you know about Sakura-san? Naruto began to rub his temples. You might say that. I spent 4 wonderful years with her as a classmate. His strongest memory of the girl would always be of her throwing that blood onto Hinata. Lee, please take my word for it when I say you don't want to go there. She has been in love with Uchiha Sasuke forever. Please believe me when I say you don't have a chance with her. Lee frowned. Naruto-san, how can you say that? I have sworn to protect her with my life. I will one day win over her sweet and gentle heart. The door opened and in walked the members of Team 8. Naruto immediately noticed a large bruise forming on Sasuke's face. Sakura seemed to be wanting to heal him, but an unhappy Sasuke was holding her off. Shino was trailing his 2 teammates by a few feet as they entered. Sakura immediately spotted Lee and began shaking a fist at him. You bushy-browed freak. How dare you do that to Sasuke-kun? Sasuke sent her a sharp look. Shut up, Sakura. The girl stiffened and immediately began to apologize. Sweet and gentle heart, huh? Naruto commented dryly. Lee was frowning. I do not like the way Sasuke spoke to Sakura-san. He is usually not quite that bad. Naruto admitted. He had long since stopped caring why Sakura let herself walk the way she did. Naruto sent his thick brown friend a smile. Lee. Did you put that bruise on Sasuke's face? Lee nodded. I wanted to test myself against one of the elite Uchihas. He frowned. My sensei ended the match before it could be concluded, but I must say I was not impressed by the performance. Sasuke heard all this of course and seethed. It was bad enough to have lost matches against Naruto and Hinata. But at least he had a Hokage's blood in his veins, while she was a master of gentle fist and heir of the elite Hyuga clan. Lee was nothing. He was a complete loser who couldn't even mold chakra. Losing to him was a complete and utter disgrace. I'm an Uchiha and I have my Sharingan now. How could I lose to a weak link like that? How can I ever get enough power to destroy Naruto and Itachi? Hey, you kids might want to settle down. These are the Chunin exams, not a trip to the playground. A silver-haired leaf nin approached them. He looked like a teen. Who the hell are you? Kiba scowled. My name's Kabuto. Let me guess, you kids are all fresh out of the academy, aren't you? You're all wet behind the ears and really think you know everything, don't you? Naruto frowned, really not liking this guy and his attitude. Who we are is none of your business. The young teen with glasses smiled at him. Hey, no need to get upset with me. I'm actually trying to do you all a favor. A lot of these candidates are wound up very tight and the last thing they want is to have to listen to a bunch of loud academy graduates carrying on. Take it from someone who has been here before, you don't want to start off getting on a lot of people's nerves. How many times have you been here, Kabuto-san? Hinata asked politely. This is my 7th try. I've gone twice a year since I graduated. Sasuke's ears picked up. I'll bet you know a few things about these exams then. Kabuto nodded. You might say that. Sasuke gave him a well-practiced smile. Care to help out your fellow leaf nins? After all, we're all just helpless little wet behind the ears kids fresh out of the academy. Kabuto chuckled. Cute. Alright, I'll take some pity on you poor babies. He pulled out a stack of cards. These are my shinobi skill cards. They're where I've placed all the information I've gathered over the past 4 years. He flipped some of them. I guess you haven't gathered that much information. Naruto commented. All those are blank. Kabuto nodded. The information is hidden until I use my own personal chakra to reveal it. He set one card down and put a finger on top of it. The card spun about for a bit and then revealed information about the number of teams participating and their home villages. Sasuke looked at the card with only mild interest. Do you have dossier cards for individual applicants? Kabuto nodded. Certainly, though my collection is far from complete. Tell me who you're interested in and I'll see what I can do. Show me whatever you have on Rock Lee and Namikaze Naruto. Both from this village. Kabuto began to shuffle through his cards. You know their names and villages. That makes it too easy. He pulled 2 blank cards from his deck. Naruto looked at Sasuke and grinned at him. Lee had already gone to rejoin his team. Gee Sasuke, after 4 years together, don't you know me well enough already? Sasuke sent him a frown but said nothing. Kabuto placed one of the cards down and touched it with his finger. It spun for a bit and then stopped revealing its information. First off, we have Rock Lee. Let's see now, he has completed 20 D rank and 11 C rank missions. His sensei is Might Guy and this is his first trip to the exams. He has some significant ability in Taijutsu, but he seems to have nothing of ninjutsu or. Sasuke was disappointed. That information didn't help at all. Kabuto put the other card down. Now let's take a look at Namikaze Naruto. Kabuto looked up and smiled at the blonde. Like everyone else in Konoha, he knew who he was. Well now, 53 D ranks, 6 C ranks, and whoa, an A rank. Kabuto looked up from the card. How did you manage to land an A rank straight out of the academy? Those missions are normally reserved for jonins. Naruto smiled. What can I say? It started out as a C and got an upgrade. Sasuke sent Naruto a dark look. Team 8 had gotten its first C rank about 2 weeks after Team 7. Their mission had been to protect a merchant caravan traveling to the village hidden in the grass. They had actually been attacked by some bandits one night. It was during that fight that his Sharingan had activated. Team 8 did a great job in defeating the bandits and completed the mission successfully. Kurenai-sensei had been extremely proud of all of them and they had returned to the village in glory. Then the very next day Team 7 had come back and all anyone wanted to talk about was the fact that they had faced Mamachi Zabuza and survived. Sasuke had no doubt that it was Kakashi that did all the fighting. But their sensei's glory had reflected onto all of them and once again Sasuke could feel Naruto casting him into the shadows. Whoa, check this out. Kabuto sounded really impressed. What? Sasuke asked unhappily. Did he do an S rank too while I wasn't looking? Kabuto looked up at Naruto with real surprise. Did you know someone has you in their bingo book? Really? Naruto said excitedly. Ordinary ninja did not go in the bingo book. That was reserved for ninjas who were seen as especially dangerous or skilled. Who? The village is hidden among the rocks and they have you listed as an A rank opponent. Naruto laughed and had a huge grin. Hear that, guys? I'm famous. Naruto-kun, Hinata said with worry. This isn't a good thing. He took her hand and spoke to her reassuringly. It's alright, Hinata-chan. I can't be Hokage unless I'm acknowledged as the best ninja in this village. I was always bound to end up in all of them sooner or later. It's a compliment that I'm in one now. But why would the rock nins of all people have you listed? Kiba wondered. I have a pretty good guess. Naruto said but did not go into details. As Team 7 moved off a bit, Sasuke remained where he was. His eyes were shut. His fists were clenched and shaking. How does he keep surpassing me? He's not even 6 months out of the academy and he's in a bingo book. He's leaving me far behind. I'm too weak and too ordinary. Sasuke-kun, are you? Leave me alone, Sakura. He said sharply. She quickly nodded and backed away from him. Kabuto gathered up his cards and stood up. He didn't fail to notice the poor little boy's upset at finding out his classmate was more special than him. Are you alright? He asked in a cheerful tone. Sasuke looked up at him. I need more power. He said desperately. Kabuto grinned. Well, don't we all? I doubt you'll find a single ninja in this room who doesn't want more power. No, Sasuke said harshly. I don't want more power. I need more power. There are things I have to do and I can't do them unless I become a lot more powerful than I am. He looked at Kabuto pleadingly. Do you know of any way I can acquire a lot of power quickly? If I did, do you think I'd be taking this exam for the 7th time? Sasuke turned around. It doesn't matter, I'll find a way. I'll do whatever I have to. A certain light came into Kabuto's eyes upon hearing those words. His main job since graduating the academy had been intelligence gathering and recruitment for his lord. His master was always looking for potential followers with the right mindset. Over the past 4 years, Kabuto had sent many young kids on their way north to the Sound Village. He's much too old. Normally I get them before they enter the academy. But he's an Uchiha and that makes up for a lot. This might be interesting. You know, Sasuke, there are ways to acquire power quickly. The boy immediately halted and looked back at him. But everything comes with a price. And the kind of power you're talking about comes with a very high price. Are you really sure you want power that badly? Sasuke nodded without hesitation. What do I have to do? It was then the instructors arrived with a large puff of smoke. All right, everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I am Marino Ibiki and I am the proctor for the first part of the exam. Kabuto smiled and waved goodbye. We'll talk again later. Sasuke wanted to grab him, but people were starting to get up on their feet and shuffle forward. Things were starting. He decided there was no choice and rejoined his squad. Ibiki had the students draw numbers and sat them down at random throughout the room. He then explained his rules for the test. Naruto was very surprised to learn that the first part of the Chunin exams would be a written test. From what he'd heard, he'd expected some form of combat. Instead, Ibiki told them that if they were caught cheating 5 times they would fail. That got his immediate attention. He had never taken a test that would not fail you immediately if you were caught cheating even once. Why would they let you cheat up to 4 times and still pass? Then he chuckled. Oh, it's not really a test of our intelligence at all, is it? It's a test of our intelligence gathering skills. Hinata with her will be fine if she even needs to use it. Kiba will manage too, I bet. He and Akamaru are pretty sneaky. Naruto frowned when he thought of himself. His forte was fighting, not intelligence gathering. You have 1 hour to start. Now. Ibiki said. Naruto turned the sheet over and looked at question 1. Cryptography, huh? He smiled. He'd been decoding since he was 7. Taking a quick look at the other questions, he didn't see anything that was especially hard. Too bad, Ibiki, it looks like I don't even need to cheat to pass your test. There were only 9 questions actually listed. The 10th question would not be given until there were only 15 minutes left. He wasn't worried about that. If he could get 8 or 9 right, that would probably be plenty to help get his team through. He took care of the questions he had in front of him and then relaxed. As he sat there, he watched as team after team got tossed out. No one he knew got tossed, and he was glad to see the herd being thinned a bit. Alright, Ibiki called out. It is now time for me to give you the 10th question. Ibiki gave them all a cold and calculating look. Now, before I give you the final question, you must first decide whether or not you wish to reject the question. What do you mean, reject the question? A grass nun spoke up. I mean, you must choose whether or not you wish to be given the question. Should you choose to reject the question, then you immediately forfeit all your points and fail, with your teammates failing right along with you. Then why would anyone reject the question? An adult leaf nin asked. Because of the final rule. Should you accept the question and get it wrong, then not only do you and your teammates still fail, but you will never be permitted to take it again. The room exploded like a bomb had gone off. That's ridiculous. Kiba shouted from his feet. I know for a fact that there are ninja here who have taken the exam before. Ibiki chuckled. It's just your rotten luck. I wasn't the one making the rules then, but I am now. Any of you who reject the question now can take the exam again in 6 months. But if you take the question and get it wrong, you and your teammates will die as genin, even if you live to be 150. Now make your choice. The ninja all began to look at one another. Naruto turned in his seat. Sure enough, both Hinata and Kiba were looking at him nervously. He was the team leader and they trusted him to make the decision. He smiled and held out a thumbs up. They both nodded and sat back. Naruto turned around to patiently wait. A number of squads decided to reject the question and leave with heads hanging. Finally Ibiki looked at them all over again. Does anyone else want to reject the question? This is your very last chance. He paused and waited, but no one raised a hand. Very well, he called out in a strong voice. All of those who are still here, he paused dramatically, savoring the moment. All passed the first phase of this exam. Congratulations. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Just as with the bell test from Kakashi or the rules about cheating here, he had needed to look underneath. The idea that the various Kages would be bound by the decision of a proctor from the Leaf Village had seemed a bit far-fetched. But as with Kakashi's lies during the bell test, he hadn't been completely sure. But in the end the decision hadn't really been that hard. He had faith in himself and in his squad mates. Look out. Someone shouted. Naruto turned his head just in time to see something smash through the window. About a minute later, a woman in a trench coat, miniskirt and fishnet was standing in front of them. None of you are in any position to celebrate. The bizarre-looking Kunoichi called out. I am Mitarashi Anko, proctor for the second phase of these exams. All right, all of you on your feet. Let's move it on out. The candidates all just sat there staring at her. Ibiki sighed. Can't you sense the mood in here? Anko frowned and did a quick head count. Ibiki. There are still 60 of them. You passed 20 teams. Her disbelief was all to show this was about the number she'd expected. Ibiki shrugged. What can I tell you? We had some outstanding candidates this time. Ha. I'll cut their numbers down by at least half by the time I'm done. Now get up off your asses and follow me, you're all going straight to phase 2. I hope you're all well rested because I doubt you'll be getting much sleep anytime soon. Where are we going? A short grass nun in a straw hat asked. Anko smiled. Oh, to a cheery little spot we Leaf nuns call Special Training Ground number 44. She chuckled happily. Also known as the Forest of Death. Chapter 25. Forest of Death. Hinata saw Naruto waiting for her by the fireplace. Hello Naruto-kun, why did you want me to come over? He smiled happily. Hinata-chan, it's December 25th today. She looked at him blankly. So? It's Christmas. He said excitedly. She smiled and giggled a bit. Oh silly. This is a fictional world, we don't celebrate Christmas here. We don't? He looked like the crest had fallen. So I guess you don't want my present. You got me a present. Hinata said excitedly. Nodding a bit embarrassed, he handed her a little chibi fox with 9 tails. Kawaii. Oh, I love it. Thank you Naruto-kun. She hugged him and he gladly hugged her back. As he hugged his girlfriend in front of the roaring fireplace, he noticed his mom with her head in the room, smiling at the two of them mischievously. Mom, stop spying on us. She laughed. It's called protective surveillance, son, and the two of you really are just too cute. I'll have some cookies ready in a minute. He shook his head. Then he smiled at the other girl he loved. Merry Christmas Hinata-chan. Giggling, she leaned forward and gave him a kiss. Merry Christmas Naruto-kun. 20 teams were gathered before a 30-foot-high metal fence. Behind that fence was a wooded terrain that seemed gloomy and twisted. The landscape seemed completely alien to any he had seen in Konoha before. Funny how mom never mentioned this place to me. Naruto thought. As the teams waited, Anko started to explain what was in store for them. Alright. Now listen up you maggots because I'm not going to explain this twice. The very first thing we'll need to do is have each and every one of you sign one of these consent forms. She smiled at them in a slightly bloodthirsty manner. They clear us of any liability should you be killed or terribly maimed. I mean you wouldn't want me getting in trouble now would you? She laughed. No one else there seemed to think it was funny. Now I'll explain what the second phase entails, and then you can sign your forms and turn them into the little hut behind me. To put it simply, the second phase will be a no-holds-barred survival test. Within this training ground is a tower located roughly 15 miles from all of the gates. The training ground also contains forest, a river, and all sorts of wild animals. Within this training ground you're going to go through a survival test. You are free to use any weapons or tactics at your disposal. The test is a fight-to-the-death version of capture the flag, or in this case, capture the scroll. From out of her pocket she produced 2 scrolls. There is a scroll of heaven and a scroll of earth. Your goal is to acquire both. There are 20 teams here. Half of you will receive the earth scroll to begin with and half will get the heaven scroll. So your goal is to hold on to your own scroll, capture the other from an opposing team and bring both to the tower in the center. So no more than 10 teams can possibly pass this test. Sakura spoke up. Enko nodded. That's right. Now there are some conditions. First there's a time limit. You have exactly 120 hours to accomplish your goal and reach the tower with both scrolls. That's 5 days. Chaoji shouted. What are we supposed to do for food? That's your problem. The forest is filled with nature's bounty. Of course it's also filled with poisonous plants, man-eating monsters, and enemies. Sleep tight. Second, only a full 3-man squad can complete the assignment. Any squad with a member killed or rendered incapacitated fails. And third, you may not open the scrolls until you have reached the tower. As Chunin, you will often be trusted with top secret documents. Consider this a test of your reliability. What happens if we open them before we get to the tower? Kiba asked. She smiled. That's for those who open them to know. Alright, that's all the explanation you get. Now turn in your consent forms at the hut there. We'll exchange a heaven or earth scroll for 3 consent forms. Then we will take each squad to a different gate. You will all begin at the same time and at the same distance from the tower. Oh, and one final piece of advice. She looked at them all over. Just don't die. Charming. Naruto muttered. Ino looked at her 2 boys and tried to encourage them. Alright, this is Team 10. This is going to a brutal desperate fight where everyone we run into will be an enemy out to attack us. Now what are we going to do? She waited for them to shout, fight loudly and in unison. Hide. Chaoji suggested. Quit. Shikamaru offered. Ino buried her head in her hands and screamed. We will set up a base camp and acquire food and water. Neji said. We will then go on the offensive after dark when the other teams are likely to be resting. Roger. Lee confirmed. Right. Tenten agreed. Neji nodded. His team would do well. The Budo and his 2 teammates waited by their gate in silence. Shino, I'm counting on you and your little friends to be our eyes. Of course. Shino said with his usual lack of feeling. Sakura, I want you to stay by my side at all times. She nodded eagerly. Of course, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke felt as excited as he had fighting those bandits in his first real combat. He had a little bit of a smile as he anticipated a real challenge. Dosu looked at Kin and Zaku. You understand what the mission goal is, right? He said quietly. Kin nodded and Zaku smirked. This is going to be so much fun. Zaku said eagerly. Naruto looked at his teammates. Alright, the longer we stay in this place the more beaten up we're going to get. We need an earth scroll. Let's find someone who has what we need, get it from them, and get to the tower. Kiba, with your sense of smell you can pick up teams in the area. Hinata-chan, with your we can spot anything coming for a 2-mile radius. You can also check to make sure whoever we attack has what we need. There's no point fighting any useless battles. He looked where the sun was. Alright, there are maybe 2 hours of sunlight left in the day. Let's try and get done before night. Kiba nodded. Sounds good to me. We can get first dibs on the rooms in the tower. If we do this right we can probably surprise whoever we run up against. Hinata pointed out. Naruto nodded. Let's make this as quick and easy as we can. The signal was given and 23-man teams raced into the battle zone. 30 minutes after entering, Kiba picked up a scent. Hinata quickly focused on the team. They have an earth scroll. Hinata said excitedly. They're on the ground about 1.5 miles north of us. Alright team, time to get a full set. He gave them a rough idea of what he had in mind and they moved. That was too easy. Zaku complained. It was chuckling, wasn't it? Around them were the dead bodies of 3 adult leaf nuns. Do you want to go picking through their corpses to get their scroll? Kin asked. Why bother? Dosu asked. We're not even close to being done with our mission yet. Our lord wants us to eliminate as many leaf nins as possible under the guise of this exam. These 3 won't fight in the upcoming battle. But there are plenty more to be picked off. Zaku frowned. The other leaf teams are all made of children. As pathetic as the adults were, killing the brats won't even be much fun. It'll be way too easy. That hardly matters. Dosu replied. The important thing is that we fulfill our lord's command as best we can. They were soon moving in search of another leaf squad. The 3 rain ninjas suddenly came alert. They all had on respirators and had pulled out their kunai. A boy ninja dropped in among them. He had blonde hair and was wearing a black and red bodysuit. Hi there. The boy said happily. Who are you and where are your teammates? One of the rain nins asked. Well, my name's Naruto and my teammates are sneaking up behind you. The 3 rain nins laughed. You expect us to turn around for such a lame trick? Naruto smiled. I wasn't talking about you 3 Bushins. I was talking about your 3 real selves hiding in those bushes. He pointed to their hiding spot. What? One of the rain nins cried out. Before they could move, all 3 were slammed in the back of their heads. Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata were standing over their unconscious opponents. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. Hinata-chan, I ever tell you I love your Genkai? She laughed. Once or twice, Naruto-kun. She bent over one of the ninjas and went through his coat. She quickly produced their prize. Got it. Hinata handed the earth scroll to Naruto, who secured it to one of his pouches. Alright. Now we go straight to the tower. Hey Naruto, Kiba spoke up. Why don't we wait a little bit before we go to the tower? What do you mean? I mean, why don't we stay out here a couple more days and get some more scrolls? Kiba smiled eagerly. That way more teams will fail and our chances will improve. Naruto thought about it for a moment but shook his head. No, I think it's best that we go to the tower. I don't want to risk us getting hurt out here worse. What are you talking about? We've already won a fight and we barely had to do anything. Right, this time? Naruto pointed out. Next time might be a different story. We've got what we need. We've accomplished the mission objective, now we just need to finish up the mission and get to the tower. What are you worried about? We're the best. Kiba exclaimed. Naruto nodded. I agree, Team 7 is the best. But that doesn't mean we should go looking for trouble when we don't have to. Even if we get some more scrolls, how much does it really help? Some other teams are bound to get through no matter what we do. This phase is going to last 5 days. But nothing says the next phase won't happen right after. The way this one started right after the first phase ended. I don't want us going into the next round beaten up and hurting. Let's take the next 5 days to just relax and get ready. Kiba shrugged and gave up. Fine. Alright, Neji spoke. We've set up a base camp and acquired food and water. Let's split up and scout the area. But whatever you find, be back here in 1 hour. He tossed kunai into the earth. Yes, Neji. Lee said. Got it. Tenten said excitedly. Neji grinned a bit. Go. The 3 of them disappeared. Kiba picked something up and held up a fist. Team 7 came to a halt. What is it? Naruto asked. There are 6 ents coming from up ahead. Kiba informed him. Hinata-chan. Hinata nodded. Byakugan. She scanned the way for a bit. I see them, 2 teams. It looks like they're going to fight. Naruto, one of them is the group we met in the alleyway with Konohamaru. So the red-haired kid, Gaara, is there? Yes. She nodded. Naruto paused to think about it. Alright, let's go take a look. What? Hinata turned to him. I thought you wanted to avoid any more fights. I do. He said seriously. We're going there to scout, not fight. I want to see what this Gaara can do. How come? Kiba asked. I don't know. Naruto admitted. But I have this nasty little feeling that I'll be seeing him again and I want to find out as much as I can about him. They landed in some thick bushes about 100 yards away. As soon as they landed, Akamaru began to whine and swiftly crawled into Kiba's jacket. What's wrong with him? Naruto whispered. Kiba frowned and looked a bit concerned. He can sense an opponent's chakra. The fact he's this scared is a bad sign. He looked out onto the field. That rain ninja there must be pretty powerful. No, Naruto spoke with certainty. It's the red-haired kid, he's the one. Kiba frowned. You sure? He doesn't look like much. Naruto grinned a bit. Looks can be deceiving. I don't look that tough. Kiba chuckled. You've got a point. From their well-covered vantage point they watched the battle proceed. Saw the lead rain ninja launch an attack with thousands of needles only to be completely stopped by a dome of sand. They saw the frustrated nun foolishly try to rush in only to be trapped in the sand and lifted up off the ground. Gaara casually picked up a discarded parasol. What is he doing? Hinata asked nervously. He's going to kill him. Naruto said. He'd seen Gaara's expression, he knew. Kill him? But the guy's helpless. Kiba argued. Yeah. Naruto agreed. Gaara made a fist and the rain nin was crushed. His blood showered down onto the ground. They then watched as the 2 remaining rain ninjas surrendered their scroll and asked to be allowed to leave. They were killed as quickly and as brutally as their friends had been. What the hell? Kiba gasped. He didn't have to do that. Hinata whispered. Naruto simply continued to watch. As the guy in the black pajamas picked up the scroll, Gaara turned in the direction where they were hiding. He knows we're here. Naruto said calmly. What? Hinata said. Oh hell. Kiba spoke in near panic. Gaara. He turned and looked with annoyance at his so-called brother. What? Didn't you hear what I said? We have the heaven scroll we needed. Now we can go straight to the tower. The sooner we're out of here the better. Kankuro noticed that Gaara was staring into the woods. Gaara was never the most stable of people and Kankuro was wondering what was going on. Something wrong, Gaara? Gaara, Temari spoke carefully and gently. We're done here. We should get going. Gaara smiled a bit. They were both relieved to see it wasn't one of his bloodthirsty smiles. They were even more relieved to see the sand returning to its gourd. He was looking back at the woods when he spoke. I'll save you for later. What? Temari asked. Gaara turned to his siblings as he put the cork into the gourd's opening. Let's go. As they watched, the blonde girl and the other boy leapt away. Still looking in their direction, Gaara gave a slight bow before leaping away as well. Oh man, he really knew. Kiba let out a relieved breath. Hinata's heart was pounding. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? He was just sitting there looking blankly into the clearing. He turned and gave her a weak smile. I'm okay, Hinata-chan. We'll wait here for 30 minutes before we continue to the tower. No reason to risk running into them on the way there. His teammates both nodded eagerly. I don't know what that guy's story is, Kiba said. But he's deadly. Naruto said nothing but sat there and thought. As the sound ninjas landed in the clearing, the children faced them. Dosu laughed as one of them tried to look fierce, their leader obviously. Didn't your mother ever warn you about going to dangerous places? As Dosu watched, the boy's eyes turned red. Didn't yours? Sasuke readied his kunai and signaled Sakura and Shino. Zaku stepped forward. Enough chit-chat. He raised his arms. Supersonic air slice. And fired off a wave of destructive power. The ground where the three had been standing was torn apart. When the dust cleared, there was nothing left. Ha! Too easy. Blew those wimps away. Dosu eyed the scene. There was nothing left. Not even any blood or remains. Wait a minute. The fireball leapt out of a tree. It hit right in the middle of their group and each sound ninja was forced to leap in a different direction. Sasuke quickly turned to his teammates. I'll get the mummy, Sakura tackle the girl, Shino take the other guy, move. The three members of Team 8 leapt out of the tree and into battle. Dosu was on his feet as Sasuke came flying in. He quickly got his right arm to block a kick aimed at his head. How did you know we were coming? Dosu asked. Sasuke smirked at him. My teammate had his little friends keeping watch. Little friends? But Sasuke's only answer was a stream of fire that forced Dosu to run. Shino landed a single punch on his opponent. He then quickly leapt back away from him and into the underbrush. Where the hell do you think you're going? Zaku fired off a blast from one arm. It toppled a tree but missed his enemy. Your aim leaves much to be desired, Shino said calmly. And leapt back further into the woods. You're not getting away. Zaku followed him into the woods. In threw some needles as Sakura closed in on her. She managed to avoid them and created 4 bushings as she rushed on. Kin backed up and fired more needles. The bushings were all eliminated, but the real Sakura landed a solid punch on her chin, knocking her down. Surrender. Sakura shouted as she stood over the older girl with a drawn kunai. Stupid girl. With a sweep of her legs she knocked Sakura over. Grabbing a kunai, she leapt on top of Sakura and tried to drive the blade into her chest. You think this is a game? Kin shouted at her. I'm going to kill you. Sakura caught Kin's right hand by the wrist. But Kin was sitting on her chest and had the advantage of leverage. She leaned forward and put both hands into driving her kunai down. Sakura had both her hands trying to stop it, but the kunai was slowly being driven towards her heart. This is really bad. Sakura thought in panic. Sasuke went straight in. Dosu took a wild swing at him. Being able to read his movements with the Sharingan, Sasuke had no problem at all avoiding the punch. You're too slow to hit me, Sasuke informed him. I don't need to hit you, Dosu replied. And as Dosu's gauntleted fist swung past, he felt a small tremor go through him. He suddenly began to vomit. He also lost his sense of balance and was only just able to stay on his feet. You're mine now. Dosu clocked him on the jaw and sent him flying back. Zaku came to a halt and looked desperately about. How could he have let that other ninja get away from him? He noticed more damn bugs on his sleeves and brushed them off again. For some reason this part of the forest seemed to be infested with bugs. They didn't bite, so they were just a nuisance, but still. His opponent with the high collar jacket and shades stepped out from behind a tree and began coming towards him. You are beaten, he said stoically. Zaku laughed. What world do you live in? With the idiot coming straight at him, he had him lined up perfectly. He lifted both arms to fire his waves. Only to have nothing happen. What the? Shino caught him with a kick to the side of the head which sent him down. I am a bug master. While you have been chasing me, I have had my insects planted in you, draining you of your chakra. So you see that. Shino noticed his opponent was now unconscious, so further explanation was superfluous. He got out some rope to tie him up so he could return to his teammates. Despite all she could do, the tip of the kunai was now pressing into her skin. Sakura was about to scream out when she saw a flash of green and the girl was suddenly off her. What? Sakura-san, are you alright? She stared up at the oh-so-strange boy she had only met a few hours ago. Lee. What are you doing here? He smiled at her and held up a thumb. Sakura-san, I swore I would give my life to protect you. Fate has brought me here to aid you in your time of need. He was strange and bizarre and actually claimed to be in love with her. But she couldn't deny he really had saved her life. Thank you, Lee. Truly thank you. He seemed to blush a bit and gave her an actual bow. Sakura-san, I am only glad I was here to be of assistance. She saw that Sasuke was in trouble. Lee, can you help Sasuke please? He frowned on hearing that, but quickly nodded. Since you ask for Sakura-sen then of course I will. He swiftly loosened the bandages around his arms. It was all Sasuke could do to avoid being hit again. His Sharingan showed him where the punches were coming, but his lack of balance was making him seriously clumsy and slow. Suddenly there was a green blur circling Dosu. Please stand back Sasuke and I will deal with your enemy. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he nevertheless backed away. Lee caught Dosu with a perfect kick to his chin and sent him into the air. Leaping up after him he came up behind and wrapped him tight in his bandages. What are you doing? A panicked Dosu asked. I am ending this fight. He began to spiral downward. Forward lotus technique. Sasuke and Sakura both watched as the sound nin was slammed into the earth, with Lee leaping away at the last possible moment. It was certainly an impressive way to end the fight. Sasuke found that the mummy had the earth scroll they needed. Shino had returned and they could now make their way to the tower. That is once Lee got done bothering Sakura. Sakura gave him a happy smile. Thank you again Lee-kun. I know you didn't owe us anything, but your help made the difference. You're an amazing ninja. With that she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on his cheek. The boy blushed like a virgin girl. Sakura-sen I will always be there to protect you when you need me. He smiled and held out his thumb. It's a promise. Thank you Lee-kun, and I think you can call me Sakura-chan. He let out a sigh of pure delight. Thank you Sakura-chan. But now I must return to my team. I am sure I will see you at the tower. He gave her a bow and leapt away. Sasuke approached her. What was that? Huh? She looked at him in surprise. Sasuke was definitely looking worse for wear. He still had a large bruise on his face from earlier, his clothes were torn, and he was dirty and sweaty. But most unusual of all he actually seemed to be upset. What do you mean? He frowned at her. What was the idea of letting him call you Chan and kissing him? He saved my life Sasuke. She answered calmly. I think that deserves a kiss on the cheek and my letting him call me Chan. Well I don't like him. I would have done fine against the mummy without any help and I don't like seeing him near you. He sounded hot. Sakura stared at him. She couldn't remember ever seeing him so upset. I kissed his cheek Sasuke, Lee is no more than a friend. You are my boyfriend. A slow grin began to stretch across her face. Are you jealous of Sasuke? Don't be ridiculous. Sasuke snapped. I have nothing to be jealous of. She laughed. You are jealous. She sounded quite happy. Okay we've got the scrolls we need, let's get going. He leapt away and his teammates were forced to follow him. As they leapt through the trees Sasuke tried to figure just what the hell it was he was feeling. When he'd seen Sakura kiss that thick brown freak he'd been surprised to actually be bothered by it. It wasn't jealousy of course. That was just not possible. No, definitely not possible. As they hurried towards the tower Sakura couldn't help but keep a smile on her face. Chapter 26. Preliminaries. It's been an interesting first day huh? Anko asked. You could say that, her assistant chuckled. We've already got 3 squads in, and 2 of them broke the old record. Yeah, not to mention the little fact that 2 of them are rookie squads from here. She smirked. It kind of makes you wonder what they're putting in the water at the academy. Whatever it is, I want some. Dead in line. She looked considerate. The squad from Suna made it here in just 97 minutes, beating the old record by over 4 hours. The rookie squad with the Yondame's son and the Hyuga heiress got in just 40 minutes later. Then about 4 hours after that we got in the squad with the Uchiha and Aburame heirs. She shook her head. And it's still just the first day. Makes you wonder how many squads we'll get through. Yeah, by the time the Hokage arrives, it might be really interesting. The tower in the middle of the forest was large and had plenty of rooms. Enough rooms that each participant was given a room of their very own. There was a cafeteria, a dojo, a courtyard, medical facilities, and even a pool. After opening their scrolls and having Iruka-sensei impart his message and good wishes, Team 7 had been given a quick tour, a hot meal, and assigned rooms. They were welcome to use the facilities and spend the next 4.5 days as they pleased. There were only 2 rules. No leaving the tower grounds and no fighting with the other teams. They saw Gaara's unit and exchanged very frosty, very formal greetings. Naruto and Gaara had a slight staring contest, but nothing came of it. They were outside doing some light training in the courtyard when Team 8 arrived. They seemed a bit beaten up, especially Sasuke. Naruto and his team had actually tried to talk to them, but Sasuke had gotten Team 8 moving with few words exchanged. Well some things never change. Naruto muttered. Perhaps they are just tired of Naruto-kun. Hinata offered. Perhaps Sasuke is still as much of a jerk as ever. Naruto sighed. Come on team, it's late, let's get some sleep. Late the following afternoon, to no one's surprise, Lee's team arrived. They were more social and agreed to sit down and have dinner with Team 7. Team 8 and the team from Suna remained aloof. You saved Sakura and Sasuke from some sound ninjas. Naruto was impressed. Yes, Naruto-san. Kami was merciful and put me at the right place at the right time to save my beloved Sakura-chan. She thanked me and even rewarded me with a kiss on the cheek. Just a kiss on the cheek. Lee, you saved the girl's life. You should go knock on her door tonight and ask for a proper reward. Kiba hinted. Kiba. Hinata sounded scandalized and Tenten sent him an annoyed look. Kiba-san, I would never do such a thing. Lee stood up and sounded righteous. Please do not suggest such vile acts about my Sakura-chan. Easy Lee, easy. Naruto motioned for him to relax. Kiba is just having a little fun with you, that's all. Lee sat back down and they continued to eat. The next morning, to the shock of everyone from Konoha, Team 10 arrived. Shikamaru, Chaoji, Ino, how did you guys make it here? Naruto was truly surprised to see them. Ino quickly did what she could to fix her hair. She also made a point to ignore Hinata's angry looks. Naruto-kun, I told you we were a great fighting squad. Under my leadership we used our superior stealth and took advantage of fortuitous events to successfully navigate the way here. Huh? Kiba asked, not even pretending to understand. Shikamaru translated. We spent most of our time hiding from everyone. Then we stumbled on the bodies of some leaf nuns. He shook his head. Whoever killed them didn't even bother to take their heaven scroll. Then we got here as fast and carefully as we could. So basically you succeeded by sheer luck without really trying. Naruto said with a straight face. Pretty much. Shikamaru nodded. Shut up. Ino began beating Shika to a pulp. Late on the fourth day the sound team made it in. It was easy to see there were still some hard feelings between teammate and Lee. On the morning of the fifth day the senseis all arrived. Yo. Naruto smiled. See, I told you we were ready. Yeah, we totally kicked ass. Kiba confirmed. You've all done a great job to get this far and I am truly proud of you, but you're not quite through these woods yet. Naruto sent him a flat look. What does that mean? Oh, maybe something but maybe nothing. Kakashi said happily. You know what's coming up next, don't you? Naruto was accused. I have a strong suspicion. Kakashi confirmed. Tell us then. No, I don't think I will. What? Why not? Kiba shouted. Because I think it's good that you're nervous and paranoid and ready for anything. Kakashi said cheerfully. And from stance he could not be begged or threatened. Why are we here exactly? Sasuke complained. Looking around, all the members of the four-leaf teams had come to the meeting Naruto had called in his room. I called this meeting because I want to share information with all of you. Naruto spoke seriously. We're all competitors fighting for the same prize. But we are still all leaf nins and I don't want any of you to be hurt or killed unnecessarily. I want to tell you what we saw the red-haired kid, Gaara, on the sand team do. He then related the events in gruesome detail. If any of you face him, don't try to fight him. You should either run away or try to surrender. I know all of your abilities and none of you would be able to defeat him. That is insulting. Neji snapped. Neji, Tenten spoke. Naruto is just trying to help. Perhaps you find the idea of being told you have no hope against an enemy acceptable. I do not. He faced Naruto angrily. Do you really expect me to run and hide just on your say-so? The very idea is disgraceful. Hey jerk, Naruto is trying to save your life. Kiba shouted. I am sorry, Naruto-san. Lee spoke up. But I must agree with Neji. I will not run away. I certainly won't run. Sasuke said. But I assume you will. No. Naruto said quietly. I think that of all of us here I'm the only one who can defeat him. Is that a fact? Sasuke said darkly. And why exactly are you the only one who can fight him? Let's just say I have something inside me that you don't. Naruto and Sasuke locked their gazes. Enough of this, was there anything else? Neji asked. Not from me. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Care to share what you know about the sound ninjas? No. Sasuke said flatly. But Sasuke-kun, Naruto just shared what he knew. Why shouldn't we help our friends? Sakura said. Until this competition is over, Sakura, we have no friends, only competitors. Sakura looked troubled by this, but Neji nodded agreement. Naruto did what he did for his own reasons. We don't owe him anything. I disagree. Said Shino. I will share information with the rest of you. Sasuke glared at him. As team leader I say we keep everything locked up. Shino gave him a look. It is clear you can order Sakura like a puppet. Sakura flinched hearing that in front of everyone. But you have no authority over me. You are not Kurenai-sensei. Logic suggests that your selfish actions will damage the goodwill we enjoy among our fellow leaf nins. Not to mention the fact that we remain leaf nins even now and doing what is best for the village should remain our priority even now. Therefore logic suggests that we are best served by sharing information. Sasuke glared at the boy, but Shino failed to notice and began telling everyone what he had learned both directly and from teammates. No other teams arrived prior to the deadline. We have a total of 6 teams and 18 competitors. Anko announced. So as per the rules we shall have some preliminaries to cut the numbers down to something more manageable. I see. Tsunade said. It's amazing that half the teams are rookie squads. Konoha should have some truly amazing ninja in its future. And one very great Hokage. They were all gathered together in a large underground arena. Look, Naruto, the Hokage is here and all our senses as well. Hinata pointed out. He noticed the way Kakashi and the others were looking at them. Hinata-chan, I have a very bad feeling about this. His godmother spoke for a bit about the meaning of the exams and on the friendship they fostered between the villages. But before she could begin to explain what the third phase of the exams would involve, a sickly-looking ninja stepped forward and asked to be allowed to take over the proceedings. In short order he was addressing them. My name is Haid and I cough. I am the proctor for the third and final phase of the exams. He coughed for a bit before continuing. Now I am afraid that before we do anything else we will have to have some preliminaries. What do you mean preliminaries? Ino demanded. Well, cough. Not to say the first 2 phases weren't difficult. Cough. But I am afraid the fact is there are simply too many of you still standing. The finals will be held before a number of important guests and we must keep the event fast moving. Therefore before any of you will be permitted to advance to the finals, we will have some preliminaries to cut your numbers down by half. That got a loud reaction from them. That's not fair. Sakura shouted. If you are a ninja then you should already know that unfair situations are common. He coughed again. Now before we begin, does anyone wish to withdraw voluntarily? From here on out you are competing as individuals so you can make your choices without concern for your teammates. Would anyone like to withdraw? 18 silent glares were his only answer. Well, cough. I'm not surprised. Well then the preliminaries will consist of a series of individual battles. The winners will move on to the finals. We don't want to have a bloodbath here, so if I see anyone in a hopeless situation I will stop the fight. But you shouldn't count on my intervention. To avoid death or serious injury you should yield the moment you feel yourself to be outmatched. He coughed. There was a loud noise as a massive screen was brought out. From this point on your fate will be in the hands of that screen. The names of 2 contestants will appear. Those 2 will then fight until there is a winner. As there are 18 of you we will have 9 matches. Now then let's begin. All eyes looked up to the screen, all the names flashed through until just 2 appeared. Tsubaku Tamari vs Uchiha Sasuke. Right off the bat, huh? Sasuke smiled. Alright, everyone but the competitors please clear the arena floor. The competitors began heading for stairs that led to a walkway from which they could safely watch. Good luck Sasuke-kun. Sakura encouraged me. Thanks Sakura-chan. Once she had left he looked over the blonde sand kunoichi he was going to fight. He grinned. I'll try not to hurt you. Tamari gave him a very thin smile. Afraid I can't say the same. Sasuke had no doubts at all that he would win. The girl didn't even have a real weapon out. She was actually trying to fight him with a fan. Heiichi shouted for him to begin. Tamari leapt back to get some room, but Sasuke remained where he was. Tamari glared at him. Didn't you hear the proctor? The match has begun. Sasuke shrugged. I heard. I'm just trying to decide the easiest way to beat you without hurting you. Enkuro chuckled. Oh, he did not just say that. Tamari's going to hurt him. Tamari sent him a dangerous look. Oh, you think I'm no match for you, huh? Sasuke smirked. I'm an elite Uchiha no Kunoichi is a match for me. Naruto turned to Hinata. Okay. Does he not remember you kicking his ass all those times at the academy? Hinata shrugged. I think his pride is getting the better of him. Tamari opened her fan completely revealing 3 moons. Alright, tough guy. I was going to stretch this thing out, but since you just insulted my entire gender I'll make this quick and painful. She swung her fan. Great cyclone technique. A gigantic cyclone was instantly created and sped toward Sasuke. He leapt away but was too close and was pulled into it. Helpless he was viciously spun about. The winds cut into him and he cried out in pain. Tamari smiled as the cyclone then threw him down onto the hard stone floor. One for me. She said happily. Looking up to the walkway she spotted Naruto and sent him a little wave. Hinata glared. Does every blonde girl you meet have to flirt with you? Naruto held up his hands. I didn't do anything. The team of medic nuns were soon carrying Sasuke away on a stretcher. Sakura turned to leave. Sakura, what are you doing? Kurenai questioned sharply. I need to stay by his side. Sasuke-kun needs me. Sakura, he is unconscious and won't even know you're there. In any case he is in good hands. Your place is here. You can go be with him once the preliminaries are complete. Kurenai stated. But. Sakura. Your duty is to stay here. Kurenai said sharply. Sakura bit her lip but nodded. The overhead screen began to scroll through names again. Hyuga Hinata vs Sabaku Kankuro. Naruto leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. For luck. He smiled at her. Kick his ass, Hinata-chan. Yeah, go get him. Kiba shouted. I will. Hinata smiled confidently and headed down the stairs. She and her opponent were soon opposing one another. You know, it's too bad. I would have liked to have faced your boyfriend. Kankuro said. No, you wouldn't have. She said with certainty. Byakugan. She only needed an instant and sent him a smile. I know your secret. Hate signaled them to begin. Hinata immediately ran towards him. As they closed over the top of him. As she landed behind him, she quickly tapped the large bandaged shape that was carried on his back half a dozen times. The results were instantaneous. Kankuro collapsed to the ground. There was a howl not of pain but of disbelief. The bandages began to come loose and Kankuro stood up. What did you do? She smiled and dropped into a proper fighting stance. I shut down the chakra point that I saw you were using to control your puppet. I'm a member of the Hyuga clan and this gives me the ability to see chakra and my gentle fist fighting style lets me close chakra points. Now do you want to give up or should I continue? Kankuro's reply was a yell and a leap towards her. He made the same basic assumption most people did on first meeting Hinata. They saw a small quiet girl and assumed she could not be much of a close-in fighter. Hinata very quickly showed him how wrong he was. In short order Kankuro was down on the floor next to his disguised puppet. As Hayate declared her the winner there was a loud clear cry. That's my girlfriend. Naruto shouted. Hinata covered her mouth and giggled as she headed for the stairs. Tenten vs Akimichi Chouji. Chouji took on his human boulder form and promptly tried to run Tenten down. This tactic was doomed to failure though. Tenten quite simply leapt onto the wall and stayed there. Chouji could not climb walls in his boulder form and so was left with no way to reach her. For Tenten the challenge was not winning but in doing it in a non-lethal way. So she waited patiently for him to finally end his. The moment he did she threw down a perfect circle of kunai around him. Please surrender Chouji. Tenten called down. I don't want to hurt you but I will if you don't give up. You might want to consider it. Hayate said. Chouji eyed the kunai buried into the stone and nodded. Alright I give. Lee and Guy shouted together. Neji shook his head in embarrassment. Namikaze Naruto vs Abumi Zaku. Hinata leaned over and kissed him. For luck. She said, you remember what Shino said about his abilities? Naruto nodded. Yeah, he's strictly a long-range type. You know his abilities? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. What are they? Naruto smiled at him. You know I could tell you, but I don't think I will. Hinata giggled and Kiba laughed out loud as Naruto leapt off the walkway. Pick his ass Naruto. Kiba shouted. Go get him Naruto-kun. The two of them faced off. I'm going to hurt you kid. Zaku tried to sound mean. Naruto smiled. Oh please, you couldn't even deal with Shino. Begin. Hayate called. Naruto leapt back and worked on his favorite. Zaku lined him up and fired off a blast from both arms, but Naruto was moving too fast for him to get a beat on. And then there were literally 100 of him all around the arena floor. The original stood back and watched. Zaku took out a few clones before they could reach him, but once they did it was all over. And as Naruto headed back up the stairs he laughed as he heard a loud cry. That's my boyfriend. Rock Lee vs Aburame Shino. For Shino, Lee was about the worst opponent he could have drawn. His attack was using his Kikai bugs to drain an opponent of chakra and thus leave him without the ability to use. Unfortunately this tactic was worthless against an opponent unable to even mold chakra. Rock Lee took the fight straight to Shino. Shino's Taijutsu was good but not anywhere near Lee's. Lee was able to win quickly and without revealing any of his secrets. Inyazuku Kiba vs Dosu. Kiba. Naruto shouted. Let's make it a clean sweep. The whole team in the finals. Hell yeah. Kiba yelled and Akamaru barked. No way am I losing to this guy. Kiba, Hinata spoke. Remember what Shino said about his abilities. If he even gets near you with that glove you will be in trouble. He grinned excitedly. Don't worry Hinata. I've got it covered. He leapt down to the floor eager to go. As he did so he fed Akamaru a soldier pill and watched his fur become red. No way am I missing the finals with Naruto and Hinata. We're going all out from the start, Akamaru. When the match began he immediately ran through Haku who had taught everyone on Team 7. Hiding miss technique. Ha. So much better than smoke bombs. With his opponent blinded he performed another in coordination with Akamaru. Man beast doppelganger's technique. Two beasts like Kiba's appeared in the thick fog. Kiba called out. Hey you, sound ninja. Any chance you want to surrender? Of course not. An angry voice replied. Your funeral then. With his sense of smell it was child's play for Kiba and his dog to sneak up on Dosu and attack him at will then disappear into the fog. The two of them moved too fast and with too much surprise for Dosu to be able to do anything with his glove. When Dosu finally went down for good, Kiba dispelled the mist and was named the winner. Naruto turned to Kakashi. "See, we're all going to the final phase." Kakashi smiled and felt an unbelievable pride in this squad. "So you are. Dinner is on me tonight." "Damn right it is." Kiba yelled happily. "Team 7 to the finals. Don't keep me waiting," Gaara whispered. Hearing that his two siblings inched away from him. Having to stand there and watch all the fighting, his bloodlust was on the rise. They knew that when Gaara started talking to himself it was a bad sign. They looked up at the sign above. Hyuga Neji vs Ibuku Gaara. Finally, he teleported to the arena floor in a swirl of sand. Baki, Tamari, and Kankuro all looked at each other nervously. Neji grinned, eager to go. Rock Lee and Mido Guy were also eager. Guy early wanted to match his eternal rival by sending his full squad onto the next round. Tenten was the only one who had doubts. Now she was looking down at the face of Neji's opponent and the doubts were rising. She turned to her teammate, the boy she had feelings for. "Neji, maybe you should forfeit." All three males stared at her as if she were insane. "You could always take the exam again in 6 months." Neji shook his head. "You don't actually expect me to forfeit because of what Naruto said, do you? But if what he said was true, how can you get through his sand? It sounds like he has an ultimate defense." "Every defense can be defeated," Neji said with certainty. "Even if he was strong enough to kill some rain nins, that does not mean I am going to run and hide." "Tenten, you cannot expect Neji to just give up, can you?" Lee said in shock. I shook his head in disappointment. "Yosh. Tenten, where is your fire of youth? Where is your faith in Neji's abilities? Do not speak of doubts, but give him your full support." She knew it was useless to argue with him. So she did the next best thing. She quickly leaned forward and kissed his cheek. "For luck," she said quietly. She could feel herself blush. She had never done anything near that forward. Neji looked at her and had a tiny little grin on his lips. "Thank you." Then he leapt down. Naruto frowned. "Good luck, Neji," he said fervently. He didn't like the look in Gaara's eyes. "Do your best, big brother Neji," Hinata called out. "Is that sand coming out of that gourd?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah, it is," Naruto said. He wondered what Neji would be able to do. The two of them faced off. They both eyed one another in silence until they received the signal to begin. "Byakugan," Neji spoke and moved in to strike his enemy's chakra points. But as he tried to strike, the sand rose up to block him. The first time he backed up and took another look at the sand. There was chakra in it. But there was nothing to indicate how he was controlling it. "Are you just going to stand there?" Gaara called out without interest. He was standing with his arms crossed and in the exact spot he had started in. He had not moved an inch. Neji gritted his teeth and rushed in again. He tried an entire series of strikes, but each one was blocked. Though he did not know it yet, it was hopeless, for his attacks lacked the one element that might have allowed some degree of success. Blinding speed. But he was the genius of the Hyuga clan and he was unwilling to simply give up. Not without using his most powerful technique. 8 trigram 64 palms. He launched himself against Gaara with all the speed and power he could muster. And it did him no good at all. "My turn," Gaara said. The sand reached with a frightening swiftness and took hold of Neji by his legs. He was whipped around and slammed hard into the wall. Neji cried out in pain. The sand took hold of him again and again and he was thrown against the wall. As this happened, Gaara slowly smiled wider and wider. Neji gave up. Tenten screamed. She rounded on Lee and Guy. "What's wrong with you? He can't win. Tell him to give up." Lee and Guy both looked at each other. I looked at what was happening. It was not a battle, it was simply a beating. "Neji," Guy called out. "It is over," admitting defeat. Seeing Guy do so, Lee quickly joined in. "What is he doing?" Hinata screamed. For all his many insults and condescension over the years, he was still her cousin and she still loved him. "Stop it." Naruto tightened his grip around the bars. "Kakashi-sensei, can you stop this?" "It's not my place to," he said. Hey called out. "Neji, do you want to forfeit?" Neji spat out blood and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Neji." "Stop, the match is over. Gaara is the winner." "Stop." "Oh, thank Kami," Tenten shouted in relief. "Thank goodness." Hinata spoke. "Wait, what he is doing?" The sand began to cover Neji entirely from the neck down. "Gaara, don't do it," Baki screamed. "The match is over." Kankuro and Tamari were both looking on in horror, they knew. Tsunade was leaning forward. "What is he doing?" "It's over. Let him go. You've won the match." Hate yelled. Gaara licked his lips and began to make a fist. Naruto had a sick feeling in his stomach. "I think he's..." Exploding sand funeral. There was a deluge of blood on the arena floor. Chapter 27. Results. Gabriella was humming a happy tune as she was leaving the Uchiha compound. Sasuke spotted her as he was returning from dinner. He smirked. "So cousin, what's with the dress and your hair being up? Do you like it?" She primped a bit. "Sensei invited me to a celebration at the Namikaze estates." The answer immediately soured Sasuke's mood. "You're going to a party there?" Seeing that only made Gabriella nod happily. "So what are they celebrating?" Gabriella smiled. "The author received 1,000 reviews." Sasuke chuckled. "Don't be a baka. There's no such thing as an author." Gabriella looked at him in panic. Jerk or not, he was still her cousin. "Sasuke. Do not mock a higher power." Seeing her panic brought a smile to his lips. "I repeat, there is no such thing as an author." Gabriella stared at him. "Sasuke. If you mock him once more you will surely suffer a terrible curse for your insolence. There is no such thing as an author." He shouted out. Gabriella took a couple steps away from him and looked worriedly. Sasuke crossed his arms and grinned at her. "See? I didn't get struck by lightning, I didn't see a plague of frogs, and I'm not covered in boils. So much for that." "Oh, Sasuke-kun." A happy voice called from behind him. Sasuke turned around to see Sakura approaching him. "What are you doing here, Sakura?" She laughed and held up her left hand to him. "Silly. Where else would I be but with my husband?" On the ring finger of her left hand was a simple band of gold. "Husband?" He looked at his own left hand and sure enough he wore a matching ring. "Told you." Gabriella sighed and left to go to the party. He hadn't thought Gaara would actually do it. Not until the very last second. To blatantly commit murder with the Hokage and over a dozen leaf ninjas watching. It was insane. He honestly hadn't thought Gaara would do it. So Naruto had watched with everyone else as Neji's body began to be crushed. There was a green flash that struck the sand and scattered it into the air as Neji screamed. Then all hell broke loose. "Neji!" Tenten cried out and launched herself into the air. In a heartbeat she fired off a dozen kunai and other blades, all aimed at Gaara's throat or head. His sand rose to block and a stream of it shot into the air to grab her. But before it could reach her, Asuma had thrown himself into it and scattered it. "You bastard." Naruto howled and felt rage flaring up. His katana was out and he leaped over the rail. But a hand grabbed him by the collar and hauled him back. "Naruto stops." Kakashi yelled and got both arms around him. "Let go of me." He heard Hinata screaming and it killed him inside. Naruto calms down or the red chakra will appear. In any case, look. Naruto looked down to the arena floor. Gaara was surrounded by a dozen Anbu that no one had known were even there. Guy had caught Neji before he could hit the ground and had carefully laid him down as he screamed for the medics. Tsunade was immediately kneeling over Neji. Tenten was crying and screaming his name, but Guy was now holding her to give the Hokage and the other medics room. "He's alive but in critical condition. Get him to the emergency room now." Tsunade shouted. The medic team had him on a stretcher and going in a heartbeat. Meanwhile the sand had retreated and was simply surrounding Gaara who now suddenly seemed calm again. Kakashi leaned towards Naruto's ear and whispered. "Let the Hokage and the Anbu handle it. Hinata needs you right now." Naruto looked at her and she was staring at the scene below and crying. She needed him. "All right." Kakashi carefully let him go. Naruto nicked his hand and put his sword in its scabbard without bothering to clean it. He took a hold of Hinata and pulled her to him so that she was no longer looking down at the arena floor. "Hinata-chan." Hinata gladly accepted his comfort and buried her head into his shoulder. "Why?" she cried out. "Because Gaara is a psychopath. No rational person would have done that here." Those words would not have comforted her and so he merely held her and promised he would not let her go. One look at the body had told her it was bad. And it was, the arms, legs, ribs had all been crushed and there was severe internal damage as well. Much of his blood had been lost and he would need an immediate transfusion to even survive going into surgery. She looked at the blood on her hands. Horrible memories flashed back into her mind and she felt just a little queasy. She shook her head. She couldn't let it bother her, she would have to be the one to try and save his life. She would leave the proceedings to Hayate and go to the emergency room. But first she looked at the one who had done this. Gaara was standing there with his arms crossed and looking unconcerned, almost bored. He was surrounded by a dozen very anxious Anbu as well as Hayate with his sword drawn and Asuma. Guy and his team were gone. They had all followed the medics. Tsunade ground her teeth, she hated pointless deaths. The deaths that had come during the second phase were awful enough. But this? "Why did you try to kill Neji?" she demanded. "Hayate had declared you the winner. Why did you feel the need to almost murder him?" Gaara looked at her without concern. "I did it because I felt like it," he answered matter-of-factly. She could see every one of her ninjas stiffen at that. Hayate snarled and Asuma clenched his fists. All she had to do was give the word and they would attack the boy gladly. "Hokage-san," the boy sensei approached her very carefully. He immediately fell to one knee in a pose of abject surrender. His two students followed his example. "I beg forgiveness for my student's actions. He has always been one with a strong temper and bloodlust. I assure you that I and his father the Kazekage shall offer you our sincerest apologies and will gladly offer restitution for this act. I know who his father is. She snapped, and don't insult me by suggesting you can buy us off. This was not an accident and this was not a mistake. This was a deliberate act. If that's how you feel, Gaara spoke calmly. Then just go ahead and attack me. I'll kill you all. Hearing those words, Naruto glared down at the red-haired boy. But there was nothing he could do while Hinata was clung to him. Baki looked at his student. Gaara, in the name of the Kazekage, be silent. Gaara sent his sensei a hooded look but did not speak further. Baki turned back to the Hokage, sweating. Hokage-san, I understand that your anger must be great, as is our sorrow for what has been done. But you cannot punish him for almost killing during the exams. Loss of life is a part of the exams and all the participants are made aware of the fact. Loss of life in the course of these exams is a tragedy. But this was something else entirely. She took a very deep shuddering breath. Your student deserves to be executed on the spot or the very least arrested for what he has done. But that would violate the agreements made by all the villages who participate in these exams. However, for this callous act one disqualify him from these exams. Hokage-san, you cannot do that. The Kazekage. The hell with the Kazekage. Tsunade screamed at him. You can tell your Kazekage that his son is not a ninja, he is a murdering animal. Baki stared at her, such words were enough to incite wars. You may also tell him that he is no longer welcome here. And that specifically includes the upcoming finals. You're barring the Kazekage from entering Konoha. Baki sounded stunned. That's right. And be very glad I hate war, or I would be severely tempted to begin one. As it is, we will not make war on you or end our treaty obligations. But neither will we permit him to enter this village as a friend. She looked at Temari. As Temari has earned a place in the finals, I will not deny her that, and you as her sensei may accompany her. But I want Gaara to leave immediately. That is a severe insult. Baki pointed out. So is trying to murder one of my people in front of me. And just so you know, Gaara is banned from this village under penalty of death. Should he ever step foot in Konoha again, he will be killed on sight. Now I'll give him 1 hour to leave the village. I suggest you help him get packed. She began to walk swiftly away. Now if you'll excuse me, I am needed in surgery. With no real choice, Baki bowed his head and carefully led Gaara and the others out. Though no one really wanted it, there were still 2 more preliminaries to be fought. Before that could happen, the blood had to be cleaned up. Guy and his team had camped out in a waiting area near the emergency room. Hinata and Naruto soon joined them. Once the arena was ready again, the final 2 matches took place. Ino managed to defeat Kin. While Shikamaru was able to use his shadow to capture and defeat a distracted Sakura. They decided to go ahead and draw the names for the final matches out of a hat. They would be Naruto vs Lee, Shikamaru vs Temari, Kiba vs Tenten, and Hinata vs Ino. But for the time being, most people had other things on their minds. A few miles outside of Konoha, Baki signaled for a halt. Temari had been left in the village to continue to train. Baki had felt it to be his duty to escort Gaara and Kankuro back and make a personal report to the Kazekage. Baki looked at Gaara and reminded himself to keep his anger in check. He was one of the very few people that Gaara had never threatened to kill. That didn't mean he could say anything he wanted. Gaara, do you have any idea what you have done? You have put years of careful preparation into complete chaos. The plan has been ruined. Now the Kazekage must decide whether to come up with a new battle plan or else abandon this war altogether. And that is to say nothing of the fact that the Leaf Nins will be more alert now. Gaara looked at him calmly. So what? I have never cared what the Kazekage wanted. Whether we go to war or not, it's all the same to me. Now let's go. He leapt away. Baki swallowed a curse. But what could he do? Not even the Kazekage could really make Gaara do anything he didn't want to. What a mess. He muttered to himself. Sasuke lay in his hospital bed staring up at the ceiling. There were already a number of flowers. His mom, uncle, cousin Gabriella, and a bunch of others had come to see him. They had all assured him, except for Gabriella, that losing in the preliminaries prior to the final round was still excellent for a rookie. Ryuki seemed to have no doubt at all that he would make Chunin next time. His uncle was proud of him. Sasuke shut his eyes. He was certain his uncle's opinion would change if he knew the real truth. He entered the exams confident that he would show everyone his power. Instead, he's had his weakness rubbed into his face. Lee had beaten him before the exams even started. Dosu had caught him by surprise and he'd been in trouble until Lee came to his rescue. And then that girl from the sand had crushed him with one move. All these defeats could only lead to one conclusion: he was weak. How can I save this village? How can I avenge my father when I am so weak? The door to his room opened and a visitor with some flowers entered. Hello Sasuke, I heard you were here and I wanted to come by and give you my best wishes. Sasuke frowned. Thanks for the flowers. But I don't really feel like company. Sakura had been there for over 2 hours until a nurse finally convinced her he was alright and really would be released tomorrow. Kabuto smiled and found a spot for the flowers. Really? I was rather hoping we could finish the chat we were having before. Sasuke shook his head. You couldn't even pass the second phase of the exams. What could you possibly know about acquiring the sort of power I need? Oh come now Sasuke. Surely you know that appearances can be deceptive. He thought about Temari and felt a spark of anger. I also know something about talk being cheap. If you really did have a way to get a whole lot of power you wouldn't be as weak as you are. So you need a demonstration? Kabuto asked. Yeah, if you want me to believe what you're saying, show me something. Kabuto gave him a considerate look. Alright. He removed his glasses. I don't normally do this, but I'll show you my real face. Huh? And there standing before him Kabuto let his old blood rise up and showed him what he really was. Sasuke gasped and tried to crawl back from him. What are you? Kabuto ended the transformation just as quickly as he had begun it. He carefully put his glasses back on. Scary, huh? He asked pleasantly. Sasuke stared at him. What are you? He repeated. I'm much more than I appear. If I wanted to I could have easily completed the second phase and be in the finals. Had I wished I could be a Jonin right now. Then why aren't you? Kabuto smiled. My master prefers that I remain hidden. Your master? Sasuke asked curiously. Kabuto nodded happily. Yes, he is a one-of-a-kind genius. A ninja of incredible intellect and power. He could give you what you seek. Kabuto's grin seemed hard. For a price of course. You have a master? Sasuke said. Does the Hokage know about this master you serve? Kabuto laughed. No, and if you were to go to her with what I've told and shown you, you could get me into serious trouble. But then you would never acquire the power you crave so badly. Don't try to blackmail Sasuke. It's rude and completely unnecessary. I want to help you. He gave him a wave of the hand and turned to go. Well I'm glad we got to talk some more. Wait. You're leaving? Kabuto nodded. That's right. But what about me acquiring more power? And I want to know who this master of yours is. Oh, we'll talk again. But right now the timing isn't right. Be patient for a bit. All good things to those who wait. With that Kabuto left. Sasuke leaned back into the pillows. What Kabuto had shown him had indeed been scary. It was also very interesting. The idea of a master ninja who could impart great power to others sounded like something from a story. He knew that there was bound to be a high price for it. But he was ready to pay any price for the power he needed. After 6 hours the doors to the emergency room opened and a tired Tsunade stepped out. Guy, Tenten, Lee, Hinata and Naruto all jumped to their feet. Okage-sama, Tenten burst out. How is he? She did not smile, but she did nod her head. He's going to live. She sighed. But he will never be a ninja again. What? Guy cried out. But Lady Tsunade, you are the world's top medical expert. Surely there must be a way. Tsunade cut him off sharply. If you think I am the world's top medical expert then don't you think I know what I'm talking about? Do you think I would say such things lightly? She stopped and took a breath. I am sorry I snapped at you, the surgery was extremely difficult. The important thing is that he will live. But he will never regain the mobility or stamina needed to be a ninja. Okage-sama I am sorry, but I do not believe you. I believe that if Neji works hard he can one day fully recover and again be a great ninja. Lee spoke up. Tsunade looked at him sadly. Lee, that is a wonderful attitude to have, but I am afraid that there are limits to what the body can do, no matter how strong your will is. Can we see him? Tenten asked. No I am afraid not. He will be unconscious for some time. I am having him transferred to Konoha Hospital. You will be able to visit him there once he is out of intensive care. It was well past midnight by the time they were able to get back home. Naruto escorted Hinata home before returning to his house. He was not surprised to find his mom there waiting for him despite the hour. Have you heard about Neji? Naruto asked. Kushina nodded. He received a message and he told me. It's a terrible thing. Naruto nodded very tired. It is. Hinata's a wreck. Thus be glad that he at least survived. Naruto nodded and headed off to bed. It had started as such a good day too. He went to sleep wondering if he would meet Gaara again one day. He very much hoped that he would. Chapter 28. The One Who Endures. This mission report reads like a damn fairy tale. Tsunade growled. Why are you bothering to protect her? It's obvious who's to blame for this. Tsunade shouted. I agree. Kushina said simply. As I was the mission leader I alone am responsible for the failure of this mission. I accept whatever punishment you deem correct. For Kushina, facing down the anger of her old friend was a unique experience. But she bore it well enough. To look at her face no one would ever guess that her supreme leader was upset with her. Tsunade could feel the vein in her forehead about ready to explode. No Kushina, the fault lies with me for giving that girl another chance. Whatever her potential, Gabriella is a washout. She simply lacks the strength of will to be Kunoichi. I should never have forced her on you. It's a shame, but there it is. You can consider the experiment over. You can keep training Haku as your apprentice until a position on a team opens somewhere. Are you breaking your word then? Kushina asked. Tsunade gave her a sharp look. For a ninja, questioning one's honor was a serious insult. Don't give me that crap, Kushina. I made a mistake and now I'm going to fix it. Why are you trying to protect her? Because I am her sensei. I owe her my protection and guidance. I accepted this assignment with the understanding that it would last for 6 months. It has only been 3 weeks. Do you honestly want her for a full 6 months, Kushina? You are her third sensei since she left the academy. The other two couldn't reach her, what makes you think you can? She thought about that. She took a glance at the clock on the wall, it was a little before 11:30 in the morning. You said she did not have the strength of will to be a Kunoichi. Let me test that. Give me until 12 noon tomorrow to tell you whether or not I want to keep her for the full 6 months. Tsunade frowned. Why are you so stubborn about this? It's not your fault that she is a poor ninja. Kushina answered in a quiet voice. Minato used to say that there were no poor ninjas, only poor captains. I owe it to her to at least try my very best to help. Fine then, do your test and come see me again tomorrow. Outside the Hokage's office, the two other members of Team Kushina waited. Gabriella sat in the uncomfortable wooden chair staring glumly at the doors to the Hokage's office. At one and the same time she wanted those doors to open so she could end this horrible suspense, but she was also dreading the moment. The condemned awaits the judgment. This could really be it. How could I have been so stupid? Are you alright, Gabriella? Haku asked from the seat next to hers. No, I'm really not. She let out a sigh. You know this is probably going to be goodbye, kid. What do you mean? He suddenly looked alert. I mean I screwed up really, really bad this time and I doubt I'll still be on a team with you. Hell, I'll be lucky if I'm still a ninja by the end of the day. She said morosely. It was a failed mission. Hake agreed. But was it truly so terrible? No one died. The doors opened. Not yet. Gabriella muttered under her breath. Kushina strode out of the office and the two of them came to their feet. Kushina's face was absolutely blank. Gabriella could get no read on her at all. She found that a hell of a lot scarier than just seeing the woman angry like she had been before. Haku, you are dismissed for the day. Gabriella came with me. Kushina spoke in a normal voice. Kushina-sama, what are you going to do with Gabriella? She's going to punish me for being such a screw-up. Gabriella said quietly. I am going to introduce her to an old custom from Whirlpool Country. Kushina answered, ignoring Gabriella's comment. Huh? Gabriella said. May I come with you? Haku asked. Kushina shook her head. I don't think Gabriella would want you to see this. But I want to support her in her hour of need. He turned to his teammate. Do you want me to come along? Gabriella just looked down at him for a moment. Then she chuckled. Sure, why not? Everyone else gets to see what a mess I am. Why shouldn't you get to enjoy the show too? Kushina frowned a bit and honestly wondered if Tsunade wasn't right. She led them out of the tower and towards the training grounds. They walked in silence. Gabriella wondered what her punishment would be. That this was a punishment she had no doubt. She deserved to be punished. Why do I always screw up? Kushina led them out to training ground 39. It was one of the least used training grounds and the furthest from the village but within the walls. She took them to a clearing. It was summer and the sun was beating down hot. Kushina nodded to herself once. Then she turned to Gabriella. Do you know why we were summoned to the Hokage's office? She said pleasantly. Gabriella looked to the ground. We failed our mission. She answered quietly. Look at me when you address me. Kushina said in that same upbeat tone. She waited as Gabriella's eyes slowly came up. What was our mission? Gabriella sighed. Lord Kazumori had brought his prize stallion with him to the village to be entered in some of the races. We were to provide security and make sure the horse was kept safe. That's right, a relatively simple and straightforward C rank. What were my instructions to you? She swallowed. I was to stay in the barn and watch the horse for 8 hours or until I was relieved. If anything suspicious occurred, I was to contact you immediately by radio. Were my instructions clear? Yes. Gabriella answered in a small voice. At the time you received them, did you feel they were beyond your ability to carry out? No. Her eyes lowered again. She instantly felt Kushina's hand on her chin and her face pushed up again. Kushina leaned in until she was almost nose to nose. Her green eyes were angry. Eyes? On? Me? Kushina spat out. Her tone was no longer friendly, though it was not as hot as it had been this morning. Did you carry out my orders? No, the girl said miserably. And why not? She dry swallowed. I was bored and I wanted to watch some of the races. What a weak pathetic excuse. You were bored and wanted to watch some of the races. It sounded even more pathetic when Kushina said it. You disobeyed a direct order because you were bored. She finally let go of Gabriella's chin and pulled her head back. In a ninja's world, those who violate the rules and fail to follow orders are lower than garbage. Gabriella flinched at the harsh words. Kushina glanced at Haku. While it is true that you are not mindless drones, and there are times when orders should be broken, it must be for a much better reason than boredom. You deserted your post for no better reason than that. Kushina gave her no chance to answer. How long were you away watching the races? About 15 minutes. And what did you find when you finally sauntered back to your post? Gabriella hesitated. I ask you a question, Genin. The horse was dead. Gabriella said in a small voice. Kushina put a hand to her ear. I am sorry, what was that again? She took a deep breath. The horse was dead. She repeated at a normal volume. The horse was dead. Kushina said flatly. Though he was just a bit more than a regular plow horse. That horse was Lord Kazumori's pride and joy, a one-of-a-kind thoroughbred racing champion. Lord Kazumori is a wealthy and important man with many business interests. Every year he spends millions on ninjas for all sorts of missions. He has informed the Hokage that he will never hire another leaf nin. Because you willfully disobeyed my orders and abandoned your post, this village has suffered a huge financial loss. Kushina let the words hang in the air and simply glared at the kunoichi for a bit. The silence was allowed to stretch out until Gabriella couldn't stand it. Am I being stripped of shinobi status? Gabriella asked. For her that was a fate quite literally worse than death. That was the Hokage's intention. I managed to dissuade her, for right now at least. Gabriella was surprised. You stood up for me with the Hokage. I am your sensei, Gabriella. Even when I am upset with you, you remain my student and I owe you all the help I can give you. Thank you, sensei. Gabriella said humbly. She had expected Kushina to be screaming for her head. Kushina looked her over. Why do you want to be a ninja? Kushina no longer sounded angry, though there was a bit of exasperation to her tone. Whenever someone suggests you give up being shinobi, you dig in your heels. Yet you refuse to give anything near your best effort. Are you a ninja just solely to spite your family? No. I want to be a ninja to earn my family's respect. I want my father and everyone else in the clan to look at me and be proud of me. Gabriella spoke with real passion. Then why do you give such a poor effort? Kushina sounded truly frustrated. When you tell me why you want to be a ninja, I believe you. Yet if it is your dream to earn your family's respect, you must work hard to make that dream come true. My son dreams of being Hokage, a ninja named Rock Lee dreams of proving to people that you can be a splendid ninja even without. Both of them strive every single day and work hard to make their dreams come true. Why don't you? Can you explain it to me, Gabriella? Can you make me understand? She sighed. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm such a screw-up. Kushina took her sword out and she flinched. Sensei, what is that for? Do you have any water or food on you? Kushina asked. What? Do you have any water or food in your possession right now? I have my canteen with me. No food though. Toss me your canteen please. Not sure what was going on, Gabriella unhooked it from her belt and tossed it to her. Kushina took her katana and put the tip in the soft soil. She began to walk around Gabriella as she watched. Do you know what a ninja is, Gabriella? She watched as her sensei walked around her dragging her sword through the dirt. Someone able to perform. No. Kushina continued to walk around her. Someone who is well trained in killing. No, killing is merely something we do but not who we are. Kushina had finished drawing a circle with a 5-foot radius around Gabriella. She wiped the dirt from her blade and returned it to its scabbard. A ninja is one who endures. That is what defines us. A true ninja is one who stands firm and endures no matter what. Even in the face of death or the loss of everything, a ninja will endure and go on. For she must have the spirit and guts to never give up. Do you have that inside of you, Gabriella? Because if you do not, there is no point in continuing this. She performed 3 hand signs, then drove 2 fingers into the circle she had just made. There was a soft golden flash, and the light seemed to run along the small gouge in the earth. Seal. What did you just do, sensei? Gabriella asked nervously. I am going to test your endurance. This is an old tradition from my homeland. It was actually part of my academy graduation test. Whirlpool was a small and poor land, we did not have resources to waste. Every ninja had to prove they were truly committed before they were granted a hit. I am giving you a test to see if you are really committed to being a ninja. She had a bad feeling about this. What sort of test? It's simple. You must remain in that circle for the next 24 hours. No food, no water, and no leaving the circle. If you leave that circle before, she checks her watch. 11:44 tomorrow morning you are done as a ninja. But Kushina-sama. Surprisingly, it was Haku who protested. It's the middle of summer and you're not going to give her any water? Kushina shook her head. No, the thirst and hunger are a part of the test. She set down Gabriella's canteen directly in front of her about 15 feet away. She may grow extremely thirsty and hungry, but she will not die in just one day. She looked at Gabriella. I will stand up for you and fight for you, but you have to show me you truly want this. Gabriella slowly nodded. I understand, sensei. But Kushina-sama. Haku, Gabriella said quietly. Please don't argue with her on my behalf. I'll accept my punishment without complaint. Kushina shook her head. This isn't punishment. This is a test of your commitment. Of course, sensei. She checked her watch. It had been 20 minutes since Kushina and Haku had left her alone. Only 20 minutes. It felt a whole lot longer. She ran her coat sleeve over her forehead, she was already sweating. She was already getting thirsty. She looked over to her canteen. Of course Kushina had left it behind, so near and yet so far. She went ahead and pulled off her dark blue jacket and sat down in the dirt. What an unbelievably miserable day. She stood there feeling sick as Kushina did a diagnostic on the animal. The matcha-colored stallion was lying on its side in its stall unmoving. The horse's eyes had rolled up into his head and there was a tiny trickle of blood from the mouth. Kushina rose to her feet and came over to her, thunderbolts in her eyes. The stallion is dead. Gabriella, what happened? Kushina demanded, angrier than Gabriella had ever seen before. Nothing happened, I swear. I found him like that. Kushina leaned forward and put her face into Gabriella's. What do you mean, found him like that? Was he acting sick? Did he just fall over? Did anyone else enter the barn? She began feeling very nervous and kept trying to calm down without much success. Nothing happened. Kushina's eyes flattened and if it was possible she seemed to get even angrier. You are lying to me. Gabriella tells me everything right now and if I think you're fudging or leaving anything out I'm sending you to Ibiki for interrogation. She didn't doubt the threat for a second. She swallowed. I, wasn't here when it happened. What do you mean you weren't here? Where were you? Well. I sort of got bored and really didn't think anything would happen, so I went over to the track for a little bit just to see a race. But I swear I wasn't gone for more than 15 minutes. Kushina pulled her face back and stared at her in disbelief. You disobeyed my orders and abandoned your post because you were bored. Kushina shook her head. Do you have any idea what sort of trouble you are in? I just. Shut up. Kushina screamed and Gabriella wisely clamped down her mouth. If you say anything more I just might have to do something I'm going to regret. Get out of here. Go to the tower lobby and wait for me there. I have to explain to Lord Kazumori that his prize stallion was poisoned under our watch. I don't blame her for punishing me like this. I deserve it. This isn't like push-ups. I was stupid and that poor animal died because of it. Why? Why do I always do such stupid things? She looked up at the sun. It was just hanging there in the sky beating down mercilessly on her. She looked at her watch. It was 24 minutes since they had left her. This is going to be a long day. She muttered. 3 hours. The sun was still high up in the western sky and she was really thirsty now. She was also very, very bored. She shut her eyes and decided to play a game with herself. She had decided that today was the worst day of her life. She would go through and pick some of the other worst days. She stood in her father's study waiting for him. She always hated waiting. It was a way for him to remind her that she really wasn't that important to him. He would deal with her in his own time whenever that might be. The door opened and her father entered. He gave her one of his cold looks she knew so well. He wasn't a screamer or a shouter. When he was upset he withdrew. He stood behind his desk and looked at her. Your sensei has asked you to be removed from your squad. This is the second time for Gabriella. I know my father. She answered quietly. You are a disgrace to the entire clan and to me. His words were crisp and without feeling. She wasn't even worth getting angry about. I intend to inform the Hokage that I and the clan wash our hands of you. Whether or not you are ever placed on another team will be entirely up to her. And just like that he began going over the papers on his desk. She was dismissed. I did my best. She said quietly. You always say that. He did not bother to look up from his papers. Leave me now, I have important things to deal with. She left his study and went to her room. I am not going to cry. I am not going to cry. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care what he thinks. She repeated the lies to herself again and again as she slowly cried herself to sleep. She had just returned home from the Chunin exams in the grass village. She would be 14 in a few months. She was standing in his study and waiting for her father to come. He entered and quietly sat down. He stared at her with cold disappointment. So you and your team failed to get past the second phase of the exams for a third time. What is even worse is that you attacked one of your teammates and your sensei is seriously considering removing you from the squad. She looked at him in shock. Waikle sensei wouldn't do that. Actually he would. He is tired of dealing with your insubordination and attacking your teammate is the final straw. It's his fault we failed. We had an ambush set up and he gave our position away. So? Her father said without any sympathy at all. Weaker teammates are a fact of life. They rely on Inichiha's strength to pull them through. Had you been stronger his mistake would not have mattered. Her father shook his head. I will see to it that you are placed on a new team. He looked at her with resignation. As if she was a piece of equipment that needed to be replaced. I have decided that I will no longer train with you. What? She gaped at him open-mouthed. Dad, are you giving up on me? Gabriella, my time is too valuable to simply waste. Is helping me a waste? She couldn't keep the hurt out of her voice. Trying to help you achieve what will never be is a waste. He said simply. You will be 14 soon. It is time to accept that you will likely never achieve the Sharingan. People have gotten older and gotten it. Gutano was 17 when he gained his. That is true, her father admitted. However, while it remains possible you will still achieve sharing and it becomes more and more unlikely with every passing day. In any case I have given you extra training for a year now and it has achieved nothing. But father, I always try my best. On my missions and in training with you and with sensei I give my best. You give your best and what do you have to show for it? He asked indifferently. She clenched her fists in bitter frustration. I work and train until I drop. Doesn't it make a difference how hard I work? No, results are all that matter. You may go now. You will not be meeting with your old team again. I will inform you when you have been placed on a new squad. She left the study feeling bitter and angry that both her sensei and her father had given up on her. Damn it. She was the first to admit she wasn't a genius like her cousin Itachi. But she tried. She worked her ass off. And now her father had told her it didn't matter. Why should I even bother then if it doesn't matter? I'm a failure no matter what. She muttered to herself. Gabriella. She opened her eyes. She had been trying to sleep. She was relieved to see the sun a little further down in the sky. She was surprised to see Haku standing before her holding a small carton. Kid, what are you doing here? She was still not sure what she thought of Haku. She didn't dislike him. He was much too nice for that. But he was too much Kushina's lapdog for her to think very much of him. He was always going on with that Sama nonsense and always eager to make her happy. Haku held out the carton in his hand. I brought you some ice cream. It's a pint of chocolate. That is your favorite, isn't it? From her seat she gawked at him. What are you trying to get me kicked off? No. He said in shock. I knew you would be miserable and I wanted to try and make you feel better. She looked at him and looked at the ice cream in his hands. Her throat was parched. You were here when she started this. She said no food, no water, and no leaving the circle. I recognized the seal she used. Haku explained. It is only tripped if a living being crosses over it. I can toss you the ice cream, you can eat it, and then toss me the empty carton, and I will dispose of it. She stared at him and laughed. Kid, I never knew you had such a devious mind. I like it. Haku shrugged. Strategy is strategy whether the mission goal is assassination or delivering ice cream. She eyed him carefully. I'm not taking the ice cream but thanks. I'll do sensei's punishment, besides I think she would know somehow. Kushina watched the scene in a tree about 70 yards away. She was surprised that Haku had shown up and even more surprised to see what he had brought with him. She was glad that Gabriella had refused his offer. If she'd accepted, Kushina would have failed her on the spot. Kid, why are you even here? Despite her dry lips she smiled. I mean, normally you love following the rules and making Kushina-sama happy. Where does this sudden outlaw streak come from? He gave her a very serious look. You are my teammate and I care about you. I know what it's like to be miserable and hungry and thirsty and I wanted to help. The words were very kind and very unexpected. Thank you. She continued slowly. But you shouldn't worry about me. I'm a screw-up and a failure. I always let everyone down. I'm not someone you should worry about. Haku eyed her sadly. I think everyone deserves to have someone care about them. I know what it's like to be all alone and have no one at all. To live knowing that no one would care or even notice if you died. To be all alone and unwanted is a horrible thing. He spoke so sadly that she couldn't help but feel for him. Geez Haku, what kind of life have you had? He shook his head. That does not matter. Gabriella, you say that I shouldn't worry about you because you think you are a failure. Do you see yourself as a person or as a tool? What? Do you see yourself as a tool or as a person? He asked seriously. As a person, obviously. She shook her head. Why would I think of myself as a tool? Haku shrugged. Until I met Naruto, that is how I saw myself. My father taught me that all ninja are but tools to be used by others. Your father taught you that? Geez Haku, he must have been a real monster. The boy's features immediately darkened. Do not speak of Zabuza-sama that way. He rescued me from loneliness, he gave me a purpose and a reason to live. He was my precious person and I loved him. She held out her hands defensively. Wait, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to judge. Given what a wreck my life is, I'm in no position to judge. Haku nodded and relaxed again. It is alright. Wait a second. Your father's name was Zabuza. The Zabuza who was a missing nun from the Mist Village. Haku nodded. That is right. My name is Mamachi Haku. My adoptive father was Mamachi Zabuza. I lived and fought at his side while he was a missing nin until he died in battle against Naruto and his squad. She stared at the polite little boy. The thought he had been living with a Bing Book missing nin completely blew her mind. She had just sort of taken it for granted that he had been raised in Konoha like other leaf nins. Haku, what kind of life have you had? My life is a sad tale and I do not think you would enjoy hearing about it. Actually, I really think that I would. If you don't mind telling me. Haku did not really care for reliving his painful memories. He had told his life story only twice. Once to Naruto and once to Kushina. But if Gabriella wanted to hear it and if it would help her in some way, then he did not mind telling it again. Very well. I was born in a snowy little village in the land of water. I was happy. She listened to the story riveted. He was such a polite and likable kid and seemed so well adjusted. Who would have ever thought he'd have been through so much? His father had killed his mother and then tried to kill him. He'd been forced to survive on the streets until taken in by a man who only wanted to use him. Forced to live a life on the run as the partner of a feared missing nun. And why? Because he was special. Because he possessed a Genkai. Had he been born a perfectly normal boy, he would still be living in that peaceful village with his parents. So I came here and was taken in by Naruto and Kushina-sama. They have become my precious people and I would die to protect either of them. I have also begun to make friends. I consider Kiba, Hinata, and Kakashi to be friends of mine. He paused a bit. I would like to consider you to be my friend as well. She smiled. I would like that. Then she chuckled a bit. That is if you want to screw up like me as a friend. Gabriella, why do you keep referring to yourself that way? Because it's true, I'm a failure. She hesitated for a bit. She hadn't really known him that long and this wasn't something she relished talking about. But he had trusted her and maybe it would help to talk to someone who might understand. Let me tell you about myself. Kushina's ears pricked up. This might prove promising. I can understand when you say you've suffered because of what's in your blood. I have too, though not to the same extent or for the same reasons. As you may have noticed, unlike the village hidden in mist, here people love Genkai. In fact, once you're ready to have a family you can probably petition the Hokage to establish a new clan in this village. He looked at her in shock. Me establish a clan? Gabriella simply nodded. Of course. Haku Genkai are worshipped here in Konoha. If you don't believe me, ask Hinata. She is heir to the Hyuga clan. They are respected and feared for the power of theirs. She sighed. As are the Uchiha. But if your special abilities are respected, then what is the difficulty? The difficulty of Haku is that in my clan, it is not enough to be an average or even a good ninja. To be acknowledged among the Uchiha you must be a great ninja. She chuckled dryly. And pretty much by definition that means you must have a Sharingan. There are plenty of members of my clan who cannot activate theirs and live as ordinary citizens within the Uchiha compound. We have bakers, cobblers, carpenters, and such, and they are accepted as family. But they are not permitted to wear the family crest outside the compound. She picked up her jacket and showed him the fan symbol on the back. Only ninjas are permitted to wear this out in public. My clan's pride is in the belief that those who wear this symbol are the warrior elite of the Leaf Village. Every Uchiha ninja is expected to be a team leader and a great hero. Every Uchiha ninja must be great. To be great is expected. To be good is disappointing. To be average is frowned upon. To be bad is not permitted. She let out a long breath. I am an average Haku. Once I thought I was good, but I was never great. When I was younger I would try very, very hard to be the great ninja my father and my clan wanted me to be. I would do my best and it wouldn't be good enough. I pushed too hard because I was desperate to be great. That caused problems with my first team. I was always demanding everyone work as hard as I did. I was always pushing to try and get our team to do more. I thought I was being a leader the way an Uchiha was supposed to be. But it turns out I was just being a bad teammate. I never listened to the others and couldn't handle any criticism. So I was a screw-up and a failure because I tried too hard. But I held on to the hope that once I had my Sharingan everything would change. Every family member with it said the same thing. Once they had their Sharingan they found greatness. Well, except for one of my cousins, they all said that. So I lived in the hope that I would get my Sharingan and finally become the great ninja I wanted to be. But I'm 15 now and I've begun to lose hope that it will ever happen. She buried her face in her hands. I worked so hard. But no matter how hard I tried I could never make things work. My original team and sensei turned their backs on me, and so did my father. No matter how hard I tried, no matter what I did my best, it was never enough. No matter how hard I struggled I could never make things work. People turned their backs on me and so at some point, I'm not sure when I stopped trying so hard. I kind of came to the conclusion that if I was doomed to fail no matter what there was no reason to work so hard at it. And that's why I left my post Haku. That's why we failed the mission. That's why an innocent animal had to suffer. That's why I'm sitting in this circle right now dying of thirst. I figured I would end up screwing up in some way so I might as well have some fun. She stopped and looked away. You must think I'm pretty pathetic, huh? But do you understand now why I'm such a screw up? Whether I try hard or don't try at all I always screw things up. She stopped talking and was surprised to find she felt better about things now. When I was defeated by Naruto I was ashamed of my weakness. Haku spoke quietly. When he invited me to join him here I told him I was a weak tool and that he would not get any use from me. He told me he did not want a tool, but rather a friend. It seems to me you have the same problem I did. The only difference is that my goal was to be an effective tool. You wish to be a great ninja and despise yourself that you cannot attain this goal. Knowing Naruto and Kushina-sama and the others has taught me a great many things. One of the most important is that you do not have to be the strongest to still be valuable and important to others. I am no match for Naruto or Kushina-sama or Kakashi. But that knowledge does not bother me. I am the best ninja I can be and that is enough. Gabriella sighed. What if it's not enough? I cannot speak for your clan, but I know that for Kushina-sama that would be enough. Gabriella sighed again and looked at the sky. She suddenly laughed. The sun was gone from a darkening sky. She checked her watch. Haku, you kept me talking for 3 hours. Oh. I apologize, I did not mean to take up so much of your time. She shook her head laughing. You silly boy. Thank you. You made the time fly by and I appreciate it. I just wish you could stay here until the end of my punishment. If you wish me to stay then I will stay. She shook her head. No, you've done plenty already. Would my stay help you? Haku asked. Well. Yeah, it would. He nodded and got up. Very well then. I will leave to get permission from Kushina-sama and acquire my sleeping bag. Would it be against the rules for me to bring you some blankets? Probably, but I have my jacket and it doesn't really get cold at night during the summer. Haku, why are you going so far out of your way for me? He smiled at her. Kushina-sama spoke part of a quote to you earlier. In a ninja's world those who violate the rules and fail to follow orders are lower than garbage. However, there is another part. Those who do not care for and support their fellows are lower than that. We are comrades and friends now. I will do whatever I can to support you. I will be back soon, I promise. With that he left. Kushina had to race home in order to beat Haku back. She'd heard everything the two of them had said and now had a much better understanding of Gabriella. Technically Haku should not have been there. Part of the test involved dealing with the hardship alone. But Kushina suspected that Gabriella already had plenty of experience with that. So she decided it would be a greater help to let the girl bond a bit with her teammate. Kushina-sama. Yes, Haku. He bowed to her and got a really serious look on his face. I have been talking to Gabriella for the last few hours. I would like permission to go and stay with her until her punishment is complete. I see. Kushina shrugged. So long as you do not give her food or drink and do not cross the circle, then I have no objection. Gabriella was actually surprised and pleased when Haku returned. She was used to people breaking their promises to her. Along with his sleeping bag he also brought along a small shogi set. She had never learned how to play, and so he taught her. As he crushed her in a couple games, he didn't seem to have the concept of letting someone win. They talked some more. For someone a couple years younger than she was, Haku had a lot of life experience. As it got near midnight they both decided to get some sleep. She put her jacket back on and lay down in the dirt. Her lips were cracked, her throat parched, and she was very hungry. She looked over to where Haku was already in his sleeping bag with his eyes closed. But at least I'm not alone. She dreamed. It was her 6th birthday party. And she was so very happy. There were all sorts of family members and other children in the house. There were presents, cake and ice cream. There were games and laughter. Her favorite cousin Sasuke was there, he was always smiling and happy. Her older cousin Itachi was there too. He had graduated from the academy and was a real live ninja. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto were both there. She was having a wonderful time. Her cousin Itachi gave her one of his 2 rare smiles. Happy birthday, Gabriella. Thank you, Itachi. She said happily. Are you really ninja like daddy? Yes, I am what they call a genius and needed less time than most. You don't seem happy. She pointed out. He reached down and rubbed her head. Happiness has nothing to do with being a ninja. Itachi walked off and she felt a little sad. Is something wrong, honey? Her daddy came over. She held her arms out to him. Daddy picked me up. He smiled and did so. She had never known her mommy. Mommy had been a ninja and had died before she turned 1. Daddy was everything to her. Daddy was warm and caring and kind. He always made time for her and he always said she was more important to him than anything. Are you having a good birthday, honey? She nodded eagerly. Yes, daddy. Daddy, will I be a ninja someday like Itachi or like you? Her father smiled happily. Of course, honey. You are an Uchiha and my daughter. You'll get your Sharingan and be a great ninja one day. She had a terrible thought. Daddy, what would happen if I never got my Sharingan? He laughed and gave her a kiss. Oh honey, you will definitely get your Sharingan. And even if you didn't, I know you would still be a great ninja. The most important thing, honey, is that you always do your best. So long as you do that, I will always be proud of you. She put her little arms around his neck and hugged him. I want you to be proud of me, daddy. I'll always do my best. Her father held her as he laughed. She was loved and happy. So long as daddy loved her, she would always be happy. She opened her eyes. The sky was getting light. She checked her watch. It was 6:08 a.m., about 5.5 hours to go. She just lay there for a bit and looked up. Haku was still asleep and there was no reason to wake him. The day was hot and it wasn't long before she was sweating again. Her tongue was sandpaper. She just sat there playing shogi and talking to Haku while she tried not to think about how thirsty she was. Haku truly was a very kind boy. She thought of the other teammates she'd had. She thought they'd shared a bond, but none of them had tried to stay in touch with her and were all probably glad when she'd gone. None of them ever cared. Her senseis didn't care, her father, her entire family didn't care. No one ever cared about a screw-up like her. Haku, do you want me to be your teammate? He looked up from the shogi board. Of course I do. He answered in surprise. Why? She asked desperately. Why wouldn't you rather have someone else? Someone better? Because we are friends now and I would never abandon a friend. As he watched, she shuddered a bit and he saw some tears leak out of her eyes. Did I say something wrong? She shook her head. No, Haku, you said something very right. She chuckled. It's funny, I don't have a drop of spit in my mouth, but I managed to make tears. Funny, huh? Haku shook his head. No, Gabriella, I don't think tears are ever funny. She smiled at his concern and quickly wiped away the tears. It's okay, Haku, it really is. She glanced at her watch. Just about 2 hours left to go. Kushina arrived holding a bento and a thermos. She quickly crossed into the circle to Gabriella's side. Gabriella checked her watch. It's only 11:38. I still have 6 minutes to wait. Kushina gave her the thermos. It's enough, Gabriella, you've proven yourself to me. Gabriella didn't want to argue. She swiftly unscrewed the thermos and brought it to her lips. It wasn't water but sweet tea and ice cold. She greedily drank it down. It actually hurt her throat a little but she didn't care. She emptied the thermos and looked at Kushina appreciatively. Thank you. It's quite alright. I have a couple canteens with water and this is yours as well. She handed over the bento. Gabriella thought it smelled wonderful, but she decided she could wait just a bit now that her thirst wasn't consuming her anymore. Kushina-sensei, can I ask you something? Kushina nodded. If I never get my Sharingan, if I am never a great ninja, but I always give you my very best, would that be enough? She pleaded. Gabriella, Kushina put her hands on the girl's shoulders. Of course it would. All that I have ever asked from you is that you give me your full effort. You can be a fine ninja without a Genkai. My husband was considered the greatest ninja this village ever produced and he never felt a lack. Be the best ninja you can be and I promise I will be very happy about that. Gabriella nodded. Kushina-sensei, I know I've screwed up terribly. And I know I don't deserve it. But I beg you to give me just one last chance. She took a kunai out and cut her left palm open. I swear on my own blood that if you give me one more chance then I really will give you my best at all times. I won't make any more of those stupid mistakes and I will try to be a really good ninja and a really good teammate. Kushina took her hand and performed a medical to heal her cut. She gave Gabriella a gentle smile. My dear, you don't need to ask. You've earned another chance. I'll make you a promise. I'll do everything in my power to help you be the best ninja you can and I will never hold it against you that you lack the Sharingan. Gabriella nodded gratefully and believed Kushina would keep her promise. So what's the verdict? Tsunade asked. She is my student. Kushina said firmly. Tsunade knew it was a mistake but wouldn't argue. You'll be sorry. Kushina shook her head. No, I really don't think I will. Chapter 29. Preparations. The month-long interlude until the finals passed quickly. All the various participants were busy and found themselves with much to do. In the week leading up to the finals, Konoha's hotels and inns filled to near overflowing and everywhere there were strange faces and odd accents. In lands far from Konoha, preparations also went ahead. I thank you for your hospitality, Kazekage-sama. He sipped the rice wine. You are most welcome at Tokage-sama. The Kazekage sipped the wine as well. It is good for allies to sit and share a meal before the start of a great war. Yes, it is. I am most pleased to know that your doubts about our venture have been dispelled. Because Ikage nodded. Yes, I will admit I was prey to some doubts. After all, the idea of having to be seated next to one of Sanin as my forces invade her village was worrying. However, what has now occurred I view as a blessing. With Gaara's foolish actions I shall be at the head of my army as it attacks the Leaf Village. Orochimaru smiled. A bit of a wild one, is he not? Your son. Because Ikage frowned. He has my blood, but he is not my son. He is but a beast. In that, if nothing else, Tsunade was correct. Oh dear. Such loathing and hatred I hear in your voice. It makes me wonder why you did not have the lad killed long ago. Because Ikage frowned but said nothing. In any case, I am truly pleased you did not try to back out of our arrangement. Orochimaru laughed lightly. Otherwise I might have had to kill you and take your place. Because Ikage sent him an annoyed look. I do not find that amusing. My apologies, my humor is often misunderstood. Because Ikage shook his head. In any case, let us have a toast. He lifted his cup. To the humbling of the Leaf Nuns and their insufferable pride. Orochimaru lifted his own cup. To the utter destruction of Konoha. The two Kages clinked their cups and drank, sealing their bargain. You and your squad will be going on an extended mission to Tea Country. It is expected to last at least a week. Iruka stated. I see. Kurenai accepted the mission file from Iruka and glanced at it. Doesn't look too difficult. Iruka frowned. No, it's a rather pedestrian recovery mission for a local lord. But for some odd reason your team was specifically requested. That is a bit odd. Especially considering I've never heard of this lord before. Still, a mission is a mission. Kurenai said. But Kurenai-sensei. Sakura spoke up. We'll miss the finals of the Chunin exams. I had 2 tickets and I was hoping to go with Sasuke-kun. Sasuke sighed. Sakura, we can't refuse a mission just because the timing's inconvenient. But. Sasuke is correct. Shino added in his staccato voice. This mission has priority over personal indulgences. Seeing she was defeated, Sakura just nodded and hung her head. Kurenai was pleased that things had been settled without her needing to intervene. His mom, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi were all staring at him as he sat in the Hokage's office. They all said that this was just a small examination, but he had the distinct feeling that a talk with Ibiki would feel similar. So how many times have you been able to summon the red chakra? Jiraiya asked. Well, I get extra chakra whenever I get angry. But the red chakra has only actually appeared twice. The first time was when I was attacked by those Jonins back in the academy, and the other time was in Wave Country where Kakashi saw. Are you able to summon it any time you like? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto shook his head. No, it only comes when I'm really, really angry. And as soon as I stop feeling angry it goes. Any after effects when it leaves you? Naruto shrugged. I just feel weak. I've noticed that the more of it I use the weaker I feel when it goes. I see. Jiraiya said seriously. He was the only one asking questions. The others were just listening to everything that was being said. Kakashi mentioned arms that came out of the red chakra to attack and kill your enemies. How did those work exactly? I don't know. Naruto answered the truth fully. When I have the red chakra it feels like a part of me, like another skin. I just think of what I want and it does it. Kakashi said you made 6 at once. Do you think you could have made more? I could have made 10. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. 10. Not 8, not 12, 10. Naruto nodded. You seem very certain of that number. Well, I know that's my limit for making arms. Did you make that many the first time? No, the first time I had no idea I could do it. I just made one sort of instinct. So you've never made more than 6 then? Jiraiya questioned. Nope. Then how do you know you can make 10 but not 11? Naruto thought about it. I don't know, I just do. Jiraiya shared a look with the others. Jiraiya slowly nodded to himself. Kakashi felt a strong evil taint from that chakra. It was easy to tell it was demonic. When you gain the red chakra, do you sense that? Naruto shook his head. Evil? No, I feel powerful and all my senses are heightened and I can move like lightning. But after a while I start to feel. What? My body starts to ache. It's like if I keep the red chakra too long I start to get used up. Do you feel pain? Tsunade asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I don't feel pain. It's more like I can just tell my body is starting to reach its limits. Alright Naruto. I want you to relax for a bit while I examine you. With that Jiraiya cast and placed his hand over Naruto's seal. After about 10 minutes he finally ended and withdrew his hand. Well? Kushina asked nervously. The seal is still firmly in place, but it is weakened a bit, making it easier for Naruto to access the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya stated. Is there any chance of the seal failing? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head. No, though in a few years it may need to be recast. He paused to consider. I could add a layer to what's there now. That would completely prevent any of the demonic chakra from leaking through. I think that would be a good idea. Kushina said. No. Naruto said flatly and began to rebutton his shirt. The four other people in the room looked at him in surprise. Naruto, I don't think you truly understand how dangerous this red chakra is to you. Tsunade said to him. Godmother, I understand that it's dangerous to me. But do you understand that without it I'd be dead now? That had them looking at one another. The first time I would have definitely died without it. The second time I would have been defeated and probably died then as well. If I were to run up against someone like Gaara or a really powerful Jonin, my only hope might be the red chakra. I can't risk losing such a powerful asset. Gabriella frowned. He has a point. He looked at Tsunade. That red chakra of his really is one hell of an ace in the hole. Tsunade frowned. It is, but the dangers it represents. If there were any danger of me losing control of the Kyuubi, then I would be the first to ask that it be resealed. But when I use the red chakra, it's me that's in control, an angry me but me. Tsunade considered it. The world was not a safe place for any shinobi, but especially not for Naruto. When he said he might need that extra power, he might well be right. She let out a sigh. Very well. For the time being we will leave it as is. But from now on Jiraiya will be examining your seal each year, and should there be any danger at all of the seal failing, then he will reseal it. Naruto nodded. Neji sat on a bench in the Hyuga courtyard looking out at the sunset. His crutches were leaning against the bench beside him. The Hokage had assured him that in time he would be able to walk with only a slight limp and would be able to have a normal life. He chuckled to himself. Yes, I could be a fine carpenter or mechanic. He shook his head at the irony of it all. He had always known how cruel fate could be. He had been born into the cadet branch of the Hyuga, his father murdered to save his uncle, and he'd had the curse seal placed on him. Yet in spite of that, deep in his heart he had longed to prove to one and all that even if he was in the cadet branch, he was the most powerful of the Hyuga. He had dreamed of defying his fate. And fate had punished him in the cruelest way possible. I was given just enough time to glimpse what a great shinobi I might have been. And then it was taken from me in an instant. It seems my birth was no mistake. I was never meant to be great. In the sky he saw a couple birds flying free. He quickly looked away. Hey you. A loud voice called out. Shikamaru lifted his head to see a somewhat familiar blonde girl climbing the hill towards him. Who am I? She stopped and glared. Do you see anyone else on this hill? He looked at her lazily. She's kind of hot, but I bet she's really troublesome. She was blonde after all, and the blondes he knew, Ino, Naruto, Tsunade, were all loud, energetic, and troublesome. Still. You're the Sant Kunoichi, Tamani, right? It's Tamari. She corrected me. And you're my upcoming opponent Shikamaru. He nodded. It was true though he hadn't given it much thought. What can I do for you? I had to leave before your match so I don't know your abilities. He shrugged. I use shadow to take over control of my opponent's body. Anything else? She just stared at him and began to turn a bit red. What do you think, I'm an idiot? You expect me to believe that just because you say so? He sighed. This girl could give Ino lessons in being abrasive. Fine. He ran through some hand sign shadow possession technique. His shadow stretched out and before she realized it she was caught. There, believe me now. I don't believe that I can't move. She looked at the boy who had just taken her with no effort. True, she hadn't actually come here expecting a fight. But for a ninja, being taken by surprise was not an acceptable excuse. Alright, you've convinced me, now let me go. Shikamaru smirked. He knew he'd regret it, but for some reason he wanted to play with her for just a little bit. Mimicking his movements he stood up and then sat back down again, compelling her to lie down in the grass near him. Since you've come all this way, why don't you join me for a little while? Hey, what do you think you're doing? She panicked as she was helpless and he had her lying down on the grass. Listen, you pervert, I swear if you try anything I'll beat you to death with my fan. He chuckled. Relax, all I want is for you to watch clouds with me for a few minutes and then I'll let you go. Watch clouds? She said mockingly. What kind of brainless idiot would do that? He felt a small spark of anger. And what is wrong with watching clouds? They have a far better existence than we do. This allowed her to turn her face just a bit. She was able to see the upset look on his face. You're serious? You actually spend your time watching clouds? That's right. Why aren't you training? Or working on or doing something else that would help you in our match? Too troublesome, he answered. Anyway, shouldn't you be glad I'm not doing any of that stuff? I'm just wondering what kind of shinobi would actually spend his time watching clouds. The lazy one. She laughed. He looked up and of course she did as well. What? I just thought you had a nice laugh. She gave him an evil grin. Listen, you idiot, if you think flirting with me will somehow get me to take it easy on you during our match, you can forget it. I'm not flirting with you, and the truth is I really don't care whether or not I win our match. He set his head back down and so did she. You don't care about winning? Nope. Tell me something. How did such a lazy and unmotivated ninja manage to get to the finals? I have no idea, it's a mystery. She laughed again. Damn, she really does have a nice laugh. Not like that brain of Ino's. Has anybody ever told you that you should train a lot harder? Only my mother, my teachers, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Kushina, my sensei, my teammate Ino and a few others. Well, feel free to add my name to the list. He chuckled. Alright, I've tortured you long enough. He ended his. You're free now. He'd expected her to stomp off, but she instead remained where she was. I said you were free. I heard you. She sighed. The truth is I'm on my own. My teammates and my sensei left after the preliminaries and no one has come back. I've done nothing but train for the last 3 weeks and I'm bored. She chuckled. I'm so bored, in fact I find looking at clouds to be entertaining. And I still have another week to go. She paused for a bit. Besides, you're not as annoying as most guys. Gee, thanks. She laughed again. He lifted his head to look at her. She'll probably say no, but what the hell. Do you know how to play shogi? Yes, my sensei taught me. Want to have dinner with me and my family? Afterwards we can play. She looked at him in surprise. You're actually inviting me to have dinner with your family? Why not? Do you want to come? She considered it for a moment. He's kind of cute in a dorky sort of way. He doesn't compare to Naruto though. Still. Okay, but you have to realize 2 things. First, you have no chance at all with me, and if you try anything I'll snap you in half, got it? He looked at her and lifted an eyebrow. Does that mean you're not going to scrub my back? She put her head back and roared. When she was finally able to talk again she continued. Alright, and second, understand that I won't take it easy on you in our match just because I'm breaking bread with you and your family. He nodded. Alright, since we're being so upfront with each other there are 2 things you should know. First off, I never take it easy on opponents in shogi. Fine, and what's the other thing? You'll be meeting my mother and she is the scariest woman in the world. She laughed as though that were a joke. He shrugged, he'd warned her. Kushina was wrapping up a training session with her team. Since passing her test, Gabriella had improved markedly. She had lost her sarcastic attitude, well mostly, and truly worked hard. Kushina had not failed to notice that she no longer called Haku kid and the 2 of them seemed to have gotten closer. They had completed 2 C ranks without difficulty. Good training session for you too. The finals of the Chunin exams are in 2 days. I've decided to go ahead and give you the next 2 days off as a little reward for all your hard work. By the way, Gabriella, do you have plans to attend the finals? No, sensei. She gave her mouth a little bit of a twist. I don't rate sitting with my clan in their section. Kushina smiled. Well, it just so happens the Hokage has invited me to sit with her in her private box. So I won't need my ticket. I was going to bring Haku with me so we could cheer on my son and his team. Why don't you and Haku go together? Gabriella smiled and turned to the boy. Well, I'm game. What do you call Haku? He smiled widely. I would like that very much. Well, that's settled then. She handed Gabriella the tickets. You 2 have fun. You know you don't have to keep walking me back to my hotel each night. Shikamaru shrugged. A gentleman does not let a lady walk home alone. Ow. He rubbed the top of his head. What was that for? That was for thinking I need anyone to watch out for me. Temari informed. HMPH, well, good night. He turned immediately to leave. She sighed. I had a good time. She called after him. He stopped and looked back at her with a smile. So did I again tomorrow. It's the last night before the exams. She nodded. I'd like that. He casually waved to her and left. She stood there outside the hotel and watched him go. As strange as it seemed, she liked him. She liked his family too. His father was lazy but sweet and funny. His mother was indeed a bit scary, but she was loving and protective of her family. She liked all of them, and it had amazed her that they had welcomed her even knowing she would be fighting their son. The Naras were good people. They weren't the enemy, and yet they were. She shook her head and hurried inside. The following afternoon, the day before the finals, Baki finally returned. Where have you been? Temari asked, upset but also very relieved. I thought you wouldn't even be here for my match. He leaned in close to whisper to her. There will be no match for Temari. Since Gaara will not be in the arena, there is no reason for you to be either. We are leaving immediately. You'll meet with Gaara about 5 miles from here. She felt the blood drain out of her face. Then, she whispered just as quietly. The operation is still on. She'd hoped it would have been cancelled. Baki nodded once. It is. Adjustments have been made, but it goes forward as planned. Now let's go back to the hotel. She made a decision. Sensei, I will meet you at the hotel in 20 minutes. She leapt away before he could respond. Shikamaru. He opened his eyes to see Temari leaping towards him. "Hey Tamari. Have you come to watch some clouds with me?" She knelt down beside him and shook her head. "No, I've come to bring you some really good news." She gave him a smile though it was not heartfelt. "It looks like you're going to win your match tomorrow." "What? You mean you're going to let me win?" "In a way. My government is pulling me out of the exams." "What?" He was so excited he actually sat up. "They let you train here all this time just to have you boycott at the very last minute. That makes no sense." She shrugged. "Well, whether it makes sense or not, my orders are to leave the village immediately." "Wait a minute. Are you not even coming to dinner tonight?" She shook her head. "Then this is goodbye." He suddenly felt a weird empty feeling in his stomach. "This is goodbye. I shouldn't even be here right now. But you and your family have been very kind and I thought I owed you at least this." He looked at her face and suddenly realized he would miss her terribly. "When did that happen?" "I've only known her for a week. When will I see you again?" She looked at him in surprise and stood back up. "You won't, this is goodbye." She turned to leave. "I thought you liked me." She stopped. She slowly turned back around. "I do like you, Shikamaru. I wouldn't be here now if I didn't." She looked at him and knelt back down beside him. "Shikamaru are ninjas from two different villages. You knew from the start that when the exams were over I'd be going home." "Yeah, I guess." He sighed. "I guess I didn't want to think about that." She looked at him sadly. "Well, the future has a way of coming whether you want it to or not." She looked at him. "Shikamaru, I want you to know something, whatever happens tomorrow and after tomorrow I truly liked being with you and your family. If you should ever wonder, please know that is the truth." She reached out and hugged him. "Stay safe you lazy baka ninja." He looked at her in surprise. "You don't need to worry, I'll get through the finals just fine." She let go and smiled. "Of course you will, but just in case." She leaned in too fast for him to do anything and she pressed her lips to his. His lips were very soft. When she pulled back and opened her eyes she saw the stunned look on his face. "For luck," she whispered. Then she got to her feet and leapt away. She moved as fast as her legs would take her. She heard him call her name but she didn't stop or turn around. Naruto woke up an hour early. He was way too excited to go back to sleep. He showered, dressed, and got downstairs for breakfast with his mom and Haku. When he got done he was ready to leave and meet everyone. The two of them wished him luck as he hurried out the door. He hurried over to the Hyuga mansion where he met Hinata. Hand in hand they went to the bridge where they met Kiba and, amazingly, Kakashi right on time. Then together as a unit Team 7 headed for the arena. Naruto and Hinata were walking hand in hand as they usually did. As they approached the huge structure he could feel his heart pounding. He looked at his girlfriend and smiled excitedly. "This is going to be an amazing day, Hinata-chan. This will be a day we will always remember." He had no idea. Chapter 30. Opening Act. Gaara was standing away from everyone else, just like always. Baki approached him slowly and carefully. Gaara was staring off into the distance in the direction of the Leaf Village. At least he hadn't started talking to Mother yet. "Gaara," Baki called to him. "What?" Gaara did not bother to turn around. "You understand that you are the key to this battle? Everything depends on you." "I know, now leave me alone," Gaara said brusquely. Baki nodded and withdrew. He returned to report to his master. "Gaara seems relatively calm and under control," Baki reported. The Kazekage frowned though it was hidden beneath his veil. He was not in his formal Kage robes, for one did not go to war and such. He wore a sand-colored vest and pants with many pouches for scrolls and weapons. Everything with Gaara is always relative except danger of course. Everything remains on schedule. "Go ahead, take your position and be ready." Baki nodded and disappeared in a swirl of wind and sand. Tenkuro was humming a happy tune as he did a little last-minute maintenance on his puppet. "How can you be in a good mood?" a sharp tone questioned. He calmly looked up from his work and saw Tamari standing over him frowning and upset. "Why wouldn't I be? We're about to start a war here." Tenkuro chuckled. "I do realize that sis, but it's not like this is the first time we've ever been in a fight. This is different. A lot of people are going to die today for us and them. And nothing says we won't be among the dead." Tenkuro shrugged. "That's true every day when you're a ninja. You become shinobi and you take your chances. I'm as ready as I can be and I'll be careful when we go in. And if that's not enough." He shrugged again. "Then being gloomy now won't make a difference. Anyway, I thought you'd be eager to get going." "No," she said flatly. "I'm not eager for causing so much useless death and destruction." Tenkuro eyed her carefully and took a quick look around to make sure no one was listening. "Careful what you say." He spoke quietly. "That sounded defeatist and you can get into trouble even with who you are." She frowned knowing Tenkuro was right. "Of course," she answered in a little more than a whisper. "The truth is always dangerous." Before Tenkuro could reply, Baki appeared near them. He frowned at Tenkuro. "Are you still working on your puppet?" Tenkuro sent him a reassuring smile. No need to worry, I'm just doing a little last-second maintenance. Done with it quickly. We begin in 30 minutes. Where are our allies? Tamari asked with a frown. Her father had agreed to this as a way to eliminate his main competition and revive the economy of their village. But he would never have done anything on his own without the incessant goading of Orochimaru. It was he that was the mastermind behind this attack and this war. So far as she was concerned, they were all being used to help that damn snake settle some scores. He is with his troops outside the walls. At the signal sound, ninjas will attack from within and from without on the east wall as we attack the gate on the south wall. So far all is going according to the new plan. That'll change. She said with depressing certainty. She had never been eager for this. When Baki had first announced the plan to attack Konoha, she had argued against it. But once the decision was made, she resigned herself to do her duty as well as she could. She looked towards the Leaf Village and thought about Shikamaru and his parents. She hoped they would survive. Tsunade smiled as Kushina sat next to her in the private box. You know, if things had gone differently, the Kazekage would be sitting there right now. Kushina smiled. Well, I'm sorry that I'm only a clan head. Are you kidding? Do you think I wanted to spend a couple hours with that stuffed shirt? She frowned a bit. Do you know he decided to pull his own daughter out of the finals just yesterday? It's a bad sign, and I'm afraid our relations with San may suffer. Are you regretting your decision with Gaara? But Tsunade shook her head. No, given what he did, there was never a chance he would be allowed to compete. I stand by my decision 100%. She smiled, wanting to change the subject. And how was my godson this morning? Kushina laughed. Bouncing off the walls. I think he got up about an hour early. He is absolutely eager to get to it. Well, of course he is. Tsunade said happily. Chunin is another step closer to Hokage. I'll tell you the truth, if anyone else but Naruto wins this tournament, I'll be amazed. Kushina looked at her. Well, I'm sure Naruto would appreciate the support, shouldn't you at least pretend to be a little more impartial? I managed to resist the urge to bet on him, that's as impartial as I can manage. This is where we part ways. Kakashi told them as they approached the arena floor entrance. Do your best. I'll be cheering from the stands. Naruto gave him a smile bursting with confidence. Hey, you know we will. Kakashi smiled at them. Oh, and do keep in mind that even though only one of you can be the last one standing, you only have to look impressive to those judging you to be promoted. Naruto looked at his teammates. Hinata-chan, Kiba, we're going to have to fight each other at some point. Let's think of it as a really awesome spar and do our best. And no matter how it ends, no hard feelings. Of course not, Naruto-kun. Hinata agreed. Kiba grinned. Just remember you said that after I kicked your butt. With confident smiles, the three of them entered the arena floor. They had agreed to meet at the stadium. Haku was already seated when he spotted her. He was so surprised he actually had to stare for a bit to make sure it was really her. Gabriella. She smiled at him. Who else? Wow. You look really beautiful. His simple compliment made her blush a bit and smile wider. Arigato, Haku. Do you like my kimono? She twirled a bit to show it off to him. It was made of the finest silk. It was a dark navy blue with light-colored flowers imprinted on the lower half. She had also put her hair up and put on some makeup. It is lovely. He said. I have never seen you out of your ninja gear before. She sat down next to him. She didn't fail to notice that she was receiving her share of interested looks from the men in the audience. Every kunoichi is still a woman, and every woman likes to dress up every once in a while. She looked out onto the field below where 7 genins were lined up with their proctor. I take it I haven't missed anything yet. No, they have yet to start. You haven't met Naruto or any of his teammates yet, have you? She shook her head. No, I haven't. I kind of get the feeling Kushina-sensei is a bit nervous about introducing me to him. Haku frowned a little. Well, Naruto has some hard feelings towards the Uchiha clan. Gabriella sent him a mischievous little grin. Well, at least we have that much in common. She looked at him for a moment. Say, Haku, how old are you? 15. Why? Oh, I thought you were around 13 or so. She sighed. It's too bad that you're my age. Why? He asked, confused. With a wicked smile on her lips, she wrapped herself around his arm and leaned into him. She batted her long eyelashes and spoke in a low and husky. Well, I was sort of hoping I could be the older, more experienced woman who teaches you about love. What do you think, Having her so close, he suddenly felt his temperature rise and his heart begin to beat faster. He was looking into her brown eyes and feeling a mounting panic. She giggled and with one finger gently tapped the bridge of his nose. Just kidding. Maybe. She sat back into her seat but left an arm around him. He looked at her arm nervously. You don't mind, do you? She asked innocently. Teammates and friends should be close after all. Oh, no, I don't mind, Gabriella. He paused a bit. I like being close to you. He said quietly. She smiled and was about to say something when the crowd began to stir. It looked like things were about to begin. The Budo sat back in his seat and relaxed. His hinge made him look like a heavy-set man in his late 30s. Just another civilian who had come to see the show. He smirked. Everyone in the crowd thought the battles taking place in front of them would be the day's entertainment. Little did they realize that these matches were nothing more than an opening act. He looked at his watch. In a little less than 20 minutes the real show would begin. "Forgive me, my lord, but do you truly think this is wise?" Kimimaro asked. Orochimaru chuckled. "Yes, I am very certain. This is a day I have been working towards for 15 long years. Since the cursed Third Lord forced me to flee. I intend to enjoy my moment of triumph to the utmost. But lord, why can we not be there to guard you?" Orochimaru smiled and activated his red eyes with 3 little black tomo in each. "With this body I am invincible. I want to see the terror in their eyes as they realize they cannot even touch me. The Sound 5 will lead the attack, that is your role, Kimimaro." The white-haired ninja sighed but bowed. He wanted to protect his master but could not disobey a direct order. "Yes, my lord." Pate coughed. "Well now, let's begin the first match. As in the preliminaries I may stop the match at any point I determine someone is hopelessly beaten. Once again do not count on my intervention. Should you feel yourself to be outmatched yield immediately." Ino sent her opponent a big smile. "I've been looking forward to this for a whole month. I'm taking you out of Hinata-chan." Byakugan, she dropped into her stance. "That's typical of you, no you talk a good game, but you never manage to back it up." "Shut up. I am so going to kick your ass Hinata-chan." Hinata sent her a hard look. "You know Ino, I never did thank you for trying to steal Naruto-kun's first kiss. So you know what? I've decided to take something from you that you value greatly." Pate sighed. The crowd was starting to boo. "If it wouldn't be too much, cough. Trouble, do you think the two of you could fight now?" Hinata needed no further encouragement. As she charged straight after the blonde. From the start Ino's only chance was to catch her opponent with mind control. Unfortunately Hinata knew that and gave her absolutely no chance to cast one. She closed in and used her gentle fist to shut down Ino's chakra. Once that was done Hinata dropped down and took her feet out. Ino found herself face down with Hinata kneeling on her back. Ino saw the kunai in Hinata's hand and an evil glint in her pale eyes. "Alright Ino. This is for trying to steal Naruto-kun's first kiss and for the way you still flirt with him even though you know he's taken." "Hinata. What are you going to do with your kunai?" Hinata smiled and for once in her gentle life, it was an evil smile. "I think she's going to do it." Kiba cried out. "She wouldn't. Not Hinata-chan." Naruto was stunned. "Hey, Ino's been asking for something like this for years now." Shikamaru pointed out. He seemed to lack sympathy for his teammate. Naruto had seen many terrible things, but this was too horrible. "I can't watch." He shut his eyes. The roar from the crowd told him. And if there was any doubt Kiba dispelled it. "Wow, she actually did it." Kiba cried out. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the scene below. "I can't believe Hinata-chan actually did that." Kiba laughed. "We must be rubbing off on her." Naruto looked at him. "Is that a good thing?" Kiba shrugged. The spider quick to feet Ino was on her feet and shaking a fist absolutely furious with Hinata. "You tramp. You slut. You stupid ugly girl." She screamed at a calm and smiling Hinata. Ino had just been humiliated and the fact the crowd was still laughing did nothing to soothe her hurt feelings. Hinata held out her right hand. In it she still held a long blonde ponytail. She let go and allowed the hair to scatter in the wind. This was for trying to steal his kiss and for not leaving him alone even though he was taken. "Understand it Ino. I love Naruto-kun and he loves me. I am going to marry that boy one day and I won't let anyone try and take him away from me." She turned and walked away. "That was fun." Page shook his head. "Will, cough, cough. The next contestants Rock Lee and Namek is Naruto come down." Kakashi smiled to hear the excited buzz rising as the two approached Hate. He would never admit it to his team, but he had bet heavily on each of them to win their opening matches and on Naruto to win the tournament. By the end of the day he fully expected to have made a small fortune. "Kakashi, my eternal rival." An all too familiar and all too upbeat voice called out. He turned around to see him approach. "Hello guy." Kakashi actually liked his weird friend and had tremendous respect for him both as a ninja and as a teacher. He just wished he would be a bit less enthusiastic about things. "Yosh. Kakashi, are you ready to see my prize student defeat yours?" Oh, I'm sorry, did you say something?" I frowned. "Ha. Cool as ever I see. But the fact remains that my Lee has prepared like never before and he will defeat Naruto." Do you realize that Naruto is favored not only in this match, but to win the tournament? That only proves that people do not understand the power of youth." Kakashi smiled beneath the mask. You realize that Naruto is younger than Lee, don't you? Gosh, do not mock me, Kakashi. Kakashi eyed him in a green leotard and bowl cut. I wouldn't dream of it. So Kakashi, shall we make a wager on which of our students possesses the greater power of youth? Alright, but not for money. I have plenty of that coming in. How about we agree that if Naruto wins we call a halt to our contests for 6 months? What? The guy screamed. You want to call a halt to our eternal rivalry? Just for 6 months? What's the problem? You're not suddenly falling prey to doubts about your students' youthful fires, are you? I frowned and calmed down. No, I have faith in Lee. Very well, Kakashi, I accept your terms, but when Lee triumphs I expect us to have all our taijutsu spars every day. We are both in the village for 6 months. Every day? Kakashi paled a bit. The way guys sparred Kakashi would be nothing but a walking bruise. His rival smiled smugly. Now who's prey to doubts? Kakashi sighed. Not me. Deal? He held out his hand. Gosh, it is a deal. Guy grabbed his hand and gave it 3 or 4 pumps. Their bargain was set. Kakashi looked back down to the arena floor. You had better not lose, Naruto. Otherwise I'll have to introduce you to an ancient fighting move called 1000 Years of Death. So that's Naruto, huh? Gabriella asked. I guess it would have to be since he has the same outfit as Kushina-sensei. Haku nodded. That is indeed Naruto. So he's the one who defeated you and convinced you to come here. My cousin Sasuke hates him. She gave Haku a big smile. So I have 2 reasons to really like him. Haku smiled and looked excited. This should be very interesting. Lee is a great ninja, but Naruto is truly amazing. Watch closely and you will see a true genius. This is it. Kushina leaned forward in her seat. Tsunade leaned forward as well. I really should have put some money on this. Tsunade. Kushina chided. I'm kidding. Mostly. Lee bowed to him. Naruto. Let us have an excellent match and do our very best. Naruto returned the bow. Right back at you, Lee. Before we begin, Naruto-san, there is something you should know. What's that, Lee? I have removed my weight. Huh? Pei dropped his arm. Begin. Lee was standing there and seemed to disappear. The very next instant Naruto felt a fist smash into his jaw and sent him flying. When he landed, Lee was standing before him in a ready pose. He flipped his hand in a come on gesture. Lee was the Lee smiled and shook his head. No, Naruto-san, I simply removed the weights I always have on. Without them I am a good bit faster. A bit faster? He's at least as fast as me when I have the red chakra. He quickly ran through some hand signs. Shadow clone technique. 50 clones appeared surrounding Lee. As one they charged in from every angle. What worried Naruto was the fact Lee looked happy. Once again Lee seemed to vanish. There was a long series of pops as the clones swiftly disappeared one on top of the other. The real Naruto was again slammed in the jaw and sent flying. Naruto quickly got back up on his feet. Well, that was a waste. He began making hand signs. Let's try an area attack this time. Wall of wind technique. The entire area in front of Naruto was suddenly filled with a gale force wind. Lee was caught and thrown back a ways. But when he landed he was unhurt and still smiling, eager for more. Naruto quickly went through the dozens he knew. Would definitely work on Lee. But unfortunately he didn't know any. He had a powerful area wind attack that Lee wouldn't be able to avoid. But if he used it Lee would die, so that was out. Damn it, I need something fast or I'm going to end up on the receiving end of a lotus. Naruto could see Lee starting to loosen the bandages on his arms. He knew Lee exceptionally well and knew all his strengths and weaknesses. He was familiar with one glaring weakness in particular. And as soon as he recognized that chink in Lee's armor, he knew how he could win their match without resorting to lethal force. I'm very sorry, Lee, but with that insane speed of yours you're just too dangerous. I'm ending our match right now. He made a couple simple hand signs and worked to hinge. With a puff of smoke he turned into a certain pink-haired girl wearing a 2-piece swimsuit. Sakura-chan. Lee was frozen in place. He worked some more hand signs and 50 clones appeared. All of them are exact copies of Sakura in her 2 pieces. They closed in on him and began a mass cuddle while telling him how strong and manly he was. The poor bastard never had a chance. In short order Lee was passed out on the ground with a stream of blood coming from his nose and a huge smile on his face. Naruto headed back towards the balcony, a little embarrassed but triumphant. What do you call that? The guy shouted in outrage. Kakashi grinned. I'd call it no challenge for 6 months. Kushina had her head buried in her hands. Tsunade was patting her shoulder comfortingly. It's alright, the important thing is he won his match. Tsunade said. Kushina lifted her head just enough to give her friend a very flat look. He's received training from me, Kakashi, you, and Jiraiya. He knows almost 100 and has unbelievable chakra capacity. He is a jonin in everything but the title, and that's how he wins a match. Tsunade chuckled. Look at the bright side and think what a great story this will make for the grandchildren. Gabriella turned to Haku with a grin. The entire crowd was roaring with laughter. Genius, huh? Haku shrugged. Genius can take all forms. She laughed and grabbed his hand. Come on, let's get some snacks before the next match. She didn't fail to notice the blush that covered his face as she led them towards the concessions. In one of the upper sections of the stadium seats, Jiraiya jumped to his feet and cried out. That kid's a freaking genius. The Budo stepped away from his seat and went to the back wall. While everyone's eyes were focused on the arena floor, he began a complex series of hand signs. The sand ninjas were all a healthy distance from the sphere of sand. Kankura wasn't smiling now, no one was. They were more frightened of what was about to appear than they were of all the ninjas in Konoha. Within the sphere, a demented and lonely voice whispered. I'm a good boy, aren't I, mommy? All for you, mother, all for you. Yes. Yes, I will. Am I a good mommy? Say it again, mommy. Tell me you love me. He let out a contented sigh. Say you love me again, mommy, and I'll give you all the blood you want. So what do you call that? Kiba asked with a grin. A win. Naruto said simply. Shikamaru smirked. Congratulations on creating your very first original. What are you going to name it? Naruto thought about it for a second and grinned. I think I'll call it the Ninja Harem. As he spoke, he noticed something strange. Feathers. Hinata was the first one to understand. Jinjutsu. She brought her hands together to dispel. Kai. The others on the balcony quickly followed her example. Hi. Naruto. Hi. Kiba. Hi. Shikamaru. Hi. Tenten. Naruto looked confused. Why are they casting on us? Is this some kind of test? Byakugan, Hinata activated her bloodline. She looked about. Naruto-kun. It's not just us. This is being cast over the entire audience. Naruto got to the railing and looked towards the nearest stands. He could see people who had been walking suddenly collapse on the stairs. Guys, I have a very bad feeling about this. I stiffened. Kakashi. This is. Yeah, Kakashi agreed. The two elite jonins quickly dispelled the effects. What do you think? Guy asked and looked about at the other leaf ninjas who were also dispelling them. A sneak attack. It has to be. He pulled out a kunai but waited to release his Sharingan. They were in a long line to get some rice balls when people in front of them began to slump to the ground. Gabriella saw feathers and wondered what was happening. She was getting very sleepy. Hi. Haku dispelled and quickly touched Gabriella, freeing her as well. Huh? Gabriella suddenly snapped out of it. What's going on? Everyone around them was lying on the floor. I think we're about to be attacked. Haku had senbons in both hands. Someone cast a very powerful spell to put everyone to sleep. I can't think of a reason to do that unless it were the opening to a sneak attack. I'm glad Kushina taught me to always have my gear on me. Gabriella slapped her forehead. Of course. The one time I decided to dress up. Jiraiya dispelled them and had memories of sneak attacks during the Third Great Ninja War. Oh no, this can't be. Orochimaru smiled. Well then, shall we begin? Kimimaro lifted a flare gun and sent a single flare high into the air. It lit high above Konoha and was clearly visible to friend and foe alike. Tsunade saw the flare. The Jinjutsu's effects did not reach the Hokage's private box. What is that? And then without warning in the stadium and outside the village walls it began. Operation Destroy Konoha was underway. Chapter 31. Orders of the Hokage. Orochimaru ran a kunai over the tattoo on his arm. With the blood on it, he slammed his hand down upon the ground. Summoning technique. In a massive puff of smoke, a gigantic gold and black snake appeared. Leaping onto its head, he laughed and ordered it to approach the walls of his old home. Behind him were the forces of the Sound Village, those that were not already within Konoha. They heard the first crack, and many of them could feel their hearts stopping. The sphere was breaking open. With a sudden explosion and monstrous howl, a massive figure made of sand began to take shape. Shukaku, the one-tailed demon, walked the earth again. Looking up at this horror, the Kazekage wondered to himself for the 1000th time if he had done the right thing all those years ago. No, there was no point in idle speculation now. The dice were out of his hand. You know the plan. Follow in Gaara's wake and destroy whatever he leaves behind. He tried to cheer himself with images of a crushed and beaten leaf village and of his own village once more prosperous. He would make it happen. Gaara began to move and they all fell in behind him. Throughout the crowd at the stadium, unconscious, civilians shed their disguises and stood revealed as Sound Ninja. Their mission was to try and eliminate as many enemy forces right from the start as possible and thus make the battle that much easier. They rushed in to engage those leaf nuns who were still conscious. There would be no prisoners today. Their lord's orders were quite clear on that. They had come to destroy the leaf village, not merely conquer it. And so they set out to kill. As Tsunade watched, a dozen Sound Ninjas leapt from the stands towards them. What the hell? Tsunade shouted. Kushina was on her feet with a sword out. We're under attack. The Chunin who had been assigned guard duty had a kunai out and was at the Hokage's side. Hokage-sama, please flee. Like hell I will. Tsunade concentrated chakra into her right hand. If these fools want a war they've got one. There were ambushes stationed throughout the stadium, but nothing like this had been expected. They had been caught completely by surprise. The ambu would get there to reinforce them, but not before the enemy were on top of them. As Naruto and the others watched they saw fighting erupt throughout the stands. Hey look. Kiba pointed at a group of enemy ninjas. They're going after the Hokage. Naruto and the others had been taken completely by surprise. But Kiba's words made his decision of what to do easy. His katana was out and he looked at them. All of you follow me. He leapt away and made a beeline for the Hokage's box. It said something about him that everyone in that balcony obeyed him without a second's hesitation. Not only his teammates but Tenten and Shikamaru as well. The first two to reach the box were immediately cut down by Kushina's blade. The third was crushed by Tsunade chakra-enhanced fist. A sudden spray of needles forced them to duck behind the stone railing. And let the rest of their enemies reach the box. The Chunin who had been with them was quickly dispatched, though he did take one enemy ninja with him. Tsunade and Kushina found themselves back to back surrounded by 8 enemy ninja. Given their skill levels it might be interesting. But before they could make a rush 2 of them had blossomed in their throats. One turned just in time to have his head sliced off by Naruto's katana. A shadow leapt out and caught the 5 remaining ninja. Kushina, Naruto, and Tenten quickly dispatched 4 of them. I want a prisoner. Tsunade ordered. Her words came just as Kushina's blade neared his throat. She was just able to stop. Mom? Godmother, are you alright? Naruto wanted to know. We're fine honey, how are all of you? Kushina asked. We're all fine. Naruto replied. Mom, what the hell is going on? That is an excellent question. Tsunade said as she grabbed the sole surviving sound nun by the throat. How about an explanation? I'll tell you nothing. The prisoner gasped. That's the wrong answer. Tsunade replied. She put her other hand on the man's shoulder and used some chakra. The man howled in pain. Let me explain something to you, tough guy. I'm a medic nin and I know where all the body's pain receptors are and just how to make them work full force. I need to know what's going on and I need to know right now and I don't care how much I have to hurt you to get that information. She worked some more chakra and the man was again screaming. For the genin present, even Naruto, this was a sudden and brutal introduction to one of the ugly necessities of shinobi life. It took less than a minute to have the man talking and as they all listened they realized just how serious things were. In that minute a squad of Anbu arrived as well as Jiraiya. As if on schedule they heard a loud explosion and felt the earth shake. From the box being so high up they had a clear view of the outer walls. Through the east wall a gigantic snake had just smashed through. Simultaneously on the south wall at the gate a massive raccoon of sand was tearing things up. Damn it. Tsunade screamed. They had no sooner guessed what was going on than 2 ninjas wearing foreign Hittites appeared. Spotting them Haku threw his senbons at them. One went down with them in his throat. The other was fast enough to block them with a kunai. That one rushed forward and Haku went forward as well to meet him. The enemy ninja was bigger and stronger than Haku and managed to get a hold of him and they grappled. Gabriella was about to join in when she spotted a third ninja pop up behind them in the hall. Seeing what was going on, one pulled out a kunai and sent it flying right for Haku's back. No. Not Haku. On sheer instinct she leapt. She had to stop the knife. And as she leapt time seemed to slow down. The kunai came into sharp focus and she could see exactly where it was headed. And as it neared Haku's back she reached out her hand and caught it. The enemy ninja was stunned. He was even more stunned at the speed with which the girl in the kimono snapped her wrist back and sent it flying straight into his throat. Even without weapons she had no trouble helping Haku. She simply drove her fist into the enemy ninja's face. Once he was off Haku the 2 of them quickly defeated him. Are you alright Haku? Gabriella asked. She was relieved to see him nod. She quickly knelt down by the defeated ninja and checked his pouches. Kunai, shuriken, explosive notes, wire, gauze, she smiled up at Haku. These bastards are well prepared at least. Haku stared down at her in surprise. She quickly removed the ninja's belt and pouches to put them around her kimono. Gabriella, you're. I know I'm stripping the dead, but it can't be helped. You don't expect me to fight without any equipment, do you? Haku shook his head. No, it's not that. Your eyes. She tied the belt on and made sure the pouches were all secure. Well, that's better. Now what about my eyes? They're red. She froze. She was kneeling in front of the concession stand. She looked at her reflection in the polished stainless steel. She could see herself clearly. Her eyes were indeed red and in each pupil there swam 2 tomo. She honestly couldn't believe it. After all the time, effort, and suffering. Sharingan, she whispered. We've been caught completely by surprise. Tsunade ground out. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? The lead Anbu asked. She looked down into the stands. There was a desperate battle going on right in front of her. Her instinct was to join in. Then she looked to where the sand demon and giant snake were tearing into the village. Damn it, she muttered. I have no choice. I need to get in control of my forces and set up a counterattack. She looked at the Anbu. I need to get to the tower and get in touch with all my ninja. The Anbu nodded. We will escort you there, Hokage-sama. Tsunade turned to Kushina. We have a lot of good people who are stuck fighting here. Kushina stayed here and helped and passed on the word. When this stadium is secured and every enemy ninja is dead or prisoner, bring every last available leaf nin to the tower. You'll be part of the counterattack. Hi Hokage-sama. She turned to Jiraiya. She hated what she was about to ask. Things are in chaos. I need time to pull everything together. Jiraiya nodded. You need me to buy you time. I do. She hated it. She was going to put him in extreme danger. But she had no choice. He understood and simply grinned. Don't worry, I'll take care of the snake. No. Not the snake. He will have to wait. Taking out the one-tailed demon. That's the priority. He's doing a lot more damage and has to be stopped immediately or there won't be anything left of the village. Looking out he could see how true that was. Alright then, I'll take out the one tail. He moved one hand to cast a shunshin. Please be careful. Tsunade pleaded. He smiled and gave her a little wink. Always. With that, Jiraiya's body flickered away. Finally Tsunade turned to the 5 applicants who had come rushing in to help her and Kushina. Looking at their young faces, she was faced with another decision she hated. Alright, you 5, I hate doing this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Until the fighting in this village is over, I am transferring all of you into a special squadron. As of right now, you are all part of Team Naruto, and Naruto, you are captain. He gasped and stood straight. Thank you, Hokage-sama. She shook her head. Don't thank me now. Thank me later by bringing everyone on your squad alive and well. As captain, they are your responsibility, Naruto. Do you understand? I do. He nodded seriously. I won't let you down. I believe in Naruto. I am assigning you an A rank mission. In cases of surprise attack, there are standing orders to evacuate all students and civilians to the cliff shelters. I want you to get to the academy and assist the teachers there with the evacuation. Then I want you to stay with the students and help guard them until this battle is over. The academy? Naruto questioned. He sent a look to his mother. Couldn't we stay here and… Naruto? Tsunade said sharply. That got his attention. This is not busy work. I have no idea how bad the penetration is, and those students are high priority targets. Get to the academy and protect them. That is your mission, and I expect you to carry it out like the leaf shinobi you are. She looked at all the genin. I expect every one of you to fight for and defend this village. Hearing that, they all proudly nodded. We will protect the students no matter what. He turned to his team. All right. We're going in a 5-man diamond formation. I'll take points. Kiba opened his mouth, but Naruto sent him a glare and he closed it again. Hinata, with your bloodline, you're best suited for rear guard. She nodded. Tenten, Shikamaru, and Kiba in the middle, and keep a sharp eye out. Kiba keeps a sharp nose out. Tenten, with your weapon skill you can be a major help. Do you have plenty of weapons? She nodded eagerly. I'm loaded for bear. Alright then. Let's move out, Team Naruto. With that, the 5 of them leapt away. Kushina watched them go and whispered a silent prayer for Kami to watch out for them. I'm sorry, Kushina, Tsunade said. But I have to use everyone, I have to save the village. Kushina gave her a sad smile and bowed. Please do not apologize for behaving like a Hokage. She then leapt away and into the stands below to join the fight. Tsunade frowned. No wonder the old man wanted out of this job. She had just sent people she loved into danger. If anything happened to them, it would be her fault. But the really horrible thing was that if it saved the village, she would do it again. Damn it, let's go. She and her Anbu escort headed for the tower. The sound nin came straight in at her. He didn't bother with feints or deception. It was just a straight-on attack. She could see the smile on his face and could guess what he was thinking. Some stupid girl in a kimono had somehow not gone to sleep and had picked up a kunai. Why did men always underestimate women? Especially beautiful ones. Gabriella realized she shouldn't be annoyed as it gave her an advantage. His attack was easy to avoid and she got inside of his reach. At the very last second she saw fear in his eyes. Maybe he had recognized her skill level. Maybe he had spotted her eyes. Either way, it was too late for him. She rammed her kunai through the bottom of his jaw into the base of his skull. His blood sprayed in her face as she stepped aside and let him topple over onto a fat woman who was peacefully sleeping. She's going to wake up with a dead man lying on top of her. Another sound nin came at her. This time she worked on some signs. Spitfire technique. Out of her mouth she spat out a small stream of fire that struck him square in the chest. He was quickly turned into a living torch and screamed, but not for long. She looked around for someone else to fight. She saw a sound nin with a couple senbons in his neck drop. Looking around she saw there were no other enemies nearby. There was still fighting going on in the stadium, but the section they were in was clear. Along with Haku there were 4 other leaf nuns there. But the temporary halt to the fighting, she took the chance to catch her breath. She also took a quick look at herself. Her beautiful kimono was stained with dirt and blood. Damn it. Haku was at her side immediately. What's wrong? This kimono cost 5,000 ryu. It's 100% silk. This is the first time I've ever worn it and now it's ruined. Haku looked at her, not sure how to reply. Well, I thought it was very pretty. Emphasis on was. Haku's radio crackled to life. Haku. Gabriella. Do you copy? Haku hit his send button. Kushina-sama, this is Haku and Gabriella is here with me. What is your status? Are you both alright? Kushina's voice spoke. Kushina-sama, we are both fine. We have been fighting but currently are having a respite. Haku said. Glad to hear it. I'm still fighting. Where are you? We are in Stadium Section A12. Haku reported. I am in A1. I want you and Gabriella to try and get to me, but don't take any foolish chances. Understood. Haku looked at Gabriella and pointed. Section A1 should be right there. They would have to circumnavigate about a quarter of the stadium and there was still plenty of fighting going on in the intervening sections. This will be difficult. He obviously was ready to do whatever it took to reach Kushina. Gabriella took a look to where Section A1 was and smiled. Maybe not. She looked to the 4 other leaf nuns. We just got orders from our sensei to join up with her. You can come with us if you like. The other 4 were all older than she was, though none of them seemed to be of higher rank than Genin. One by one they all nodded, more or less thinking it was better to stay together as a unit. Alright, she turned to Haku. Do you want to do this the easy or hard way? He looked at her a little surprised. So long as we still reach Kushina-sama, the easier way would be better. She smiled. Right then, follow me. With that she leaped out of the stands and down onto the arena floor. Surprised Haku and the others nevertheless followed her out onto the arena floor where they ran at top speed. Kushina-sama said not to take any foolish chances. Haku pointed out. Our chances are a lot better running straight to her rather than trying to fight our way through 11 sections. Gabriella replied. But everyone can see us. Haku said. So what? Gabriella replied. I'm betting that they're all too busy to bother with us. Besides, she said happily. We're here. Sure enough they leapt up into section A1. Upon arriving they noticed there were a lot more dead bodies in the section than there had been in A12. They immediately spotted Kushina facing off with a sound nin. This was the first time they had seen her in live combat. As they watched her sword cut the sound nin's head off as neatly as you'd please. The 2 of them hurried over and each flanked her. Gabriella was stunned to see her sensei's face completely soaked in blood and her sword was coated red. And at her feet were about 8 bodies. All of them with their heads cut off. She gave each of her students a happy smile. I am very glad to see both of you all right. She looked at Gabriella a bit. Oh, I'm sorry you ruined your kimono, dear. Gabriella sighed. It's all right. Before she could say anything more a sound nin charged at her. She had a kunai up and ready, but before she could move Kushina had leapt in. With one expert slice of her sword a 9th headless corpse joined the pile in front of them. Gabriella's eyes expanded a bit. Kushina had made it look ridiculously easy. Alright, Kushina called out. We're just about done here. We'll press on to the next section and help clear that one out. And to the next one and the next one until we've cleared this stadium of enemies. Once that's done we'll rally to the tower and help clear the village. Gabriella noticed that though many of the ninjas fighting here were jonins, they accepted her orders without question. One of the jonins with some crazy silver hair and his hit eye-eyed over one eye came over towards her. Kushina, is this Gabriella? Kushina smiled. Yes. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Your sensei has told me quite a bit about you. I am Hada Kakashi. Kakashi? Kakashi of the Sharingan eye? She said in surprise. He nodded. I hope you won't hold that against me the way some of the Uchiha do. She shook her head. No, it's fine with me. Kakashi smiled. Glad to hear it. He paused. Kushina, I thought you said your student didn't have the Sharingan. She doesn't. Kushina confirmed. Actually she does. What? Kushina looked at Gabriella. Gabriella smiled proudly. Surprise. Kushina smiled and shook her head. Well, today is definitely the day for them. Come on, let's clear out section A2. Chapter 32. True Strength. He had not been in Konoha on that terrible night when the Kyuubi attacked. He'd been doing a little research in a remote spa in grass country. The first he'd heard that the Kyuubi was threatening his home was on October 11th. He'd raced back to Konoha in just a day and a half. Just in time to attend Minato's funeral service. He'd heard many of the survivors talk about the raw power of the Kyuubi and how hopeless it had seemed to face it. Now looking at the Shukaku joyfully flattening entire blocks with a single paw, he had a real understanding of what Minato and the others had faced that day. This was even worse than the Kyuubi's attack. Hundreds of brave ninja had died that night, but Yondame's heroic sacrifice had stopped the Kyuubi short of the village. Standing on a rooftop he could see and hear the mass of civilians running through the streets. There was an evacuation plan in place, but the people were in an utter panic. He doubted if 1 in 10 among them knew where they were headed. They just knew survival required them to get away from that. And as the civilians ran, brave leaf ninjas were trying to fight it. They had to know it was hopeless. That their stand was nothing more than suicide. Yet they were determined to sell their lives to try and give the people of Konoha at least a chance to get away. He leapt forward toward the battle zone. He noted that none of the sand ninja had put in an appearance yet. Why should they? He thought bitterly. They probably planned to let the Shukaku flatten everything and then pick through the rubble. He landed in an empty street near where the fighting was taking place. Lord Jiraiya. A ninja with a scarred face landed beside him. It took him a second to recognize him. Is that you, Ibiki? Yes, sir. Have you come to help? I've come to take over. Pull everyone back. I'll handle things from here. But Lord Jiraiya, how can you stand alone against that? He smiled. Because I am Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage and Sannin. Now pull them back and thank the heavens I'm here. Ibiki nodded and disappeared. In swift order the leaf ninja began to retreat past him. He smiled up at the monster as he bit down on his thumb. Sorry you Suna bastards, but it's not gonna be that easy. Even if I have to die I'm stopping you. He flashed through the hand signs and slammed his hand down on the street. Summoning technique. With a massive puff of smoke he found himself riding atop Gamabunta's head. His radio came to life with Hinata's panicked voice. Naruto-kun. 4 ninjas about to ambush us. Naruto stopped on a roof and held up a fist, bringing his new team to a halt on the same rooftop. He was about to ask Hinata where the enemy were when they attacked. The enemy obviously thought Naruto and his team were simply a bunch of kids running about in a panic. Their first clue that wasn't the case was when one of them died with a kunai through his throat. Another came straight at Naruto with a pair of kunai. Naruto performed some of the steps for the dance of the lilies and drove his sword through his chest. The other two were quickly caught by Shikamaru's shadow. Great job, team. He walked over to the 2 prisoners. We're going to the ninja academy. Can you tell us anything about your plans for it? Both ninjas said they didn't know. He didn't think they were lying. But just to make sure. Hinata-chan. Their heartbeats didn't change, Naruto-kun. They are telling the truth. Hinata-chan, we're within 2 miles of the academy, can you take a look? She nodded and did just that. What she found was very bad. Naruto-kun, the academy is surrounded by about 40 enemy ninjas. And there are dead bodies in the courtyard, a couple teachers but mostly students. What? Kiba said. You murderous bastards. Why are you going after the kids? They're not even ninjas yet. The first prisoner shook his head a bit, which was all that he would allow. We weren't part of that operation. Our squad was sent in to pick off any targets of opportunity. But it doesn't matter, you're all dead. Lord Orochimaru has ordered that this village be left an empty ruin and every last living soul in it killed. I guess the brats in the academy were just high on the list. Kiba snarled. That's pretty brave considering where you are right now. You're going to kill both of us anyway, so it doesn't matter. We wouldn't do that. Hinata said. We don't kill helpless prisoners. The sound nin actually smiled. I can see the look in this one's eyes. He nodded to Naruto. He's going to kill us. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked worriedly. This is war, Hinata-chan, and the rules are different. He looked at her. How are we supposed to take them prisoner? We've got a mission to complete and I'm not going to waste the time taking them to the police or Anbu headquarters if those places are even still secure. We sure as hell are not taking them with us, and if we leave them tied up one of their friends may come along and let them go. I'm not taking the chance of letting them go free to kill others. Naruto-kun, if we do this, how is it different from what Gaara did in the forest? The difference is that Gaara could have let those ninjas live and it wouldn't have done him or his team any harm at all. If I let these 2 live and they get away, other people might die because of it and I won't let that happen. Naruto-kun would still be murder. The sound nin actually laughed. And you call yourself a ninja? Ninjas kill, and believe me, to the person you're killing it's always murder. We're wasting time here. Tenten ended the debate by throwing a kunai into each of their throats. Hinata, she looked at the other girl. Naruto is right. This is war. You heard it from their own mouths. They've come here to kill everyone. We have to stop them no matter what. We have to kill Hinata, this is war and we have to kill. Hinata saw Kiba and Shikamaru both nod and she slowly nodded as well. Hinata-chan, Naruto said quietly. There are bodies in the courtyard. Are there people still inside? Hinata nodded. I'd say there are 12 instructors and maybe 200 students. Do you think there's any way we can get into the academy? Hinata took another look. They only have a couple ninjas in the back. Most of them are lined up in front. Makes sense, Shikamaru said. They must figure there's no way to get all those kids moving fast. If they try getting everyone out the back way they'd still be all over them. But the 5 of us should be able to move fast enough to get in. Naruto nodded to himself. Alright, let's get to the academy. Jiraiya. What is this about? Gamabunta demanded. Hey Bunta, we need to take that ugly raccoon out. Gamabunta flattened his eyes. Shukaku the sand demon. Why should I go to the trouble of fighting him? I'll buy you some sake. Try again. Because we're lifelong pals. Ha. Alright, Jiraiya said seriously. How about because Minato gave his life to save this village? If we don't stop that ugly beach ornament this village is going to be destroyed and he'll have died for nothing. Gamabunta was silent for a moment and then rumbled a short laugh as he pulled out his sword. Now that is a reason to fight. Keep in mind the priority is not just to stop him but to protect the village. We need to lure him away from Konoha if we can. Got it? Now hang on. Jiraiya focused chakra into his feet as Gamabunta leapt. Gaara has actually been enjoying himself so much he had failed to notice the new arrival. He had lifted his right arm to smash another city block to rubble when a gigantic sword swept in and cut his arm off at the shoulder. Both the arm and the sword went flying. Gamabunta landed behind Gaara and a part of the village already flattened. Damn, I lost my sword. His sand body is too dense. The Shukaku form swung about and faced the giant frog. Who are you? He demanded. I am the legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya and this is Gamabunta, the boss Toad summon. And we're here to put an end to you. Bunta, give me oil. Right. Gamabunta's belly expanded and a river of black oil spewed from his wide mouth. Using a Jiraiya spat out a steady stream of fire turning the oil into an inferno that engulfed Gaara. Gaara howled, not in pain but in frustration and anger. Jiraiya watched the massive blaze and actually hoped it might be enough. What do you think? Another deafening roar gave him an answer. The fire died away and left a massive pall of grimy black smoke. Out of the smoke stumbled the three-legged Shukaku form. Gaara moved stiffly as his entire body seemed to shine brightly in the sun. The intense fire had turned the Shukaku's upper layer to glass. With a loud crack the glass broke and began to fall in great chunks. Gaara turned his snout towards the giant frog. He was absolutely furious now that someone had attacked him and actually done a small amount of harm. I'm going to kill you. Time to lead him away I think. Jiraiya suggested. Right. Gamabunta leapt southwards out of the village. The bigger and slower Shukaku form gave chase. Come back here and fight me. Before the fight had begun Tamari had confidently predicted that things would not long go according to plan. But she had not imagined this. She and all the other Tsunade stared in shock as Gaara, their ace in the hole, their secret weapon, and the center of their battle plan, abandoned them to go chase after a giant frog summon. All the sand nuns began to look at one another in a panic and soon all eyes turned to the Kazekage. He wanted to scream and to curse Gaara to the deepest darkest pit in hell. He couldn't do that though, his people needed their supreme leader to exude confidence and self-control. He very quickly assessed the situation. Whatever his other faults he had a sharp mind and a good grasp of strategy and tactics. With Gaara's unexpected departure the battle plan was worthless. In essence the plan had been to let Gaara do most of the fighting and break enemy resistance. Suna had always had a smaller population than Konoha. That was why they'd always had to rely on quality over quantity. He had brought a grand total of 500 shinobi, and these included damn near every jonin and chunin the sand village had along with the most talented and experienced genin. Konoha had roughly about 2,000 shinobi of all ranks. The Otokage had promised to bring 1,000 ninja. He did not know just how far he could trust Orochimaru. Even if he really had brought that many, the quality of his ninja varied wildly. Sound was a new village after all, and too many of their ninja were not experienced enough. The Kazekage looked over his people carefully. He was well aware that this was a crucial moment in the history of Suna. His ninja were all still outside the now flattened walls. He has not yet committed them to battle. Gaara had done quite a bit of damage and killed a number of enemy ninja. But there was no way to ascertain how many. Likewise his allies were clearly doing damage and killing enemies. But there was no way to guess how many. Unlike Orochimaru the Kazekage was not out to destroy Konoha. He would be satisfied with leaving it weakened and no longer a competitor for contracts. For him this was about restoring the economic health of his village. Clearly Konoha had already suffered from this day's events. But had they suffered enough? What sort of reserves did the Leaf Nin still possess? He had two choices. He could simply leave. Now that Gaara was off on some wild frog chase, his plans were ruined. His forces had not stepped foot into the Leaf Village yet and had suffered no casualties at all. He could turn away from battle and return home with his entire force completely intact. He had no doubt that the Sound Nuns would fight on even if he abandoned them. He could achieve his dream of weakening Konoha without suffering any casualties. He sighed. But if he did that, the alliance with Sound would be destroyed. Orochimaru was a dangerous enemy to have, as Tsunade was learning right now. And if Konoha somehow survived with much of her strength intact, they would come looking for revenge. But there was one more critical factor to consider. He had led them here to fight. His people had come here in accordance with his will. What would they think of him if he told them to retreat now without even stepping foot into the Konoha? They would think him weak and afraid. There was no real choice. Damn Gaara. I hope he finally dies, then all this really would have been worth it. Gaara has done enough. He spoke loudly and with a voice ringing with confidence. The Leaf Ninjas are in confusion and fighting on two fronts. We will go in and finish this. Follow me and let us fight for the greater glory of Suna. With that he led the way. Himari followed in his wake along with the others. Her fan was out and she was ready, though not eager. The five of them were able to get in through the rear entrance without a fight. But the moment they entered, Iruka and another Chunin were about to attack. Naruto held up his hands, one of them had a bloody katana in it. Wait, Iruka-sensei. It's us. Iruka and the other Chunin held up for just a second. Can you prove it? Iruka asked suspiciously. Naruto thought quickly. Sasuke's a jerk. Iruka lowered his kunai. Naruto, good to see you again. But what are you and the others doing here? The Hokage sent us here to help you get the students to the shelters. The other Chunin looked horribly disappointed. Are things that bad? She couldn't spare one real squad. Before Naruto could answer, Iruka did. Don't underestimate them, especially not Naruto. I think I'd rather have him here than almost anyone else. Naruto smiled. Come with us. In short order they were in the large hall right outside the main door. Everyone else was already gathered there. The Chunin instructors looked grim but determined. All the students were there too. Some of them were crying and he could hear soft pleas from others. A handful of the fourth-year students looked determined and almost ready. Naruto noted that among those few were a Hyuga cadet branch member and an Uchiha. Naruto also did not fail to notice that everyone had been issued weapons. Their fear smell is off the charts. These kids are terrified. Kiba whispered to him. Can you blame them? They're just kids. Naruto whispered back. It was a little odd saying that, as the two of them had been here less than 6 months ago. But in the time since graduation they had grown up. Naruto. One of the kids jumped up and ran over to him. Have you come to save us? Naruto smiled down. Yes, we have, Konohamaru. We're getting all of you out of here. Konohamaru smiled. I knew it. You'll definitely rescue us. Don't be stupid. An annoyed voice called out. He's not much older than we are. He can't do anything against real ninjas. The fourth-year Uchiha declared. If you think that, what do you think you're going to do? Kiba said with a grin. The Uchiha turned a bit red and shut his mouth. Konohamaru turned to glare at the same kid. Shut up. He saved me before and I've seen Naruto in action. He's the best. If he says he can save us, then he can. He put a hand on the young boy's shoulder. Konohamaru, he said quietly. Me, my team, and your teachers will get you all to safety. I promise. Konohamaru immediately nodded, certain everything would be alright now. Then went back to sit with his two friends. Iruka spoke quietly. That was a very large promise for Naruto. He slowly nodded. I know it was Iruka-sensei and I never go back on my word. I think they're getting ready to rush us. One of the Chunin called. He sounded calm and resolute. Naruto calmly wiped down his blade, there was a lot of blood on it. He holstered it. He knew what he had to do. He looked at the kids and at his teammates. All of you listen to me. I am going to show you a special power I have. It may seem very frightening, but don't be afraid. He stuck his thumb to his hit eye. I'm a leaf ninja, and I will give my life to protect all of you. Whatever you see or sense, don't be afraid of me. What special power are you talking about, Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Kiba and Hinata were both sending him worried looks. Naruto took a very deep breath. I'm what they call a inside me, I have the Kyuubi. Tenten, Shikamaru, and the students all gasped. Kiba, Hinata, and the teachers eyed him with worry. Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke upset. Why are you telling everyone that? Because I'm about to show them and everyone else. He said quietly. I'm going to have to use all my power to keep my promise. He gave Hinata a little smile. And you know I can't break my promise no matter what. Naruto-kun. I think I'd rather take my chances against a ninja. One of the teachers muttered. Quiet. Iruka snapped. You're lying. One of the students jumped up and pointed. Everyone knows the Yondaime Hokage killed the Kyuubi to save the village. No, Naruto said. Biju cannot be killed by mortals. My father placed the Kyuubi inside of me. And I am going to use its power to protect all of you. But how? Your teachers will explain everything later. He really didn't want to discuss it. He walked towards the door. Naruto, are you sure about this? Iruka asked nervously. It's the only way. Besides, he flashed Iruka a confident grin. I've used the power twice now. It'll be okay. From the doorway he carefully looked out to the courtyard. He had a nice clear view of a dozen tiny bodies with kunai and shuriken sticking out of them. Big brave ninja ambushing some unarmed children. The sight was plenty to spark his anger. And from deep within him he felt something dark and terrible come to life. We're 20 miles from the village. This should be far enough. Jiraiya called. Alright. Gamabunta landed and turned about in some thick forest. It took a short while for the Shukaku form to catch up to them. Are you finally tired of running? Gaara screamed. He was furious. No one was supposed to be able to keep away from him like that. You are my prey. Have you any idea how angry you have made me? You're angry? Jiraiya shouted. You can stuff it down the rabbit hole. Cause whatever you're feeling, I guarantee you it's not a shadow of the anger I'm feeling. You traitorous bastards broke out of alliance and betrayed us with Orochimaru. Our two villages had been friends since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Friends? Are you a serious old man? There are no friends in this world. Everyone cares only about themselves. I love and care about only myself. Everyone else can burn, and that includes my so-called family. If that is how you truly feel, then I pity you. I'd rather be dead than not care about anyone else. You can have all the power in the world, but if you have no one you want to protect, then you are still weak. A ninja only finds real strength when he is fighting to protect those dear to him. You're calling me weak? Gaara screamed at him. Alright. I'll show you my full power then. On the Shukaku's forehead, Gaara's body seemed to half emerge. He remained planted in the sand up to his hips. He cast a playing possum technique. Oh no. This is bad. Gamabunta announced. What? Jiraiya asked. The host just forced himself to sleep. So? Jiraiya asked. Suddenly Shukaku laughed. I'm free. Oh, unlucky me. I see someone I want to slaughter right off the bat. He slammed his curled paw into his belly and disgorged a massive bubble of air. Air bullet. Gamabunta leapt just in time to avoid the explosion as the air bullet struck the forest. His belly expanded and he spat out a huge bubble of water. Water bullet. Shukaku jumped away laughing as the water bullet missed. He's faster than before. Jiraiya said. That's because with the host asleep the demon comes awake. He's much more powerful than he was being controlled by the host. Shukaku fired off a pair of air bullets. Gamabunta got off one water bullet. He took out one of the air bullets, but the other struck him. Ah. Bunta. Jiraiya shouted. I'm alright. But a couple more of those and I'm done. He's just too powerful for me. What can we do? He's got one weakness. The exposed host. If I can hold Shukaku in place for a few seconds, can you reach him? Yes. A few seconds will be all I need. Alright. Since I don't have any claws or fangs to hold on with, I'll need help to transform. I'm not very good at it, so I'll need you to provide me with the image of something to transform into. Not a problem. Here we go then. Remember, you'll have one chance to reach the host and wake him. Wake him? Jiraiya held out his palm and began concentrating on chakra. Forget waking him. I'm gonna kill him. That works too. Gamabunta dodged and just avoided another air bullet as he rushed in. Here we go. Joint transformation technique. Gamabunta was shrouded by a screen of smoke. Out of the smoke burst the form of a gigantic wolf. The wolf landed and clamped down his jaws while taking hold with both paws. Jiraiya had his opening and leapt for the sleeping kid. Rasengan. More than 200 eyes witnessed the red chakra leak out and cover his body. They saw him change and fangs and red eyes come out. He's a monster. One of the children wailed. No, he's not. Hinata shouted at the boy. He is Namikaze Naruto. He's a leaf ninja and a hero. What he's doing is to keep us safe. Don't you dare call him that. Konohamaru jumped up and faced his classmates. That's right. Naruto would never hurt us. He's a hero and he's going to kill those bad ninjas. That's right, a deep voice said. He turned a little bit and gave them all a good view of his features. They could feel the immense chakra with its evil taint just seemed to fill the hall. Except for Kiba and Hinata, they all eyed him with at least a little bit of fear, even Shikamaru and Iruka. I'm going to kill those bad ninjas. You are all precious to me and I'll kill anyone who threatens any of you. With that he rushed out the doors and into the courtyard. Seda turned to his teammate. What the hell? Can you feel that? Pear nodded. Of course I can. I've never felt a chakra like that. Seda took a nervous look at the academy doors. They'd been about to rush in, but the sudden feeling of that chakra stopped them. Seda wasn't all that eager with the assignment. He didn't particularly relish killing children. But Konoha had it coming. The whole village had made itself Lord Orochimaru's enemy, and so they all had to die. Look! Gaara shouted. Out of the doors had come one ninja. He was surrounded by a weird visible red chakra. The chakra reminded him almost of an animal's outline. There was even a tail. Seta and the other sound nuns immediately launched a flurry of kunai and shuriken. They struck and bounced off. 3 or 4 explosions followed quickly as kunai and with explosive notes were thrown. When the smoke from the explosions cleared, the ninja was still standing there. He seemed to be laughing. Is that all you've got? The leaf nin mocked with a deep and cruel sounding voice. You're not fighting children now. The jonin to Seta's right ran through some hand signs. He suddenly stood and held out his right hand. A bolt of lightning jumped from his fingers and covered the 30 yards to where the leaf nin was. The lightning struck home and exploded into a shower of sparks. The leaf ninja didn't even seem to take notice. He's toying with us. Gaara said. He doesn't think we can hurt him. Seta spoke nervously. Maybe we should retreat. They heard a deep laugh echo from the courtyard. The leaf ninja suddenly dropped to all fours, making him seem even more like an animal. I can smell your fear. He called out. Let me give you something to really fear. He leapt and seemed to cover the 30 yards between them in less than a second. Just that quickly he was among them. Seta and Gaara both tried to run. His chakra seemed to come to life and arms reached out from it. Seed and Gaara were both caught. He wanted to try and surrender. Before he could even take a breath, he felt his ribs being crushed and blood filling his mouth. There were 38 sound nins posted in front of the academy and 2 to its rear. Of the ones in front, some tried to fight, but most tried to run. None of them got away. The 2 in back witnessed the slaughter and came to the conclusion that their best course of action would be to report this to their superiors. They left in haste and got away from the academy as fast as they could. Inside the academy, the Chunin instructors had a partially obstructed view of the battle. In glimpses and flashes and in screams they pieced together what was happening. He's tearing them apart. He's literally tearing them apart. One Chunin whispered. It's unbelievable, terrifying. A second whispered back. He is that, but right now I'm very glad that we have him. The other Chunin thought about it and slowly nodded. So am I. After only 5 minutes it was all over. Naruto, his team, Iruka, and a couple other instructors assembled on the courtyard. Naruto was still surrounded by red chakra. I don't see any more enemy ninjas between us and the cliff. Hinata announced. I think if we move quickly we can get everyone there. Alright then. Iruka decided. We'll get them moving. Your team can help us guard Naruto. Naruto nodded and performed some hand signs. 50 shadow clones came to life. These were exact copies and had red eyes, claws, and his other temporary features. All they lacked was the red chakra. Each one pulled out a katana and wakizashi and swiftly took up positions to help escort and protect the students. My clones will protect you, and so will the rest of my team. I have to go though. What? Naruto-kun, you have an order from the Hokage. Hinata said. I haven't forgotten, Hinata-chan. My clones will help, and I promise that if something starts destroying a bunch of them, I'll get back to you in a flash. But with them the teachers and the rest of the squad, that should be plenty to keep everyone safe. With my power I need to do more. I'm going to go help anywhere some of our people are in real trouble. But Naruto-kun. You're in charge of the squad, Hinata-chan. Naruto leapt away. Naruto-kun, don't go. Hinata shouted, but he was already gone. Jiraiya plunged his Rasengan into the boy's chest. The red-haired boy's eyes shot open. He saw shock and fear there. And then to Jiraiya's surprise, he thought he saw relief. The eyes glazed over. No! Shukaku howled. He stopped moving and the gigantic form began to dissolve and crumble into sand. Jiraiya grabbed the boy and leapt away. Landing, he put the boy down and gently shut his eyes. I'm sorry, kid. I know you didn't have a choice in this any more than Naruto did. And I guess you never had someone like Kushina there for you. Jiraiya didn't even know the boy's name but felt sympathy for him. Only someone who had never known love could have said the things he had. For Naruto's upbringing had been the exception. Whatever this poor boy had gone through was more likely the norm. When the fighting was done, he would come back here and give the poor kid a proper burial. Great job, Bunta. He said tiredly. Now we have to get back to the village and squash some snakes. Bunta slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, but I'm about out of chakra. I wish I could stay and help you fight. That's all right, you've done more than enough today. Thank you, Bunta. The next time we meet I'll buy you a round. Bunta chuckled. That you will. With a puff of smoke he was gone. Jiraiya wasted no time and began leaping back to the village. It would take him 20 minutes to get there. He had deliberately had Bunta lead their enemy so far away so that even if they did fail to beat the one-tailed Tsunade would at least have the time to come up with something else. But having gone so far, it would take him 20 minutes to get back. He hurried in the hopes he would get back in time to help decide the battle. He wouldn't. Within those 20 minutes the battle and the fate of Konoha would be decided. Chapter 33. The Divine Wind. From her office window she saw Gamabunta leaping away and the one-tailed demon chasing him. He had done it. Jiraiya had given her the time she needed to try and organize things. "You had better come back alright, you damn pervert." Lady Tsunade, Shizune spoke up. "I have Ibiki on the line. His forces are currently not engaged. He wants to know if you want him to shift eastward and help fight the incursion there." Tsunade shook her head. "No. The Shukaku may be gone, but we have to expect a conventional attack from Suna in that area. Tell Ibiki to hold in place." "How is Danzo doing?" She didn't like or even trust him. But she was the first to admit that he was a tough old bastard and loved Konoha. She had no doubts that he would fight like hell to defend the village. "He has retreated another half-mile. He says he estimates the enemy force to be about 600. He has only about 80 men. He says the best he can do is slow them down." Shizune reported. "Just slowing them down would be enough for now. Tell him to do the best he can until I can send him reinforcements. Any words from the academy?" Shizune nodded. "All the phone lines are still cut, but we just got a radio report from an Anbu squad sent to check. They report a large number of dead sound nuns, along with a couple academy teachers and 14 students. The rest of the academy population is gone." "To the shelters?" Tsunade asked. "That's the presumption, but they don't know for sure," Shizune said. "Tell them to go and make certain." Of course she knew that Naruto and his team carried radio communicators. What she didn't know was which frequency they were using, and it hadn't occurred to her to ask him earlier. "I never thought the enemy would have so many units already inside the village and that they would cut our phone lines. I should at least have thought of the possibility. How many ninja do we have at hand right now?" Shizune quickly scanned her notes. "About 300, all of different ranks and not really organized." Tsunade ground her teeth. It was like trying to get a herd of cats to move in the same direction. No one knew where anyone else was, squads were split up. Many ninja had hurried to the fighting on their own initiative, some were heading here to the tower, a good many would still be fighting in the stadium, including some of her top jonins, some had been ambushed by the enemy squads that were running wild, and some were probably running about like chickens with their heads cut off. She was sure she still had the forces to deal with this, especially now that the one tail was gone, but creating order out of chaos was proving frustratingly slow. "Find someone to start organizing the troops we have and then send 200 of them to help Danzo." Until she had more of her forces ready she had to be careful how many she sent where. "Who do you want in charge of that?" Shizune asked. "Kushina, Kakashi, or Asuma. But since none of them are here, who do I have on hand? Perhaps I can be of assistance." A comforting voice spoke. She saw a very welcome figure enter her office dressed in black ninja clothing and helmet. "Old man, you have no idea how happy I am to see you right now." He nodded. "I can only imagine. I am here to offer my assistance in any way possible. Just how can I help?" "Go to the plaza and start getting our troops in order. Then pick out 200, assign a commander, and send them to support Danzo." She saw him smile. "Not you though. I want you to stay right here until I'm ready to lead the counterattack." Sarutobi chuckled that his old student had been able to read him so easily. "Alright, I'll begin immediately." He left her office. "Finally a good piece of luck. What about the clans, have we heard back from them?" Tsunade asked. Shizune shook her head. "Nothing new. We have not been able to reach Hyuga. Mikoto has sent us 8 members of her clan, but another dozen were at the stadium. Inuzuka and Aburam are sending some members, while some have already gone into battle. As for Nara, Yamanka, and Akamichi, they are also sending some members, but the clan heads have already gone to fight. Well, I hope they have their usual good luck." Orochimaru chuckled and then laughed. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had so much fun. Well, I must admit your team's reputation was well deserved. Even with my Sharingan you kept me entertained for a full 5 minutes. How did you get the Sharingan?" Nara Shikaku choked out. They had taken on Orochimaru and lost. Looking to his right he saw the bodies of his 2 comrades and best friends. "I am a genius and have found that allows me to possess the bodies of others," Orochimaru said happily. Shikaku chuckled. "Well, I suppose you really are a genius then. Too bad you're also such a complete cold-hearted bastard." Orochimaru laughed and added just a little bit of pressure to the sword that was resting against his neck. "You really have no fear of death, do you?" Shikaku took a last look up into the sky. It was beautiful and filled with clouds. "I love you, Shino, please forgive me for making you a widow. I love you, son, please forgive me for making you grow up so soon. I am a ninja." "So you are. Any last words?" Shikaku smiled. Last words would be troublesome. Orochimaru laughed and drove the sword into the man's throat. He'd honestly forgotten just how entertaining his fellow leaf nuns could be. He swallowed the sword again and climbed back onto his snake. It was proving to be a wonderful day. The girl was pleading. Please no, don't. Her back was against a brick alley wall and the ninja had a grip on both her arms. His face and arms were covered with strange black tattoos. Please don't do this. Seiken smiled, he did like playing with them first. Oh sweetheart, you should be thanking me. You and everyone else in this stinking rat's nest are going to die today. But at least you get to have a little bit of fun first. The girl was crying and desperately trying to push him away. You know you really are a piece of dog and number T. Taiya shouted at him. Seiken sent her a smug little smile. What? She's going to die no matter what. This way she gets to live an extra 5 minutes and I'll even make it clean. 5 minutes? More like 30 and number king seconds. Hidemaru laughed. Are you talking from experience? And number KU. Hirobo sighed. Please watch your language. She sent him a dirty look. Seiken, what if Kimimaro or Lord Orochimaru find out about this? Lord Orochimaru wouldn't care and Kimimaro isn't here right now. Taiya looked at her teammate with real hatred. Young, and number king and number Ole. We have to kill her, you don't have to do this. Seiken laughed as he gently touched her cheek and saw her whimper. I don't need orders for this. He smiled at the girl. Don't struggle, it'll all be over soon. He was leaning in when he suddenly froze. What's that? He and the other members all felt it. An unbelievable chakra brimming with a sense of evil. And a killer intent that impressed even them. A gigantic arm that seemed to be made of red chakra reached down and grabbed Seiken. Hey! He screamed. He struggled but couldn't move an inch. He was quickly lifted from the ground up to the edge of the roof. There he was brought face to face with a boy surrounded by red chakra. He had red eyes that burned with hate. Naruto was as ready to kill an enemy kunoichi as he was any male ninja. But there were 2 women in his life who he loved and adored. Seeing what was about to happen, he had imagined something similar happening to one of them. The result was a killer intent that made Seiken want to wet himself. Naruto gave the older boy a savage and feral grin. Don't struggle, a second red chakra arm took hold of him. It'll all be over soon. With that he tore the would-be rapist in half. Holy and number T. He killed Seiken. Taiya and the other members immediately activated their second-level curse seals. Naruto noted the changes as he tossed the body aside like a sack of garbage. I guess I'm not the only special one here. He leapt down to the street. We're the Sound 4. We're the elite warriors of Lord Orochimaru. Kidomaru told him. Naruto smiled. You know, I was thinking how elite your friend was as I tore him apart. Naruto was enjoying himself. He wanted to kill now. Not simply out of duty or a desire to protect. He was feeling a simple bloodlust. In the middle of battle he did not stop to consider that this feeling was not normal for him. Normally he had to shut his heart off to be able to kill. But now he was relishing it. This was the longest he had worn the red chakra. Hidemaru opened his mouth and spat out a thick stream of webbing. In short order Naruto was in a cocoon. Die. He chewed again and this time he spat out a long gold-colored rock-hard mucus. It struck the cocoon and simply broke off. 4 chakra arms tore the webbing aside. Then 2 came together in a clap and crushed Hidemaru. Hirobo was feeling real terror for the first time in his life. He was a pretty strong close fighter, but he wasn't getting anywhere near that monster. He cast and slammed both hands into the ground. Out of the street a dome of earth rose and surrounded Naruto. Hirobo let out a sigh of relief. Alright, we're safe now. You sure? Taiya eyed the dome nervously. She could still feel his chakra and his killer intent. Hirobo nodded. No one has ever. The dome exploded and they were both forced to duck. If you're going to fight me, can't you at least come up with an original? A red arm shot out and caught Hirobo's head. It snapped back until there was a nice audible crack. Taiya leapt back and began playing her flute feverishly. She was the last surviving member of the Sound 4 and she wasn't loving her odds of living much longer. Who the hell is this bastard? We were warned about Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sarutobi. Why didn't we get a warning about him? She cast her most powerful and summoned her 3 doki. 3 large deformed demons stood before her. Naruto laughed. Well, that at least is original. Arrogant prick. She altered her tune a bit. Her doki opened their mouths and 3 ethereal snakes with multiple mouths began to drift towards him. Naruto made no effort to avoid them. And when each one latched on and bit, he gasped to see the red chakra dissipate and fade where they bit him. Ha! So you can be hurt. Taiya shouted. I guess I can. Okay, a valuable lesson, some things can get through the red chakra. I'm not invulnerable. But don't get happy. He sent a red fist crashing into the chest of each demon summoned and knocked them over. The ethereal snakes let go and he rushed forward with all his speed. Before her doki could get back up, he had her. He put his own right hand around her throat. With his left he snatched away the flute and then snapped it in half. The doki vanished in puffs of smoke. Aya clawed at his right arm with all her strength. It was like a small child trying to pull up an oak tree. She tried to curse him but couldn't even breathe. This is FN number king it. Naruto felt the urge to kill her. But he was in control. He loosened his grip a bit to let her breathe. You want to live. Her first impulse was to scream, FNK yeah I want to live. But didn't think that would be a good idea when her life was literally in the palm of his hand. Yes. Then get out of this village and don't come back. If I see your face again you're dead. And then he let her go. Aya quickly backed away from him as she rubbed her bruised neck. Why? Is it because I'm a woman? No, it's because you tried to stop what was about to happen. For that I'll show you just a little bit of mercy. Now get out of my sight. She nodded and fled as fast as she could. She knew there would be no going home to sound. Her lord would not forgive her abandoning the battle no matter her reasons. FN number Cade. I'd rather be a missing nun than dead. Naruto took a quick look to see if the girl in the alley was still there, but she was long gone. He hoped she would have enough sense to head for the cliff shelters. He leapt up to the roof of the nearest building. As he got there he took a look at his left hand, it was starting to feel a little numb. It didn't hurt at all and he could still use it, but he could tell something was off. I'm starting to reach my limit. Damn it I have to do more to help while I still have this power. On top of the roof he looked about. He could hear and see explosions and fighting coming from two directions. To the south where the gate used to be and to the east where he could see gigantic golden and black snake leveling buildings. The fight to the east looked a lot more serious especially with that monster. But the fighting to the south was a lot closer to him. He looked at his left hand again. I'll do as much as I can. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to it. His decision made him move south towards the sound of the fighting. Shizune ran into her office. It was a madhouse as aides and Anbu rushed in and out to carry out her orders. Lady Tsunade. 8 members of the Hyuga clan have just arrived. Tsunade smiled, they would be a major help. Did Hayashi bring them here? Shizune smiled. No, not Hayashi. Neji walked in without his crutches, but with a noticeable limp. He offered the Hokage a respectful bow. Hokage-sama, please forgive me. When the phone lines were all cut and it became clear we were under attack, I thought it likely that you would be using the Tower Plaza as a staging point. I was able to convince some of the cadet branch members to come here. Neji, you have no idea how much you've just helped me and the village. Thank you. He bowed again. I am glad to have helped. He let out a sigh. I realize I can no longer fight, but is there something I can do? Tsunade nodded immediately. You have a sharp mind and I can use that, go down to the plaza and report to the 3rd Hokage you can assist him in organizing our forces. Hi Hokage-sama. And Neji, when this is all over I want you to come see me. I have something I want to discuss with you later. He nodded and limped out of her office. An Anbu captain entered with a radio communicator. Hokage-sama Patrol Squad 5 has confirmed that the academy students are now safely at the cliff shelters. As per your instructions I have Team Naruto's leader available on the general Anbu frequency. Good. She took the radio communicator. She was relieved to know they had made it safely to the shelters. She just wanted to talk to Naruto for a minute to be satisfied that he and the others were safe. Well, as safe as possible in a war zone. Naruto, are you and your team alright? There was a short pause. Oh Hinata. Are you and the others alright? She nodded. Let me talk to Naruto for a minute. Well, the original obviously, why would I want to talk to a clone? Her lips came down in a frown. What do you mean he's not there? Where is he exactly? As she listened her face darkened dangerously. He did what? Hinata, what radio frequency is he using? Yes. Oh yes, he is in trouble. You and the rest of your squad stay where you are and carry out my order and protect those students. Out. She flicked off the radio and reset the frequency. Damn it Naruto, I don't have time to babysit you now. Is something wrong with Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked worriedly. You might say that. After doing an incredible job of defeating an enemy force that was attacking the academy, he felt the need to go off on his own and play hero. Shizune gasped. He's running through the village alone. Tsunade nodded. But not for long. She turned the radio communicator back on to the new frequency. Naruto. This is the Hokage report right now. She switched to the receive setting and waited a moment. There was nothing but static. Damn it Naruto, I know you're running around the battle zone all alone, now answer me. And this time when she switched her radio to receive she got a reply. Though not one she wanted to hear. They had just cleared section 115. Kushina estimated it wouldn't take much longer to finish securing the stadium. As they cleared each section she added more leaf bins to her force. She had about 150 now and they were clearing the last quarter of the stadium. As they headed towards D1 she noticed Gabriella had picked up a sword. Before she could comment on that she saw her take on a sound nin with it. She performed a perfect thrust and killed him. Kushina was stunned at the obvious skill and ease. Gabriella. Kushina called. Why didn't you tell me you'd had sword training? She grinned a bit embarrassed. Well, actually sensei, this is the first time I've ever even picked up a sword. What? But your attack was perfectly executed. Well, I've been watching you this whole time with my Sharingan activity and I've been able to copy all the moves I've seen. Kushina shook her head. I can't believe I didn't think of that. But I don't want you to fight with a sword anymore, rely on kunai and. But why not sensei? After seeing what you can do with one I want to use a sword too. Kushina smiled. Well, that's very flattering. But for the time being while we're in real combat, you should rely on the fighting style you're used to. There is a lot more to sword fighting than just the moves. You don't know anything about creating combinations or in working the proper forms. The middle of a battle is not the place to start experimenting with a whole new fighting style. Gabriella nodded. It made sense, but she had discovered that she liked the feel of a sword in her hand. She also wanted to fight like Kushina did. Sensei, when the fighting is done, will you teach me how to use a sword? Kushina smiled and nodded. I'd be happy to, but we're not quite done here yet. Kakashi was standing nearby when his radio sparked to life. Naruto. This is the Hokage report right now. Kakashi chuckled. It sounds like Naruto is in trouble with the Hokage. Kushina sighed. Just so long as he is not in trouble with the enemy. The Hokage's voice came through again. Damn it Naruto, I know you're running around the battle zone all alone, now answer me. What? He's alone. Kakashi, what frequency are you on? Kushina demanded. 1550. He replied. Kushina switched to the proper frequency. Tsunade. What do you mean Naruto is all alone? What happened? Back in the tower, Tsunade slapped her forehead. Of course Kakashi's radio would be set to the same frequency as his students, and I'll bet Kushina was standing right next to him. Alright Kushina, here is what I know. Tsunade quickly related the information she had. So right now I am trying to get in touch with him to order him back to the shelters and his original mission. I see. Kushina said. Naruto. If you can hear me, reply immediately or I swear I will ground you for a month. She shouted. Naruto grimaced and shut his radio off. Even heading into more life or death combat, he found himself more worried about his mom being mad at him. Alright, either he's turned his radio off or he's deliberately not answering. Tsunade finally said. Kushina, what is your status? Kushina let out a breath and hoped her son would not take too many risks. I expect the stadium to be completely secured within the next 10 minutes. I should have at least 150 ninja available, many of them of Jonin and Chunin rank. Alright, get done there as soon as you can and then get here. As they stormed into the next section of the stadium, Gabriella got a quick word in with her teammate. Naruto ignored a direct order from the Hokage and went out to fight alone. So is he that brave or that stupid? Haku gave her a serious look. Naruto always does what he thinks is right. He will do anything to protect people who are precious to him. Including disobeying the Hokage and going to fight alone. So it would seem. Though if he saw it as necessary, I am not surprised. You know, the more I hear about him the more I like him. She sent Haku a mischievous grin. You better be careful or he just may steal me away from you. Huh? He looked worried. Laughing, she dived into the fight. The fighting in the stadium was soon over as they met another force of about 40 leaf nuns being led by Ryuki. What are you doing here? Kushina asked. This is where my clan seats were. We have been fighting this entire time. Of the 40 ninjas he led, a dozen were of the Uchiha clan. Ryuki noted his daughter was there as well. Gabriella actually saw his eyes leave her and suddenly come back to her. Gabriella. Have you achieved the Sharingan? She nodded once. I have a father. And there it suddenly was, like the sun coming out from behind dark clouds. Her father smiled at her. Her father noticed her. All the Uchihas were smiling at her. They were all noticing her. Now. My daughter, I am so proud of you. I knew you could do it. She stared at him. Liar. You gave up on me a long time ago. Thank you, father. She ground out. It didn't seem right to have a family argument in the midst of so many dead. When this is over, dear, we will have a celebration in your honor. Ryuki declared, and every single Uchiha with him nodded enthusiastically. Gabriella knew there'd be a celebration. The Uchihas celebrated the acquiring of the Sharingan more than they did a birth or a wedding. So far as the clan was concerned, it was a source of greater joy and pride. Her only reply was a weak smile. I don't believe this, I finally got my dream and it doesn't mean anything to me. They don't care about me, not really. They just care about my acquiring the Sharingan. Gabriella compared her father's treatment of her to her sensei's. Her father had given up on her, washed his hands of her once he thought she was too old to acquire it. Who she was and what she did meant nothing to him. Kushina on the other hand had stood up to the Hokage for her sake. Kushina had given her a severe test, but once it was passed she had promised to help her, regardless of getting her Sharingan. Her sensei had actually seen her as a person and a kunoichi, rather than as a failure who could not achieve Sharingan. And as Gabriella played these thoughts in her mind, she realized that she cared far more about Kushina's opinion of her than her father's. "We have orders from the Hokage to assemble at the tower as soon as the stadium is secure," Kushina said. "Let's go." Ryuki did not like taking orders from that woman, but given the circumstances he simply nodded and followed. "Back. Pull back," Ibiki shouted. Ninjas began to fall back behind him as he and two squads tossed out kunai to provide cover. He had lost 2 more men, so he thought he was down to 55. As the Hokage had predicted, the Sand Nins had indeed launched a strong conventional attack. Ibiki knew he didn't have the forces to stop them. He could only slow them a bit and make them pay a price. It was still a lot better than fighting the One-Tail. This at least was just a desperate situation rather than mass suicide. That was when he felt a tremendous chakra approaching from behind. "Have they gotten behind us?" one of his men yelled. "Hold your positions," Ibiki yelled. "Let's see who or what this is." And as he watched, he saw a figure surrounded by red chakra running towards them on all fours. The outline of the visible chakra looked like an animal. He saw that there were even 2 distinct tails. As the figure approached, someone threw a kunai at him. "Hold it. I think I know who this is." "Who?" "Namek is Naruto, Yandame's son," Ibiki said quietly. That answer did not relieve the men of their fears. And sure enough, when the figure came to a halt, Ibiki could see that it was Naruto. Even with his demonic eyes and fangs, there could be no mistake. The boy was still on all fours and seemed to be breathing heavily. Naruto knew he was coming to his limit. His back ached and both hands felt numb. He was huffing air and felt tired. He'd never felt any of those things with the red chakra before. He knew he didn't have much more time with the power. He was determined to use it before it ran out. He looked up. "I remember you from the exams. You're Ibiki." Ibiki nodded. "And you are Namikaze Naruto. Did the Hokage send you to support us?" "Not really," Naruto replied. "I sent it to myself." He looked tiredly at the street in front of them. There were a few dead bodies lying out there, and he could see some movement about half a block away. "Are there a lot of enemy ninja right in front of us?" Ibiki nodded. "At least a few hundred, and they all seem to be very skilled." "Good," Naruto said with relief. "Good?" Ibiki looked at him. "Yeah, I would hate to waste it." Before Ibiki could ask what he meant, Naruto leapt away from the cover and out into the open street. "Has he got a death wish?" one of the other ninjas asked. "But that sort of chakra? I doubt it," Ibiki said. Himari was part of a 30-man unit pushing down a side street about 5 blocks away from the main effort. This was a flank attack that would hopefully catch the Leaf Nuns by surprise. The attack was going well so far, even though the Leaf Nuns were resisting as hard as they could. Maybe they could make this all work out in the end. "Do you feel that?" A sand nin near her froze. Everyone could feel it. "What kind of chakra is that?" Tamari asked. "What do we do?" Aki was in command and gave them all a harsh look. "We continue the mission." The way he said it, there was no other possible course of action. Despite wondering about the strange chakra, they pressed on. Naruto got right in the middle of the street and then just stopped. Deliberately making himself a target. A rain of kunai and shuriken came down on him, quickly followed by kunai with explosive notes. In the middle of this, he actually sat down and closed his eyes. "Why am I so tired? I had plenty of energy just a couple minutes ago." With his eyes closed, he pictured himself in a grass field filled with plump rabbits. He imagined chasing them and devouring them, but their flesh was sweet. He heard a weird clicking sound and opened his eyes. There was a ridiculous-looking puppet flying towards him, spitting out kunai and needles. He frowned. Without even bothering to stand, he sent out one red hand to grab and crush it. "Are you going to fight me with toys?" he called out, mocking. In response, a ninja with a veil over his face jumped out and cast a wind scythe technique. Immediately, the air about him lashed out towards Naruto. Naruto was mildly impressed. He knew this was an air-rank wind attack designed for a single opponent. He could sense the wind buffet around him, but the wind blades could not penetrate the red chakra. It was time. Naruto stood up. With his enhanced sense, he guessed there were maybe 300 ninja packed in the blocks just ahead of him. Perfect. That was a pretty good attack. I happen to be a wind type too. Let me show you one of mine. He began casting. Because Ikage was the most powerful ninja in his village and knew just about every wind there was. He immediately recognized the hand signs. "Take cover," he shouted. But it was already too late. Naruto formed the final sign. Kamikaze no Jutsu. Divine Wind. The air before Naruto seemed to darken and grow heavy. Then it exploded forward with hurricane force, ripping and slicing everything before it. Brick, stone, wood, and flesh were cut apart. The buildings in front of him were flattened as whole chunks of masonry were torn out and turned into lethal projectiles. Those who tried to run were caught by the hurricane winds and killed as they were either torn apart or crushed by the flying debris. Those who took cover were killed as their cover was ripped away, leaving them exposed to the killing wind. Those who tried to cast a defensive wind were killed as they were simply overwhelmed by the sheer force of Naruto's. In short, when the winds finally died down, everything and everyone for 500 yards in front of Naruto was gone. Including the Kazekage, Sabaku no Kankuro, and about 300 sand ninjas. Chapter 34. Decision. Hinata was outside the cliff shelters with the rest of Team Naruto. There was a steady stream of refugees flowing into the shelters. Along with the academy instructors and a couple dozen other shinobi who had been assigned to assist and guard the shelters. So far there had been no attacks on the shelters themselves, but people were telling horrible stories about sound nuns slaughtering helpless civilians. If even half, if even a tenth of what she was hearing was true, then she was glad Naruto had decided to kill those two sound nuns. She kept a sharp eye out for more refugees, for any sign of the enemy, and for any sign of Naruto. Actually, there were plenty of signs of Naruto. His clones were all around guarding and helping people reach the shelters. Many people were nervous at the first sight of him and his fierce appearance. But the majority soon seemed grateful to know so many ferocious-looking clones were there to protect them. She let out a sigh. "It's all right, Hinata-chan," Kiba assured her. "Kiba-kun, what do you mean?" Hinata asked. He smiled at her knowingly. "You're worried about Naruto, aren't you?" She nodded. "Don't worry about him, it's Naruto after all. I don't think the ninja's been born that can stop him." Hinata looked out at the village again. There were fires and smoke and the crash of buildings. As she listened, she heard the sounds of a storm and some buildings falling near the south end of the village. "I'm sure he's all right, but I can't help but worry," she said quietly. "Why did he do it?" Kiba shook his head. "Because he's Naruto." Hinata nodded. "Please be safe, Naruto-kun." Tsunade nodded to the ninja assembled before her. She had sent 200 ninja under Asuma to help Hibiki. Now she would lead the remaining 700 to deal with her old friend. By her side were Sarutobi, Kushina, and Kakashi. Hayashi had finally arrived and would be leading the contingent from his house. Shizune would remain in charge of things at the tower while she led her forces. "All right," she called out to them. "These bastards have hurt us, but now we return the favor. We're freeing our village of these murderous bastards. Leaf ninjas. Follow me." She leapt and her soldiers leapt after her, eager to fight. Temari got to her feet quickly. She and the rest of the force had been 5 blocks west of where that had been aimed, and just the fringe of it had knocked them all down. Standing up, she could see that entire buildings that had been standing just a minute ago were completely gone. "What was that?" she screamed. Baki looked around. "All right, change of plans, follow me." He headed for the large chakra signature, determined to find out what had just happened. "Pain." He howled and dropped to his knees. Every muscle in his body seemed to be cramping at once. Naruto thrust his hands into the concrete and tore into it. "Oh, it hurts." He sucked in air, trying to breathe. He'd reached it, his limit. Looking up, he saw some more sand ninjas. They immediately took cover as Hibiki and the others behind him let loose with some kunai. They still wanted to fight. Despite the pain, he shut his eyes and tried to concentrate. There was still fighting going on here and at the other end of the village. In spite of the cramps biting down into him, he thought there was just one more thing he could do. One more, just one more and I'm done. He could sense the red chakra was trying to slip away, but he held on to it through sheer force of will. He had to hold on to it for just one more. His hands didn't want to work. The fingers didn't want to bend to form the signs. But slowly and carefully he finally managed to form them. He put all the chakra he could and cast his last. He felt the chakra throb and fight like a living thing against him. But it worked. And with that he fell face forward into the street and the red chakra left him. His eyes closed immediately and he became unconscious. The last thing he heard was a deeper version of his own voice. "It's okay, we'll take care of everything." She wrote atop Kitsaya, the Queen Slug summoned with Sarutobi, Kushina, and Kakashi. As the individual ninjas behind her fanned out to take on individual sound ninjas, Kitsaya went for the large snake being ridden by Orochimaru. "Use your acid, Kitsaya." Tsunade spoke. "Yes, my lady." Kitsaya spat a stream of acid. Orochimaru leapt away even as the snake was struck and dispelled. He landed on a nearby roof where he was quickly joined by Tsunade and her compatriots. He smiled at them. "Well now, this does feel like a reunion. So good to see you again, Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade, Kakashi." He looked at the woman with the extremely long red hair and sword. "I don't believe we have met. I am the legendary Orochimaru." "I am Namikaze Kushina," she said tightly. Orochimaru laughed. "Minato's wife. Well, I can see why he fell in love with you." "Shut up." Kushina ground out. Tsunade focused chakra into her fist. "Orochimaru. Why did you do this?" He laughed and shut his eyes. "Because I wanted revenge on all those who betrayed me." Betrayed you? Sarutobi shouted. You were murdering and experimenting on your own fellow villagers. Yes, he opened his eyes to reveal the Sharingan. And see what it has gained me. You have the Sharingan? Tsunade exclaimed. That's right. With my genius and through experimentation I have found the key to immortal life. I can take possession of the bodies of others and gain their abilities. I will never grow old and I will never die. I will learn every single thing that exists and be the greatest genius this world has ever known. I will live forever. How can you live forever when you're going to die right here and now? Tsunade rushed at him. Kakashi formed a lighting blade and charged in as did Kushina. Sarutobi hung back. Laughing, he avoided her punches with ease, his body able to bend and twist with unnatural ease and grace. He struck her viciously in the stomach and then knocked her down. With a single hand he caught Kakashi by the wrist and held him there before throwing him off the roof. Kushina performed the dance of the rose and aimed for the bastard's head. He dodged and moved, avoiding her blade with ease. He snapped a punch that caught her square in the face and sent her flying. He laughed. I have adapted this body to give it great speed, strength, and agility. With the Sharingan to read your movements you have no hope against me. He opened up his mouth and pulled out a sword. I will enjoy this. Sarutobi completed a last hand sign. Dome of Fate technique. A large dome formed around the two of them, leaving Tsunade and a recently returned Kakashi looking in at them. Orochimaru experimentally pressed against the dome and found it quite solid. He turned to Sarutobi with a grin. What are you up to, old man? Sarutobi spoke grimly as he worked through hand signs. The dome will not hold long, but it will be enough. You are my responsibility and my shame, Orochimaru. I will not allow you to cause any more deaths. He completed the last hand sign. Shiki Fujin. Reaper Death Seal, I could have ended your evil long ago, but in my moment of weakness I failed. All the evil you have done since that day falls upon me. Now I shall atone for my failure by ending all of your ambitions. Orochimaru could feel the air grow colder around him and his Sharingan showed him something standing behind his old teacher. Old fool. No one can end my ambitions. What sort of is this? Sarutobi hesitated for just a moment until he could feel the Shinigami reach into him and a seal form on his belly. He smiled sadly at Orochimaru, who had once been his pride and joy. This is the one that defeated Kyuubi. It put an end to the Nine Tails' destruction and it will end yours as well. Fool. I don't know what you think is going to happen here, but I'm not the one who is going to die. He rushed at him with his sword. He dove with the sword straight out ready to adjust depending on how Sarutobi dodged. To his own surprise though Sarutobi never moved and he was able to put his sword into his chest. But even as he did so he felt his body turn to ice. He felt his superb and powerful body grow suddenly weak. Why? Why didn't you dodge? Sarutobi coughed up some blood. To work this seal the caster must give up his own life. I didn't bother to dodge because there's no point. I am going to die anyway. What have you done to me? He gasped. What is this weakness? Sarutobi coughed up some more blood. What you feel is your soul being pulled from your body. Make your final peace if you can, my foolish student. For rest assured you are dying this day. Never. He gritted his teeth and tried to drive the sword even further into Sarutobi's chest. What the hell? Ibiki whispered. What the hell? Baki gasped. All through the street in front of him 500 clones had appeared. They had slit red eyes and fangs, but far more troubling they had swords drawn. Two of the clones immediately grabbed hold of the original Naruto and pulled him out of the danger zone. 20 clones stayed with the original to guard him. The others shouted and rushed forward performing the dance of the cherry blossoms, the dance of the Sakura. They're just shadow clones and we can deal with them easily. Baki leapt backwards to gain some room and tossed some kunai. His statement was both right and wrong. These were shadow clones, but they would not be easy to deal with. What neither Baki nor Naruto nor anyone else knew was that by creating them with the Kyuubi's chakra, they had one tiny but oh so important difference. In the future Naruto would call these his red chakra clones, and they would be a special weapon because of their difference. The sand bin swiftly threw 3 shurikens at 3 clones that were closing on him. All 3 struck home. But the clones kept right on coming. The ninja died screaming as 3 swords stabbed into him. Baki also struck 3 clones with kunai, only to see them keep coming. Temari leapt beside him and swung her fan great wind dance. The winds caught the clones and sent them spiraling away. But there were more coming. Temari thought about calling her summon, but the clones were among her own people, she would have to slaughter them too to use it. What's going on? Shouldn't they be dispelled when they're hit? Baki nodded. According to what I know about shadow clones. As he watched the 3 clones he'd hit landed roughly but got back up, all still with kunai in their chests. As they began coming back at him they finally dispelled in puffs of smoke. That's it. Baki turned to his student. These shadow clones can still be dispelled, but they have a delay of perhaps 30 seconds. He and Temari both paled at that. What that tiny little delay meant was that even if they were hit multiple times they would keep coming for another 30 seconds, which was plenty of time for them to reach you with those swords. As Baki watched he saw his men being cut down by clones riddled with shuriken and kunai. These clones would be too much for them. "We're done," Baki said to himself. "What was that, sensei?" Temari asked as she launched another wind attack to keep some more of the clones at bay. He turned to her. "I said we were done. I'm calling a retreat." "Baki, you can't. The Kazekage will have your head for that," Temari said. "Temari, the Kazekage is dead, along with most of our forces." "You can't be sure of that." "He might." "He is dead, Temari. If he were alive he would be right here trying to rally his forces. He is gone and it looks like I am senior on the field now." He took a deep breath. "Retreat. Fall back. Retreat." Temari was stunned, but she did her part using her wind to try and cover others as they pulled back. Ibiki shouted. "Naruto. Stop. Let them go." Naruto had been going after the retreating sand nins. Most of the clones stopped momentarily but stared at Ibiki. "Are you crazy?" several said at once. "Why should I let them get away? They fled the battlefield and are no longer a threat." Ibiki pointed eastward. "But we're still needed there. Let them go for now. We can always deal with them another day if we have to. But the village needs us over there to deal with Orochimaru's forces. That is our priority." The Narutos frowned and one spoke up expressing what they were all thinking. "I really don't want to let them get away, but I guess you're right." With that they began moving to the east end of the village. "Old man, what the hell are you doing?" Tsunade smashed her chakra-enhanced fist into the dome to no effect. "Drop them and let us help you." "There's something going on in there," Kakashi said. He had his Sharingan exposed. "I know." Tsunade shouted in frustration. "That bastard has a sword through his chest." "No," Kakashi said. "There is some sort of sealing going on, but I can't tell exactly what. Maybe this is some sort of plan on Sarutobi's part," Kushina offered. "What sort of plan includes letting your enemy stab you through the chest?" She began to pound on the dome with renewed vigor. "Sarutobi." Orochimaru struggled to hold on to his life force. "Tsunade wants to help you, old man." He gasped. "Why don't you drop her and let her?" Sarutobi coughed up some more blood. "It would make no difference and I will not put the Hokage in danger needlessly." He smiled weakly. "It seems I am at the end of my strength. In that case, will you please die and let me get on with destroying this wretched village?" "No, Orochimaru. Though it seems I am not strong enough to pull your soul completely from your body, I can still put an end to your ambitions." Suddenly what had been a fuzzy image cleared and Orochimaru could see a terrifying figure standing behind Sarutobi wielding a blade. "What is that?" Orochimaru called out in fear. "What you see is the Shinigami that I summoned here. Now you will face your punishment." As Sarutobi spoke, the arm holding the blade fell. "No." Orochimaru howled. The blade cut into his life force and the part representing his arms was drawn into Sarutobi's belly. Seal. With that was completed and the Shinigami began to devour the old man's soul. "My arms." Both his arms fell limp to his side. With horror he watched the skin turn black. "What have you done?" Sarutobi smiled victoriously. He was at peace. At long last he had atoned for his terrible mistake so long ago. "I have ended your ambitions, Orochimaru, your hands and arms are now useless to you. You can no longer make hand signs and so can no longer work ninjutsu. Your plan to destroy the Leaf Village has failed." Orochimaru could only glower at him. Sarutobi felt the last of his life slipping away. "I regret only that I could not take you with me, but let us meet again one day in the afterlife." Those were the last words of the man who had been the third Hokage of Konoha. And as he fell over, Orochimaru stared hatefully at his peaceful expression. "Damn you, old man." Orochimaru cursed. With Sarutobi's death the dome was immediately released. Tsunade and the others rushed in. "Get away from him." Tsunade screamed. "Gladly." He leapt away. "You're welcome to his rotting corpse, you old witch." Orochimaru fled. "Sensei." Tsunade knelt down beside him and tried desperately to do the impossible. Sarutobi was dead. Tsunade could do nothing but weep. Kushina and Kakashi stayed with her and tried to console as best they could. All around them the battle still raged. Orochimaru had fled but did not bother to call for a general retreat. He wanted as much of Konoha to burn as possible. Determined leaf nuns were trying to dig them out and slowly pushing them back. To aid them, reinforcements arrived led by Asuma and Ibiki. Asuma's force of 200 had actually arrived on the scene just as Ibiki was heading to the other battle site. Along with the forces they led were over 300 shadow clones still eager to fight. Kushina spotted some of them and ran to the roof's edge. "Naruto." One of the clones heard her and detoured to the roof. Seeing his appearance, both Kushina and Tsunade were taken aback. Naruto was a little disappointed by the reaction but understood. Mom, godmother, it's okay when I use the red chakra, it changes how I look. Kushina got over it and held out her arms. Naruto gladly ran to her and hugged her. Naruto-kun, why did you disobey the Hokage and go out all alone without anyone to watch your back? Kushina asked as she held her son. Well mom, I didn't think I was breaking her orders. I made a bunch of shadow clones to help my team keep the students safe. I just decided that with my red chakra, I could be a bigger help fighting. Tsunade got up and looked at him unhappily. That was not your decision to make, Naruto. I expect my ninjas to carry out my orders, especially during an emergency. And don't give me any nonsense about shadow clones. We both know you should have stayed with your team. But godmother, I'm a shadow clone. I know that, but since the real Naruto isn't here for me to yell at, you'll do. Besides, he'll get the memory when you dispel. Tsunade said. Where is the real Naruto? Kushina asked. He's alright mom. Naruto assured me. He's suffering from chakra exhaustion, so 20 clones brought him back to the house. They'll guard him. Tsunade frowned to hear that. You see, you ended up unconscious. You should have obeyed my orders. Actually, I am very glad he did not. Ibiki landed on the roof. Ibiki, what are you doing here? Who is fighting the sand ninjas? Okage-sama, the sand ninjas have been routed entirely thanks to Naruto. He single-handedly not only drove them back but killed most of them. If he had not been there, we would still be trying to hold them back instead of being here to reinforce. Tsunade, Kushina and Kakashi were all looking at him. You single-handedly broke an invading army? Kakashi asked. That sounds like the sort of thing your father did during the Third Great Ninja War. Kushina said seriously. Tsunade let out a sigh. Well Naruto, if you really did shut down one of the fronts by yourself, then I suppose I can't get upset with you, especially since the academy students were kept safe. Naruto looked at Kushina. You're not mad either, are you mom? Kushina smiled. No son, I'm very proud of you. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Good, so you're not really going to ground me for a month. Kakashi groaned. Kushina and Tsunade suddenly darkened their expressions. Did I say something wrong? You were listening. Tsunade declared. I ordered you to report in and you deliberately chose not to. I asked you to answer and you didn't. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Kushina said. Kakashi just shook his head silently. You need to work on being a little more deceptive, Naruto. The enemy sound ninjas were quickly routed when Naruto's red chakra clones arrived. The sight of Naruto coming at them, even with kunai sticking out of his chest, began to sap their will. Eventually the surviving sound ninjas fled just as the sand nuns had done. And as they fled, they talked to each other about a certain red-eyed, sword-wielding, demonic-looking ninja. They didn't know his name, so they called him the Red-Eyed Demon, the Leaf Demon, or the Killing Demon. Among the citizens and ninja of Konoha, stories also spread quickly about the one who had killed hundreds of sand ninjas with a single. Stories were spread about the ninja whose incredible power had turned the tide. They knew who he was, of course, and where his awesome power came from. Some still feared him, but most saw him as a hero. Like his father. But even those who saw him as a hero began to call him by a new name. Before long he would be best known by this name by both friend and foe. Just as Namikaze Minato became the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Namikaze Naruto would also become the Demon of Konoha. Chapter 35. From the Ashes. Now there are two things I really dislike about people who write and post stories here. 1. I dislike it when people use polls to decide plot or couples or whatever else. I happen to think that if you're going to the trouble of writing something and posting it, then it should be because you want people to read your story. Honestly, if you don't even have a strong enough sense of the plot to be able to decide if it should be Hinata, Sakura, or Ino who is the girlfriend, why even bother to write? Tell your story the way you like it best. Otherwise, what's the point? 2nd, I hate people who start a decent story and then just let it die unfinished. There is nothing more annoying than reading a good story, getting into it, and then realizing it hasn't been updated in a year and a half. I believe in finishing the things I start. I currently have 3 other stories I am working on. They sort of got put on the back burner when I saw the monstrous response this story received. I want to go back and work on those now and see about finishing them. Now there's no need to worry as I am not putting this on hiatus. I am not planning to forget about updating it. However, I will not be updating daily anymore. Spring semester at college is about to begin. With school and trying to work on other stories, weekly updates will be the goal. Sorry if I've spoiled you. But I do promise to keep working on this story. And I never break my word. For that is my author's way. He opened his eyes beneath a glorious blue sky. He sat up in a grass field full of flowers and felt no pain. And there not too far away was what looked like an old ruined fortress. He stood and felt no pain at all. He sighed and began to jog towards the gate that he knew was there. He stood before the closed gate with a single seal upon it. Well, I'm here. He called out. Two gigantic red eyes and a long row of teeth appeared behind the iron gate. Kneel before me. No. You dare. Unlike last time, I'm not a scared kid with no idea who you are. Who do you think I am, mortal worm? You're the nine-tailed fox that my father defeated. Kyuubi roared in fury. Howl all you want, you bastard fox. The fact remains. Show me respect or I will make you regret it. No, Naruto repeated. You're the prisoner and I'm the jailer. I'll show you no respect. You took away my father and because of you a lot of people hate me. You've already done me all the harm you can. He saw the teeth form a fax grin. If you believe that you are a fool. Oh really? He deliberately stood within arm's length of the gate. He spread his arms out to either side, exposing himself to attack. Then why don't you punish me right here and now? Kyuubi's roar made his ears hurt, but he smiled nonetheless. Just as I thought. I've read up on seals over the last 4 years and talked to Granddad about it. You can't control me or cause me any direct harm, not unless I allow it. The red eyes flattened a bit and though he couldn't see it, Naruto had a mental image of fox ears being pinned back. I can deny you my chakra. Naruto shrugged. Yes you can, but if you do that it becomes more likely that I die sooner rather than later. Is that what you want? After all, when I die you die. The fox growled. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I will never die. Oh yes you will. Naruto declared. When my time finally comes I'll take you into death with me. It will be the final service I perform for my village. Kyuubi growled at him and Naruto let out a sigh. But I'm not looking to hurry that day along. Instead of threatening me, why don't you help me? The demon eyed him for a time. Then I chuckled. Let me guess. You want more power. Naruto frowned. He didn't like to think the Kyuubi could read him so easily. Yes I do. Kyuubi laughed. Tear away my seal and I will give you more power than you ever dreamed of. No thanks. Naruto eyed him. How about instead you give me just a little more and let me use it without feeling like I'm about to die. Kyuubi eyed him once more. I'll give you a little more power. As for the pain you feel, there is no avoiding that. Your human body is simply too frail to stand the strain for long. As you grow older and use the power more often you will build greater endurance and be able to hold the power longer. But you will always have a limit. Isn't there anything I can do about that? You can tear off my seal. No. Then accept your limits, mortal. Now leave me. Wait. I need to ask. But everything around him faded away. He opened his eyes and saw he was in his own bed. Damn rude baka fox. Naruto muttered. Naruto-kun, you're awake. A happy voice called. Hinata jumped into the bed and immediately began to hug him and kiss him. She caught him by surprise. Whoa. Hard to believe Hinata-chan used to be so shy. But he soon had his arms around her and was eagerly returning her kisses. Naruto-kun, she pulled back a bit to catch her breath. Why did you leave me? I wanted to keep you safe. He leaned forward to kiss her, but she pulled out of his arms to sit back on the edge of his bed. What's wrong? You're a baka. She said. What? No way. Did my sweet little Hinata-chan just call me a baka? She yelled at him. Baka. 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 I called you a baka, Naruto-kun. Why are you calling me that? Upset, he sat up in the bed. He was a bit embarrassed to see his mom had put him in his bunny pajamas. Because you are one. You don't need to protect me, Naruto-kun. I'm a strong kunoichi and I'm ready to face any danger to stand by your side. But I don't want you to face danger, Hinata-chan. When I think of you getting hurt or worse I die inside. I couldn't bear to see you hurt. She relented a bit and leaned forward against him and let his arms wrap lovingly around her. I know, Naruto-kun, that's how I feel when I think about you in danger. But as long as we're shinobi there's no avoiding the danger. And I want to face it with you so I can at least be there when you need me. She gave him a firm look. I am Kunoichi of the Leaf. You don't need to shelter me. Instead fight with me and watch my back and I will always do the same for you, Naruto-kun. Now promise me you won't ever try and shield me from danger again. I can't promise you that, Hinata-chan. She pulled out of his arms again. Fine, then no more kisses or hugs until you do. He gawked at her. You wouldn't. She crossed her arms. I don't want to but I would. He frowned at her. You told me once that all your kisses were for me. They are all for you. I'm not going to start kissing anyone else. But until I get your promise I just won't kiss anyone. He sighed. He knew he could live without her kisses and hugs. But who would want to? Alright, Hinata-chan, I promise to never try to shelter you from danger. She gave him a happy smile. Good. She was back in his arms and kissing again. Oh, Naruto-kun, the Hokage asked you to come see her once you felt alright. She checked on you last night to make sure it was just chakra exhaustion. Why don't you get dressed and we'll both go to the tower? Sure. Oh, I'll probably need to check with first. Why? He looked a bit embarrassed. Well, she sort of told one of my clones I was grounded for 2 months. I'm not allowed out of the estates except for missions and team training. So I need to check. Hey, are you laughing at me? Hinata had both hands over her mouth trying to suppress her giggles. No. You're laughing at me? He began to pout and Hinata couldn't help it, she burst out laughing. Kushina actually decided to accompany both of them to the tower. As the three of them walked they noticed something. The fact that the crowds parted to give them space was not unusual. The sight of people bowing or cheering was also not strange. A few had always done that. What was surprising was that most of the people on the street were showing him this respect. Rather than the 1 in 10 he was used to, 9 in 10 bowed or cheered him. As they walked he heard again and again people call blessings on him. Is this a dream? Naruto asked. Am I in a hospital bed in a coma or something? It's no dream Naruto-kun. Hinata said and gave his hand a squeeze. They all know what you did yesterday and they finally see you as a hero. Kushina put a hand on his shoulder and gave him a proud smile. This is how it should have always been. And as they walked he also heard a few people call him demon. Naruto frowned and sighed. Well, I guess not everyone sees me as a hero. He wasn't really disappointed though. This was still a lot better than it had been. Kushina looked thoughtful. She noted that the people who were calling him were still bowing or cheering. And the tone was not hostile at all. Actually Naruto-kun, I don't think they're using it as an insult. I think it's your new nickname. Huh? Kushina smiled. Think of it as a family curse. We all get nicknames. Yellow Flash, Red Death, and Demon. Naruto frowned. I don't think I like it. Kushina shrugged. Well Naruto-kun, I've never really liked, but I've learned that once a name is taken it's impossible to get rid of. Try and do what I have and make your new name one people respect and maybe fear. He thought about that and slowly nodded. The demon, or maybe the demon of the Leaf Village. It does have a powerful ring to it. He smiled. I kind of like Demon of the Mist. I think Demon of the Leaf might be pretty good. He had a small smile. It should look really cool in all the bingo books. Tsunade welcomes the three of them into her office. How are you feeling about Naruto? I feel just fine. Naruto said. Tsunade nodded. Well, that's good to hear. It's a refreshing change to hear some good news this morning. We lost a lot of people yesterday. We still only have estimates, but our losses include about 600 shinobi and perhaps 10,000 civilians, not to mention that about a quarter of the village was destroyed in the fighting. She let out a deep sigh. We will hold a memorial tomorrow to honor our dead. But there is too much to be done for us to waste any time. One thing we have to do is start to replace all the Jonin and Chunin that have been lost. So I've decided to promote Hinata, Kiba, Shikamaru, Ino, Lee, and Tenten to Chunin rank. Reaching behind her desk, she produced a green vest and handed it to Hinata. Congratulations Hinata. Thank you Hokage-sama. I promise to work very hard to be worthy of my new rank. Hinata said proudly. Naruto was staring up at her with an open mouth. Tsunade smiled sweetly at him and feigned ignorance. Is something wrong with Naruto? What about me? You promoted everyone else who made the finals, even Shikamaru and Ino. How can you leave me out? She gave him a frosty look. Oh? And do you think someone who deliberately goes against orders deserves to be Chunin? But I was doing it to help the village. And I stopped the Sand Nins. Ibiki even said so. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest. Every ninja who fought yesterday or performed some other assignment was trying to help the village. And they didn't have to break orders. But are you really going to punish me for wanting to do more? Naruto pleaded. Tsunade lifts an eyebrow. And you consider being made Jonin a punishment? Of course I do. It's not fair. Huh? Tsunade and Kushina both began to laugh, while Hinata and Naruto both looked confused. Tsunade smiled and rubbed the top of his head, messing up his hair. I'm sorry Naruto, you have to let me have a little bit of fun where I can. From behind her desk she produced another vest. In Naruto we have reports that the Kazekage was killed. Most likely by you along with between 200 and 300 sand ninjas. And your shadow clones helped bring the battle to its conclusion. You are clearly one of, if not the most powerful ninja in this village, and I am most pleased to promote you to the rank of Jonin. Naruto-kun. I am so happy for you. Hinata hugged him. Thanks Hinata-chan and I am really happy for you. You deserve it. Naruto turned back to Tsunade. Thank you godmother. She smiled at him. Then slowly shook her head and lost some of her good cheer. You're welcome Naruto. But you should know being Jonin only means your life will get that much harder and more dangerous. When word about yesterday's battle gets out it will become clear to everyone that you are and possess the Kyuubi. Given the level of power you displayed, there's no way to keep it secret. Naruto nodded solemnly. I kind of figured that out. Is that why you told everyone at the academy Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Yes, Hinata-chan. I knew too many people were going to see me with the red chakra. I knew it would be impossible to keep it secret any longer. Well now that the secret is out you are going to draw a lot of attention. I expect you to be listed in every bingo book by the end of the month. Really? He said excitedly. Tsunade frowned at his enthusiasm. Naruto, that is not a good thing. For a ninja, surprise is a weapon that you will no longer have. Naruto grinned, and despite his normal features there was something just a bit animalistic in it. It's alright Hokage-sama, I have enough weapons. Tsunade was busy that morning. Neji, thank you for coming to see me. He bowed to her. I am happy to be of service to Hokage-sama. And just how can I be of service? Tsunade looked at him with complete seriousness. We have lost a lot of Neji. The village needs every person in it to pull together and help in order for us to get through this difficult time. There is a way you could be of very great value to Konoha. How's Hokage-sama? She smiled. How would you like to be a medic nin? He looked at her in complete surprise. I must admit the thought had never occurred to me. The lady Hinata has a great interest in healing, but mine has always been in fighting. Just think about it for a moment, Neji. Your wounds have not affected your ability to draw or use chakra, and like most members of your clan, you have excellent chakra control. You would make an outstanding medical nin. I suppose that is true. He answered carefully. However, my lack of mobility and physical stamina would still seem to limit my usefulness in the field. Tsunade nodded. I am glad you understand that. That is why you would not be assigned to a team, rather you would be working in Konoha Hospital. You would not have missions, but you would be a true ninja, and I would also promote you to Chunin once you had progressed far enough. I am about to start teaching a new class, and I would like you to be among my students. You could be of very great help in saving the lives of our wounded. What do you think? He thought about it. Being a medic nin had never once crossed his mind. His pride came from proving himself in combat. However, that dream is gone now. He no longer had the mobility or stamina to go on missions. But if he were a medic nin, he would still be a ninja, he would even have a purpose. He would be a healer instead of a fighter. He wondered if that meant Hinata would suddenly want to become a fighter rather than a healer. He tried to imagine her deliberately instigating fights with Lee. He chuckled. Something funny? Tsunade asked. No, Hokage-sama, if you believe I can best serve the Leaf Village by becoming a medic nin, then I shall do so. Wonderful. Thank you for seeing Hokage-sama. Tsunade smiled and tried to appear gracious. Whether she liked the man or not, he needed to be treated with respect. I always have time for the heads of our clans. How can I help you, Ryuki? Are you aware of the recent change in my daughter's status? If you mean her recent acquisition of the Sharingan, yes, I am aware of it. He smiled. Obviously things have now changed. She is now of great concern to my clan and to myself. We would like her to be placed on a new team. Tsunade frowned. This was about what she had expected. On what grounds? It is unusual for a ninja to be removed from her team. It is extremely rare without the request of her sensei. And I must tell you, her sensei was here earlier today and told me quite specifically that she was happy with your daughter's performance. He frowned. Of that I have no doubt. However, what her current sensei wants is beside the point. Then what is the point? My clan and I wish her to be on a different team where she may have a more beneficial role. Tsunade shook her head. She fought very well with her current team during yesterday's battle. I would say the role she is serving now is beneficial to the village. She would do better with a different sensei and a different team. Ryuki put just a little bit of heat in his words. Perhaps she was willing to allow it. But that alone is not enough reason to transfer her. She pushed on before Ryuki could object. Most especially as you declared you were disinterested in her only a month ago. The situation has changed. Obviously, but you did not put in a disclaimer at the time. You washed your hands of her without condition. She is serving well where she is, and I see no valid reason to move her yet again. She will stay with her current team. I see. He bowed to her and quietly left. She sighed. What a pleasant fellow. She muttered. The next meeting was a relief as this person had an open and friendly demeanor and was just plain likable. Thank you for coming today. He smiled at her. Of course, I would never think to refuse a meeting with the Hokage. She nodded. I'll get right to the point. You have some excellent untapped potential and a number of recommendations, including your father's of course. I am about to start teaching a new class and I want you to be in it. How would you like to become a true medic nin? The boy gave her a deep heartfelt smile. Hokage-sama, thank you. It has always been my dream to learn at the hands of the legendary Sanin Lady Tsunade. I eagerly accept. Good. I'm glad this was so easy. Now, I'd like to ask you what you did during the battle. He looked a bit embarrassed and pushed his glasses back up. I am ashamed to admit this, but I was at the stadium and fell asleep when it took effect. I woke to a scene of slaughter with the battle already over. Kabuto confessed shamefully. Tsunade nodded in sympathy. Don't feel bad, the same happened to many of our genin. I am sure I can expect great things from you in the future. He bowed deeply to her. "Hokage-sama, I truly hope to astound you," Kabuto said. The next day the bells tolled. All of Konoha had turned out to honor all those who had died to preserve the Leaf Village. Sarutobi, Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, and so many others who had made the ultimate sacrifice. The entire village turned out in their mourning clothes to honor them. One by one they laid down a white flower before the images of their fallen comrades. Naruto and his mother comforted Tsunade for the loss of someone who had been like a second father to her. Naruto went to his former classmates to offer what comfort he could. Ino hugged him and for once he did not object and returned her hug and shared with her words of comfort. Of the three of them, Ino seemed the most deeply hurt. Her father would never call her princess again. Chaoji was deeply saddened and did not want to talk. Shikamaru wept as he looked at the smiling image of his father. The light rain began to fall and Shika rubbed his eyes. "Damn rain, it gets in my eyes." "I know it does," Naruto said quietly. Shikamaru looked at his friend. "You never knew your father, so I guess I should be glad I got so much time with mine." Naruto nodded. "All I ever had were stories. You should be glad you got to know him. Being ninja there are no guarantees." "You know it's funny," Shikamaru said softly. He would always tell these stories about how he and his team would get in these unbelievable situations and how somehow they would always survive them. Shikamaru laughed a bit. "Dad would always tell me he didn't like to gamble because he wanted to save his luck for the battlefield. He always told those stories and after a while I stopped listening to them. They got bored. I mean they were all the same. They'd get in trouble and somehow they would find a way out of it. I always thought that was how it would be for them. I never ever thought." He didn't say anything else for a while. Naruto just remained there at his side. "Is that how it was for you with your mom?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I was the opposite. Every time my mom left I was terrified I would never see her again. I remember all my nightmares when I was little were about her being hurt or going away and never coming back." Shikamaru was quiet for a while. "I'm going to miss him a lot." "I know." Shikamaru paused for a bit. "I need to go and take care of my mom." He hesitated. "Naruto, can I ask you something about the battle?" "Sure, what?" "You did most of your fighting against the sand ninjas, right?" "That's right. By any chance do you remember seeing a blonde kunoichi with 4 ponytails and a giant fan?" Naruto looked at his friend oddly. The question wasn't one he'd expected. "You mean the girl who kicked Sasuke's ass in the preliminaries?" Shikamaru nodded nervously. "Yeah, I remember her." Shikamaru swallowed, afraid to ask. "Did you kill her?" To his immense relief Naruto shook his head. "Nope, she kept blasting my clones with wind out of her damn fan. I never got close to her." He looked at his friend. "Why do you care?" "No reason, I'll see you later, Naruto." Walking home with his mother he suddenly stopped and hugged her with all his might. Kushina was taken by surprise. "Is something wrong, son?" He shook his head. "I love you, Mom." He choked the words out. She put her arms around her baby and hugged him back. "I love you too, Naruto-kun, I love you too." After a bit he let go and wiped his eyes. "Rain gets in my eyes," he complained. Kushina nodded. "It gets in mine too." She put an arm around his shoulders. "Come on, let's go home and I'll make you some ramen." Chapter 36. Terms of Surrender. It had only been 7 days. 7 days since the Battle of Konoha. 7 days ago the forces of Suna had made her one of the 5 great shinobi villages. 7 days ago the Kazekage had led a superb army consisting of 500 elite Suna ninja and their secret weapon. Gaara. They had gone into battle with the strongest of the 5 villages with the hope of defeating them and securing Suna's future. Even with allies, even with Gaara's power, and even with surprise, they had all understood that war with Konoha was a risk. But the Kazekage had judged it a risk worth taking. 500 ninja had gone north with their Kazekage and with Gaara. 39 had returned, the Kazekage and Gaara not among them. Perhaps the best possible evidence of their situation was to be seen in the meeting of the Council of Wind. There had been 15 members, now 3 remained. The leader of the council was an old man named Suleiman. He was both respected and feared as the head of the Department of Internal Security, as well as the Kazekage's chief advisor. He had been the Kazekage's strongest supporter and had been left in charge of the village. Suleiman was also the clan head of Asama, one of the 6 founding clans of Suna. He was a strong man who was used to making hard decisions. Now he found himself responsible for his village's survival. "What are we supposed to do?" Polito asked desperately. "We have to fight. What else can we do?" Sugaya said with conviction. "Fight with what?" Suleiman said calmly. Both of them turned to him. "We no longer have an army. Including the 3 of us, Suna has a total of 7 jonins and 20 chunins, all the rest are genin. How are we supposed to fight with any hope of victory or even survival?" Sugaya clenched his fists. "We still have ninjas. We can make a stand at the valley entrance and hold them there. And when they cast his S-rank wind against us?" What will happen then? Suleiman lit a pipe and began to smoke peacefully. He gave them both a minute, but neither of them wanted to answer, so he answered his own question. Our troops will be annihilated. After which the army of Konoha will enter Suna and take their revenge on us. There was complete silence in the council room as Suleiman puffed on his pipe. How could we not have known they had a Biju at their disposal? Polito asked. Suleiman frowned at him. The Department of Internal Security ran Suna's intelligence networks. Is that a condemnation of my department? Suleiman asked quietly. No. Not at all. Polito fell over himself apologizing. Suleiman continued to puff on his pipe. All indications are they did not suspect the existence of Gaara as our secret weapon. We in turn did not suspect this Naruto to be theirs. Suleiman let out a stream of smoke. It seems we were equally good at keeping important secrets. Unfortunately they proved a stronger weapon. Then what are we to do now? Polito asked. We have no choice but to accept the surrender terms. Tsugaya slammed both fists on the table. Never. To accept these terms would be to disgrace ourselves and our descendants. To refuse them would be to destroy ourselves and our descendants. I understand your anger, but to resist, while brave, would be suicidal. It is our duty to save and protect Suna, not deliberately cause its demise. Tsugaya took a deep breath. Is there no other way? None, Suleiman shook his head. Let us make this official. As head of the council I call the question. Shall we accept the terms of surrender sent to us by the Hokage of the Leaf Village? Let all those who agree to do so raise a hand. Suleiman, Polito, and finally Tsugaya raised a hand. It is done. Suleiman announced it as though it were a sentence of death, and in a way it was. We will meet with the new clan heads this afternoon and share the terms with them before we announce it to the village. There will be rioting when they hear of it. Polito said morosely. I do not think so. Suleiman stood up from the table. Take a look at something with me. He walked over to a glass door and stepped out onto a small balcony. Polito and Tsugaya joined him. Down in the village they could see a dozen or more fires lit. They were burning at various cross streets and a crowd was gathered around each. What are they doing? Have they started to riot already? Polito asked. No, Tsugaya said sadly. He liked Suleiman and unlike the younger Polito, was a veteran of the Third Great Ninja War. Those are bonfires. The crowds are throwing their most precious possessions into them. But why? Polito wondered. Tsugaya quietly explained. They are making offerings to Kami. Near the end of the last war, when we stood bankrupt and exhausted, the people did the very same thing. It is a sign that they realize how dire the situation is. They are giving up their most valued treasures in the hope that Kami will spare them and the village. It means the people will not riot, they will accept the surrender. It is a funeral pyre. Suleiman spoke with a melancholy certainty. This marks the end of Suna as a great power. We will never again rise to what we were. He took a deep breath and set himself to walk a hard road. But we will save what we can. Are you sure you want me to do this, Tamari? Her maid Tanya asked. Yes. Tamari answered in a dead voice. I can't do much, but I can at least mourn them properly. Maybe Kankuro and Gaara will know somehow and be just a little comforted to know I miss them. And your father as well. No, Tamari said with just a little heat. He can rot in hell unmourned and forgotten. You never called me daughter. You never let me call you father. Even though we lived in the same house you were a stranger to me and I do not miss you. Tanya gulped. As you wish. She began cutting Tamari's beautiful locks. Will you wear it short for the full year? Of course. Tamari always tried to carry out the traditions. She thought it showed respect for all those who had come before. She sat there quietly in her bedroom and looked into the mirror as Tanya cut off her hair. He was a sad little boy. She said quietly. Tanya stopped cutting and looked at her questioningly. Who? Gaara. I remember when he was very little, before he became so cold. He was very sad. All he wanted was love, for someone to care about him. She looked down in shame. I never gave him that. At first it was because I resented him for taking mother away. I blamed him for that. Then later on I was scared of him like everyone else. The only person who ever showed him any affection was my uncle Yashimaru. After he died was when Gaara started to withdraw and become cold and uncaring. She was quiet for a bit. I was relieved. She whispered. Tanya hadn't really heard. What was that? Tamari kept looking down. When Baki told me Gaara was dead, the very first thing I felt was relief. I was relieved to know my baby brother was dead. Tamari-san. Who could blame you for that? I heard him threaten to kill you and Kankuro more than once. And I know you were afraid of him as we all were. Even if you were his sister no one could blame you for feeling that. Tamari nodded but said nothing. No, no one would blame her. There was not a single person in the whole village who would not feel relief knowing Gaara was gone. And that was the tragedy of Gaara's lonely existence. That not one person who had known him would truly regret that he was gone. Not even his own sister. Tamari sat there in silence as Tanya finished cutting her hair short. When Tanya was done, her mistress waved a simple dismissal and she was left alone in her bedroom. Now that she was alone, she let the tears spill out. She knew the 25th rule of shinobi conduct and she would never cry in front of others. But now alone she gave into her grief. She cried for Gaara and Kankuro and for all the chances that were now gone forever. The four of them were having dinner in a small restaurant in some little fire country village. Sasuke picked at his food completely uninterested. "Kurenai-sensei, why are we here? It's only about 300 miles to Konoha. We could be there in 5 hours." Kurenai sighed and ate some rice. "Sasuke, I am as anxious as any of you to get home and find out what happened. But we've been moving all day and need to rest. We'll be back home by early afternoon tomorrow. It's not as though it makes a difference now." Sasuke grunted. Well, that was true. They had completed their C rank without any trouble and just as they were leaving they heard the news. Konoha had been attacked by the Sound and Sand villages. After some vicious and bloody fighting they had won and repelled the invaders. And that was all they knew. They had been moving at top speed the last 2 days to get back home. They knew their village had won. But the fate of friends, family and homes remained unknown. He wished he could pick up a phone or even a high-powered radio communicator and call the Leaf village. But such things didn't exist, of course. "Doesn't it bother you that while we were having an easy time in T-Country our village was fighting off an attack?" Sasuke asked. "I mean, we missed a war." Kurenai frowned but continued to eat her dinner. "Of course it bothers me, Sasuke. If the fighting were still going on I would have us moving until we reached Konoha. But since the battle is over there would be no point in exhausting ourselves just to get home a day earlier. Everything is decided and whether we arrive today or tomorrow will not change anything." "Kurenai-sensei is correct," Shino droned. "It is only logical that as there is no longer an emergency that we arrive there in good condition." Sakura reached out and put a hand gently over his. "I'm sure when we reach home everything will be fine, Sasuke-kun." He pulled his hand away. He really wasn't in the mood to try and deal with her. He got up from the table and put down some ryu notes. "I'm not hungry. I'm going for a walk." With that he walked out. Sakura was quickly on her feet. "Let him go to Sakura," Kurenai advised. "I think he wants to be alone right now. But I just want to help." Sakura objected. "He won't appreciate it," Kurenai said with a glum certainty. "Give him some room for now." Sakura let out a sigh but sat back down. Sasuke walked dejectedly through the little village's streets. He was worried about his mom and the rest of his clan. He was also bitterly frustrated that he had missed a golden chance to prove himself. Konoha had been attacked and he hadn't even been there. He'd been more than 1,000 miles away safe. He wanted to be great. He needed to be great. Yet everything seemed to conspire against him. He couldn't even manage to find his way into a war for Kami's sake. "Sasuke." He stopped to look at an unfamiliar face. The person who had called him was obviously a ninja. He had white hair and 2 little red dots in the middle of his brow. Whoever he was not a Leaf Nin. He pulled out a pair of kunai. "Who are you?" "My name is Kamimuro and I serve a powerful master who wishes to meet you. I believe we have an acquaintance in common." Sasuke's interest immediately piqued. "Who might that be?" "Like you, he hides his true face." Sasuke smiled. "If you seek power and are ready to bargain for it, come with me." Kamimuro leapt away. Sasuke hesitated for only an instant before following. There were 6 great houses of Suna. These were the 6 clans who originally founded Suna and they had always wielded the greatest power in the village. As clan head of Asama, Suleiman was the only clan head to have survived the battle by not going to it. The other 5 had all died in Konoha. The new clan heads were all younger and inexperienced. Suleiman nodded. "I thank you all for coming here. To begin with, the Council of Wind has decided to yield to the demands received by us from the Hokage. That decision is made. I have not asked you here to decide what course we shall follow. I have asked you here to assist me and our village in carrying out the harsh demands we are now faced with. Have no doubt the terms are harsh. But also do not doubt that we are faced with only 2 choices. Accepting them or destruction. We cannot hope to withstand an attack by Konoha and theirs. Therefore, to preserve our village and the lives of our people, the council and I have made the decision to surrender." He puffed on his pipe a bit to give them the chance to speak. He was very relieved to see none of them willing to challenge him. They simply nodded. That was good. Clan heads could sometimes get very stubborn at the worst of times. "Very well, let me read to you the terms." He held the document and began to go over the main points. To begin with, Suna surrenders unconditionally to the village within the Leaves and accepts all moral responsibility for this conflict and for the breaching of our alliance. We agree to pay war reparations to the amount of 300 million ryu. "What?" More than one of them screeched. "That will ruin us," one of them said. "I believe that is the point," Suleiman said dryly. That sum is ridiculous, there is no way we could raise it. Only 100 million is due immediately. We shall have to pay 20 million each year for the next 10 years. Suleiman stated. Even so, how can we raise 100 million Ryu so quickly? Simple, Suleiman said. Each of the 6 great houses will have to contribute 15 million Ryu. The remaining 10 million we shall raise through loans and tapping our reserves. We of the founding houses are the only ones with enough ready cash. Before they could begin screaming he continued. I have already given the 15 million from Asama. Temari jumped in. Since Sabaku is the richest and as the leader of our clan was the Kazekage who led us into this situation, we will commit 25 million, so you will not need to empty the treasury. Suleiman nodded to her appreciatively. He doubted anyone else present would have made such a gesture. I warmly thank you for your generosity and willingness to sacrifice in this desperate hour. I am certain the rest of us shall follow your example. Some of the 4 did not like it. But with the 2 strongest houses willing they would seem unforgivably selfish and small-minded if they did not. So the 4 of them all agreed. Now then the next point, Suna ninjas will not be permitted to accept missions in any land save that of Wind. They are also permanently forbidden to attend any future Chunin exams or tournaments. Suna is forbidden to sign any treaties with foreign powers or make war without the permission of the Leaf Village. These terms are impossible. The objection came. To accept them would destroy us. To refuse them would destroy us. Suleiman said. I told you the terms were harsh. Please remember that had we crushed them instead our conditions would have been no more merciful. He took a deep breath. These terms are designed to ruin us as one of the 5 great powers. From this time forward we shall be a local power like grass or waterfall. How can we do that? The objector looked about hoping for support. We cannot accept these terms when we know the disgrace it will bring. It would be better to resist and to die fighting. Say that only if you truly mean it. For if we resist we will die fighting. Suleiman answered. Temari turned to the objector. He was only a few years older than she was. Tell me, were you actually there in Konoha? Did you see the actual fighting? She spoke derisively. The man looked embarrassed and she knew the answer before he spoke. No. Well, I was. She looked around at everyone. Of all the people in this room I was the only one who was there. And let me tell you something, I saw and felt Naruto's, their Jinchuriki's, power firsthand. If he comes here we will all die. All the ninja we have left would last maybe 5 minutes against him. It's all well and good to talk about avoiding disgrace and making a last stand, it sounds very heroic. Maybe someday someone will make an epic poem about the fall of Suna. Is that what you want though? Do you really want everyone to die and our village to be destroyed? Do you want us to be condemned to never be more than a small weak village? He shot back. No, but that choice is gone. We lost that choice in less than an hour's fighting in the Leaf Village. Temari declared. Even if we fight, our glory is lost. We can no more restore it than we can restore our war dead. Forget about our greatness. Now it is only a question of survival or death. Sabaku no Temari speaks the truth. Suleiman said. What was lost in Konoha cannot be restored no matter what we do. We must act to preserve our village. The objector seemed to shrink in his seat as the others all nodded. Could we not at least try and negotiate to lessen some of these terms? Suleiman shook his head. The terms are not negotiable. And we must accept or reject them within 6 days or the Hokage promises continued war. He paused and was relieved that there were no more objections. There is one more major condition. To ensure we abide by this surrender, each of the noble houses must give up a member to be hostage and to live in Konoha. For how long? Suleiman shrugged. For as long as they wish, perhaps permanently. Surprisingly, there were no objections over that. Taking hostages was an ancient custom that almost always involved the noble class. Once they accepted the idea of surrender, the idea of hostages came easily. The meeting lasted for another 20 minutes as details were worked out. As the clan heads began to leave, he asked Temari to remain. Once they were alone, he spoke to her. Temari, I thank you for your support. You made them see the truth of the situation. She shrugged. You were in the right. Our choices are to surrender or fight. We can't fight, so we have to surrender. Suleiman nodded. There is something I need to discuss with you. She grinned. It's about me becoming a hostage, isn't it? He slowly nodded. The terms require 1 hostage from each of the 6 great houses, and you are the last member of Sabaku. I understand. She said simply. I was ready to fight and die for Suna. If it helps the village, I can be a hostage for Suna. I can do nothing right now, but perhaps in a year or 2 the Hokage might be open to an exchange to allow you to return. Temari shook her head. Don't bother. With my brothers gone I have nothing left to bind me here. But this is your home. Don't you want to return? She shook her head. No, I have never had friends and I have no family now. Wherever I am I will be alone. But what about the Sabaku name? He asked. She thought of all the pain and suffering that name had brought to Gaara and the village. What about it? With a slight bow she left, she would have to pack. Kimimaro brought him to a clearing just outside the village. To say Sasuke was disappointed would have been an understatement. There was a pale sweaty sickly-looking ninja leaning against a tree. He was wearing a bulky black robe that completely covered him from the neck down. His first impression was one of frailty and weakness. This was hardly the sort of ninja he'd had in mind. "You're Kabuto's master?" he asked questionably. Kimimaro sent him a cold glare. "Show Lord Orochimaru respect." "Orochimaru?" Sasuke jumped back and drew his kunai. "You led the attack on Konoha." Orochimaru smiled and laughed. "Yes, and my only regret is that I failed to destroy it." He chuckled. "Though I did take a little satisfaction in killing the third lord." "You killed the third Hokage?" "That's right. Before you do something stupid like attack me, let us discuss the reason Kabuto told me about you. You should feel honored. I have gone to a great deal of trouble to meet with you here today and even put myself in a small amount of danger. Now, you want power. I can provide you with power, but in exchange you will become my servant." "No," he said flatly. "I'm doing this to save my village. I won't betray it." Orochimaru grinned. "Ah. An Uchiha with principles. You truly are his brother, aren't you?" Sasuke stiffened. "What do you know about Itachi?" "Quite a bit. We were in some organization for a time. However, I found the experience constraining and decided to go out on my own. Now Itachi really is powerful. If you want to try and match him, I can understand why you are looking for help." "I don't want to match him, I want to kill him and one other person." "Boo." Sasuke frowned. "What does that matter to you?" "Show respect," Kimimaro warned. Orochimaru laughed. "Oh, that is all right, Sasuke-kun. Keep your little grudge a secret. I don't mind. But you'll never be anywhere near Itachi's level without a great deal of help. I can give you that help." "I won't betray my village," Sasuke said. Well, how about this? You send me a few reports about anything interesting that you run across and occasionally take care of a few things for me outside the village. How does that sound to you?" Sasuke considered. He knew he was making a deal with the devil. "Damn it, I'm too weak. I need more power to save the village and avenge my father." "You won't expect me to kill anyone in the village then?" "No, but you may need to do some killing elsewhere." "That doesn't bother me, I'm a ninja." He slowly nodded. He knew what he was doing was treason. Even worse, it was the basest sort of evil. But it was for a greater good. He focused on that. The ends justify the means. "I accept." Orochimaru smiled wickedly. "Then kneel before me and call me master." His spine stiffened at that. But he slowly went down to his knees. "As you wish. Master." Orochimaru nodded. "Now a few things you must know. This power I will give you will greatly increase your chakra and your physical strength and stamina as well. When you use the power, there will be a physical manifestation in the form of black marks upon your skin. The power will come from a seal I will place on you. No doubt when you return, your leaders will be frightened of your new power and will try to seal it. I suggest you not let them. You would still be able to draw upon it, but things will be easier for you if you are not required to hide its use. The mark takes quite a bit of getting used to. You will be unconscious for anywhere from 12 to 24 hours. And I recommend you tell your teammates that you followed a suspicious ninja out of the village and were ambushed. Do you understand, Sasuke-kun?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" Sasuke swallowed. "Yes, master." Orochimaru laughed. Then his neck extended out from his body. Orochimaru's head came to Sasuke's neck where he bit down. Almost immediately Sasuke was screaming out in pain. "Let's go, I am done here." Orochimaru spoke and the two of them got going. "Lord?" Kimimaro asked as they leapt through the trees. "You did not mention to him that his odds of survival are only 1 in 10. Orochimaru smiled. "Why would I? If he dies it does not matter. If he lives it does not matter. And had he refused because he feared the odds, I would have simply killed him." Feeling in a better mood, the two of them began the long journey back to the Sound Village. She was the oldest among the 6 hostages. The rest were all children. It was generally considered easier for a child to adjust to a possible lifelong change than someone older. A couple squads of sand nuns would escort them to the edge of Wind Country, and from there they would meet a leaf escort. A small crowd had gathered at the gate to wish them well. To the village they were all heroes sacrificing themselves. The irony was that if they eventually returned in say 10 to 15 years, they would be viewed with suspicion as foreigners. The families were all saying goodbye. Suleiman was hugging his little granddaughter and saying farewell. No one came over to her to try and wish her luck or say goodbye. It seemed somehow fitting that despite her name and wealth that she should be alone. All of the other hostages would have wagons follow them to Konoha filled with possessions. Hostages were treated very well and usually permitted to live comfortably with whatever they brought with them. She had filled one backpack. She had a few personal items and some clothes. She would buy whatever else she needed in Konoha. As they left she took one last long look around the village of Suna. She was sad to be leaving, but not heartbroken. As she went out the gate there were two things on her mind. She felt certain that she would never come back to Suna. Somehow she just knew as she left that she would never return. And she wondered if Shikamaru was alive and well and if he would hate her now. Chapter 37. No feelings at all. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. He was in a hospital bed. He felt different. Oh, Sasuke-kun. Thank Kami you're awake. Oh my precious little boy. Are you alright? He slowly focused and saw both Sakura and his mom were smiling down at him. Sakura. Kasen. Where am I? What happened? You are in Konoha hospital soon. His mother said gently. You were missing and so we went looking for you. Sakura explained fearfully. We found you knocked out and with a strange mark on your neck. We tried to wake you. I tried to use my medical ninjutsu, but you wouldn't wake and I could tell your condition was serious. We decided we had to get you here for treatment. Kurenai carried you on her back the whole way. She was desperately sorry. I tried to heal you but I couldn't. When we got here the Hokage helped you as much as she could but said you would have to live or die depending on your own will. I knew you would be alright Sasuke-kun, I knew it. On instinct he tried to reach out for chakra. Normally when he did so it would fill him like a stream of water filling a bucket. But now it came to him in a flood. Oh the delicious power. It came and kept coming like an endless river. Both Sakura and his mother gasped. He held out his hands and saw black marks appear on them. Son. Mikoto cried out. What's happening? Sasuke-kun, are you alright? He looked at her and sent her a smile she had never seen before. Alright. Sakura, I've never been better. By the time Tsunade had arrived to check on him Ryuki and Kurenai were there along with Sakura and Mikoto. The two Uchiha adults were having a quiet but heated argument in the corner while Sakura and Kurenai were standing beside Sasuke's bed looking worried. Does anyone care to tell me what happened? Tsunade asked. Immediately 5 people were talking quickly and at full volume. Hold it. Hold it. Just one person please. It's really very simple Hokage-sama. Sasuke spoke. He'd been awake long enough to know exactly what he wanted to say. I spotted this weird-looking ninja in the village we were in. I decided to follow him in case he heard the sound of sandnin. I followed him to a small clearing and was about to confront him when I felt a horrible pain in my neck. The next thing I knew I woke up here. He gave her a smile. I wanted to make sure I was completely fine, so I tried to mold some chakra. That's when I discovered my amazing good luck. Whatever happened to me has made me far more powerful than I was before. She frowned at him, not really surprised that he would see it that way. So, it's just as I suspected. You have a curse seal mark on your neck Sasuke. As surprising as it may be, it seems you had a run-in with Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Ryuki said in disbelief. Then why was he spared? Tsunade answered. That seal has a 90% fatality rate. The snake bastard must have thought he would die and it would be just like him to leave someone to a slow and painful death. Sasuke smiled. A 90% fatality rate. The bastard didn't mention that. But what does it matter now? Well I guess I beat the odds then and I just got an incredible boost to my power. Sasuke. That seal is evil. Just like everything else that monster has ever created. Tsunade informed him. As soon as I can get in touch with Uraya, I am going to have him place a suppressing seal over it. Suppress it? Hokage-sama, I don't want it suppressed. With the power it gives me I can be one of the village's greatest ninja. Let me use this power to serve the village and you. Tsunade shook her head. No Sasuke. It will be suppressed for your own safety. That seal's power is unnatural and would slowly corrupt and taint you. Ryuki spoke up. Do you mean in the same way that Kyuubi's unnatural power will corrupt and taint Naruto? What? Sakura shouted. What are you talking about? Of the people present she was the only one who did not know. Kurenai and Sasuke both looked at him in surprise. Ryuki, Kurenai said. Do you realize you have just broken the Sandame's law and committed a capital offense? That law has been repealed by Kurenai. Everyone now knows the truth. Ryuki replied calmly. It's true. Tsunade confirmed. Since the battle and his rather large part in it hiding the truth has been impossible. It has become common knowledge both within and without the village. Sakura's mouth was hanging open. Wait. So Naruto is the Kyuubi. I'll explain it to you later. Kurenai assured her. Sasuke grinned. Does that mean that some of the Kyuubi's power came out during the battle? Tsunade frowned. Quite a lot of it did. You don't seem surprised how you found out. Mikoto answered. His older brother informed him 4 years ago. Sasuke nodded quickly. I've known for a while. But anyway since his power finally came out does that mean people have been demanding he be exiled or worse? Sasuke couldn't help but sound a little smug. Tsunade sent him a hostile scowl. Hardly. They bow and cheer for him now. They finally recognize him as a hero. Naruto? A hero? Sasuke could not believe it. What was wrong with people? How could they not understand that a power like the Kyuubis could not possibly be contained? That's not all, Ryuko added. He has also been promoted to Jonin. What? Sasuke practically shouted. He glared at the Hokage. I can see what having friends in the right places can do for a person. Watch your mouth, Sasuke. Tsunade shouted back. Naruto earned his promotion. He, Jiraiya and Sarutobi were the great heroes of this battle. He killed the Kazekage and at least 300 enemy ninjas. He broke the Suna army and helped bring the battle to a swift end. And whether you have a petty jealousy of him or not, he is a hero and a Jonin. Sasuke bit down on a bitter reply, having had his nose rubbed in how much Naruto had accomplished. Despite his newly gained power, he felt Naruto once again leaving him behind. There is no denying that Naruto did an amazing job during the battle. Ryuki acknowledged. But of course that was because he had the Kyuubi's power at his disposal. I did not see it myself, but those who did all agreed that the Kyuubi's chakra held a powerful taint of evil. Can we trust that Naruto will have the necessary strength to keep it under his control? Of course we can. Tsunade answered immediately. I know Naruto will be able to handle Kyuubi's power. Ryuki smiled and sprung his trap. Yet you do not trust Sasuke to control the power he has received. Where precisely is the difference? If you feel safe to leave Naruto with the Kyuubi's chakra, then how can you object to Sasuke using his new power? Tsunade frowned. Because Naruto is the most special of special cases. And because he actually acts out of a sense of love and duty. Where Sasuke follows his own ambitions. That's why I trust Naruto and not Sasuke. Unfortunately, she couldn't come right out and say that. And unfortunately, any argument she chose to make would be based on the fact that she trusted Naruto but not Sasuke with a burden. Seeing her pause, Ryuki pushed on. Sasuke and I both wish for him to keep the seal mark and use it for the good of the village. Just as Naruto is able to use Kyuubi's tainted chakra. Please allow him to use Orochimaru's tainted gift. I want to suppress the curse mark for his own good as well as the village's. It would damage his psyche over time. Ryuki shook his head. I have faith in my nephew's will and strength of character. He does not want the seal suppressed, and neither does his clan. Mikoto looked troubled but remained silent. And unlike a certain other matter, the Uchiha clan has the highest interest in this. We absolutely insist Sasuke be left as is. Both of you are pompous idiots. She knew this would be a mistake. Unfortunately, she couldn't really afford to antagonize the clan too much. She let out a deep sigh. Very well, as the clan insists, I will leave the mark as is. However, I hold you and the Uchiha clan responsible for his actions. Ryuki bowed to her. Of course. Sasuke smiled. He had won. 3 days had passed since Sasuke's return to the village. Shikamaru stood in the Hokage's office with some other leaders of Konoha's clans. Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hiashi, Aburame Shibi, and Inyazuka Tsume were all present, as was a certain annoying blonde. He grinned at his friend. Shouldn't you be in your room right now? I mean, I wouldn't want you to get in more trouble. My mom considers this a duty, so it's okay, Naruto grumbled. Shikamaru grinned. Does that mean you have to go straight home afterwards? Naruto sent him a flat look. Yeah. Shikamaru chuckled. You know, Naruto, you have got to be the first Jonin in history to actually have his mom ground him. He eyed his friend a bit speculatively. Anyway, shouldn't your mom be doing this? She's training her team right now. She said I should do it, that it would be a good experience for when I'm a clan head. In turn, Naruto eyed his lazy friend. Why are you here in Shikamaru? Isn't the Shino clan head now? Shika sighed. Yeah, she is. But she's still having a really rough time dealing with dad being gone. Right now she is staying with the Yamanakas, they're sort of helping each other with the loss. So your mom just left you all alone? Shikamaru smirked. You make that sound like a bad thing, Naruto. Anyway, it's not like she's left the country or anything. If I need to see her, I know where she is. Tsunade entered, being trailed by Shizune. It was one of the handful of times she wore the robes of her office. She looked to be in an excellent mood. Being able to avoid a continuation of the war with Sand had made her happy. And having been shown a couple huge trunks stuffed with Ryu notes hadn't hurt either. I want to thank all of you and your clans for agreeing to house and care for the hostages. As you all know, there are still some hard feelings running against Suna. Even so, I hope you will remember that I want these people to be well treated. They are not our enemies. They are not our prisoners. They are honored guests, and I hope you will treat them in that manner. They may be here for a very long time. It is quite possible that they will never leave. Please make them feel welcome. In short order, the hostages were led into the Hokage's office. Shikamaru felt his heart skip a beat. He hadn't thought he would ever see her again. Yet there she was, not 10 feet away. She looked very different. He thought her previous hairstyle very strange, consider the source, but now she had it cut very short like a boy's hair. She was dressed in a black kimono just as the children were. She was also missing that cocky attitude and smile he had come to like so much. Now she looked very somber and serious. Well, he could understand why. It couldn't be easy leaving family and friends behind. When she spotted him there was a quick flash of surprise and guilt. She immediately broke eye contact and looked to the floor. He wanted very badly to talk to her, but knew he needed to wait. Naruto did not miss the little interaction. As the Hokage officially welcomed them to the village, Naruto whispered to his friend. "What's with you and the girl?" He took a deep breath. This was going to be so troublesome, he could tell. Girls, by their very nature, were troublesome, but Temari was sure to be a whole category unto herself. But he couldn't help feeling something for her. "We sort of hung out together the week before the finals." Naruto gave him a very surprised look. Shikamaru had to be the absolute last guy he would ever imagine chasing a foreign kunoichi. For one thing, he had stated his opinion of girls loud and clear many times. They were loud and bothersome, except for Hinata. For another thing. "Isn't being with a girl like that a little too troublesome for you?" Naruto whispered. Shika sighed. "You would think so." He decided to let the subject drop there for the time being, and Naruto spared him an inquisition. The welcoming ceremony was brief, and each of the hostages was assigned to the clan that would be responsible for them. Temari was assigned to Namikaze, while a little 8-year-old girl named Alyssa would go with Nara. Naruto remembered the girl well from both their original run-in and from the battle. She clearly remembered him too and looked a bit nervous. She had flirted with him a little, but having seen dozens of his clones come after her with bloodlust in their red eyes, had changed her opinion of him. She offered him a formal bow. "Naruto dono, I thank you for taking responsibility for me. I assure you I shall behave properly and respectfully at all times." Naruto gave her a smile. "Glad to hear it. Just so you know, I don't bear you any grudge. I understand you were doing your duty as I was." She nodded. "I do understand that, and I bear you no hostility despite what you took from me." His smile disappeared. "Did I kill someone close to you?" She nodded but kept a placid look on her face. "My male parent," she refused to call him father, "and my brother Kankuro were both killed by your wind." "I am sorry," Naruto said quietly. Temari shook her head. "You were defending your home from invasion. I understand and truly do not blame you." "Are you alright, Temari?" Shikamaru had been standing right there listening. His words were low, but the look in his eyes was filled with emotion. She blushed just a little bit as she nodded. "I am fine, Shikamaru. Are you alright?" He sighed. "Yes, but I lost my father." "Not Shikaku." She reached out and put a comforting hand on his arm. "Oh Shikamaru, I am so sorry." And though she was not the sort to normally do so, she put her arms around him and hugged him. "I am so sorry." He put his arms around her as well. "I'm sorry too, Temari." They remained in each other's arms for a short while. "Do you hate me?" she whispered to him. He pulled back just enough to look in her teal eyes. "No, never." She swallowed a bit. "When we said goodbye. I wanted to tell you but I." Her voice just sort of trailed off. He nodded. "I know." He said simply. While the two of them had been hugging, Naruto had gotten a little grin on his face and sauntered over to his godmother. He spoke to her quietly. She looked at the two who were hugging and chuckled. She nodded to Naruto, who crossed the room again. He put a hand on the shoulder of the little girl named Alyssa. She looked up at him nervously. "Alright, we're trading," Naruto said. "What?" Shikamaru and Temari regretfully pulled apart. Naruto gave his friend a knowing grin. "The Hokage says it's fine if we exchange assignments. I'll take Alyssa here and Temari can go home with you." "Can you do that?" Shikamaru said in surprise. "It's already done." He turned to the little girl. "Well, my name is Namikaze Naruto. You'll be staying with me and my mom and our friend Haku." Despite looking nervous, the little girl bowed to him. "Yes, Naruto dono. I promise that I shall behave myself and be a proper guest at all times." "Thus Naruto is fine. Come on, I'll take you to your new home." "Naruto," Shika said. "I owe you one." He had a good laugh. "Yeah, you do." As they walked through the streets, people made their way. Some bowed, some cheered, but they all looked on proudly. "Is this how all clan heads are treated here?" Alyssa asked. Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm not a clan head, and this is only since the battle. Before that as many people hated me as liked me." "Why?" He looked at her. She would find out eventually. "I am Kyuubi." She stumbled but quickly righted herself without help. She looked up at him. "There is no need to be scared. I possess the demon, but I am not him. I am my own charming self." He tried to give her a reassuring smile. She slowly nodded. The only she had ever heard of or seen was Gaara, of course, and he was the stuff of nightmares. Naruto seemed as different from Gaara as night and day. Naruto, may I ask you a question, and please forgive me if I offend. He lifted an eyebrow. Ask me anything you like. She swallowed. Have you ever murdered anyone? She knew that was not a good question to ask, but she really needed to know. Murdered? He said in surprise. He shook his head. I'm a ninja. I've been killed. I've killed an awful lot actually after the battle. But I've only ever killed in defense or in the line of duty. I have never murdered anyone and never would. She believed him and nodded. Maybe all were not the same. She felt a huge relief arriving at the Nara household. Many of the people on the street had sent her harsh looks. Shikamaru had put an arm around her protectively and sent his own glares back. If he had tried to do that a couple weeks before, she would have pushed him aside and smacked him with her fan. For that matter, if people had given her looks, she would have glared right back and asked what the problem was. Now things were different. She knew why so many of them looked at her with hate. She would have to accept it. She was no longer Kunoichi. She had surrendered her fan and all her weapons to the Anbu who had escorted her. Upon arriving in Konoha, she had surrendered her Hittite. She had to behave like a hostage now, not like a ninja. No violence and no running away. Where is your mother? I want to offer her my condolences. She's staying with some friends right now. If you want, we can see her tomorrow. She gave him a surprised look. So we're all alone? That's right. I see. For the first time in quite a while, a grin touched her lips. She leaned in close to Shikamaru. Well, in that case, I guess you had better go ahead and take advantage of me. He immediately stiffened and took a step back. His face was as red as a ripe apple. What? He said in panic. He saw just a little of that cocky girl he had liked so much. I said you should take advantage of me. By letting me make you a nice dinner. Unless you actually know how to cook. He quickly shook his head. I know where the kitchen is, relax and I'll make us something to eat. Then after that we can play some shogi. With that, she strode into the kitchen as though it were hers and he was the guest. He stood there in their living room for a bit and slowly came to really understand that this girl was going to be living here with him. He was going to see her every day he was in the village. She would probably end up becoming close friends with his mother. Oh Kami, what have I done? Two cloaked figures stood on a hill overlooking the ruins of what had once been the south wall. Not long ago it was at the height of its glory, now look at it. One of them said quietly. The second one looked over to the first. Such sentiments were a rare thing from him. He sent his partner a toothy grin. Is that sadness I hear in your voice? Do you still have some feelings for your old home? The other looked at him blankly over a high collar. No, the answer came in the familiar dead tone. No feelings at all. Chapter 38. Little sister. They were sitting down to dinner. She did not have much of an appetite. She couldn't help but notice that her son was in fine spirits. Despite having been ambushed and infected with that evil, he seemed to be in a better mood than she could remember in a long time. Her brother-in-law was also in fine spirits. So far as he was concerned, what had happened was nothing but a blessing. Even Gabriella seemed happier than she had been for some time. She and her father had gotten into an acrimonious fight over her remaining with Kushina as sensei. Gabriella was absolutely adamant that she remain with her current team. Not only did she seem to greatly admire Kushina, but Makoto got the sense there was something going on with her teammate as well. Despite their disagreement over her squad, Gabriella and her father seemed to be drawing a bit closer. Now that his daughter had finally achieved Sharingan, he seemed convinced things would work out. Whenever he spoke of her to others, it was with words of praise and joy. Since the battle and her activation, Gabriella had become much more confident and happier. You know, I still can't believe you finally activated your Sharingan. Sasuke teased. In response, she closed her eyes and revealed it. She had shown it to him before, of course, but she didn't mind. Well, you had best believe it. And I am getting stronger. Kushina is teaching me how to use the blade. She says with my Sharingan and the way I work at it, I should be a first-level blade master by the time the next Chunin exams roll around. Ryuki frowned a bit, as he always did when he heard his daughter praising that woman. But he wasn't looking to spoil the good mood. The next exams are being held in Mist. Does she say anything about letting you compete? You would need a third member for your squad. Gabriella nodded. She says that if Haku and I continue to progress, she will definitely nominate us for the exams. She also says she will see about finding us a third member sometime soon. Well, I have no doubt that you will be Chunin this time around. Ryuki said confidently. You know, honey, if you like I could give you some additional training. She stopped eating and stared at him. Something wrong? You haven't called me honey in a very long time, Dad. Gabriella said quietly. You haven't wanted to help me train for a while too. I know. Her father spoke a bit sadly. He took a very deep breath. I am sorry for not having more faith in you, my daughter. I should have. But my heart is bursting with pride in you. You make me very proud and I would like to help you as much as I can. A slow smile blossomed on her face. She had never, ever expected to hear him say that. She didn't think he knew the words, "I am sorry." But hearing that and hearing him say he was proud of her made her happy. There were still issues between them, but she did love him and wanted him to be proud of her. "I would like that, daddy." Ryuki grinned. "Good. And do you mind if I call you honey or are you too old for that?" She laughed a bit. It felt so good to have his approval. "No dad, you can call me that." "Good thing he's going to help you." Sasuke teased. "If you want to even stay near me you'll need all the help you can get." "Hey, me and Haku will definitely make Chunin at the next exams." Ryuki laughed and applauded. "That's my girl." Makoto looked at the end of the table where a quiet 7-year-old was eating. "Are you enjoying your meal, Maiju?" The boy looked up nervously. "Oh yes. It is very good. Thank you, Makoto." With the boy's blonde hair and green eyes, he easily stood out in the Uchiha compound. He was clearly afraid of offending and trying to find his place. "Sasuke," Makoto asked. "Why don't you show Maiju around the village tomorrow?" Sasuke shook his head. "I have training with my squad tomorrow." "You could do it before that." Makoto smiled hopefully. "Maybe the two of you can get to know each other." "I'd really rather not waste the time." Makoto frowned at her son and Maiju looked down nervously. Why don't I show him around?" Gabriella offered. She turned to him with a playful grin. "I can introduce you to my team and get you some ice cream. How does that sound?" The boy looked up at her hopefully. "That sounds like fun, thank you." Makoto nodded. "Sasuke, I would like a word in private with you right now." She got up from the table and left the dining room. But the dramatic sigh Sasuke pushed back from the table and stood as well. "Excuse me." Maiju looked unhappy as the boy left. "I hope I did not cause any trouble." Gabriella shook her head. "Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you." "Did you enjoy your dinner, Alyssa-chan?" Kushina asked with a gentle smile. The little girl nodded. "Yes, thank you, it was very good, Kushina-san." Kushina shook her head slightly. "You will probably be staying here for a very long time. Well, you are here, I would like you to consider yourself to be a part of this family. Of course, since I know you have a family and soon I cannot actually adopt you. But I would like to treat you as my daughter and I would like it very much if you would call me mother." The girl looked up at Kushina and very slowly smiled. "I would like that. Mother." "Good." She immediately took the girl in a hug and began giving her kisses. "I always wanted to have a daughter." "Thanks, Mom." Naruto said. Kushina chuckled as she let Alyssa go. "You know what I mean, dear." "Sure, Mom." Naruto went to Alyssa and patted the top of her head. "Well, I guess that would make you my little sister." The girl began to blush immediately. "Hi." Haku approached and also smiled at the little girl. "Please think of me as a friend and someone who will watch out for you." "Arigato, Haku." She looked shyly at Naruto who was giving her one of his big smiles. "Should I call you?" "I'd like that, little sister." Alyssa's blush darkened just a bit. "Naruto, why don't you take her around the village tomorrow before you meet with your team?" "Sure, Mom." "The doll?" he asked with a grin. Tamari sent him a dangerous look as she set the doll down in a chair in her new room. "And what is wrong with a girl having a doll? Aren't you just a little old for dolls?" Shikamaru asked. "Sandy isn't here as a toy. I brought her as a reminder of what little happiness I had growing up." Shikamaru had a huge grin. "Your doll's name is Sandy?" "Yes, it is." She crossed her arms. "I suppose you never had a childhood toy?" He shrugged. "I might have but I'll never admit to it." "Whatever," she grumbled. "Now do you want to play shogi?" He nodded. "Sure." They exited her room. "You know, dinner was really good." "You sound surprised." "Well, I am. I didn't think a scary girl like you would know how to boil water." "Ow." He rubbed the top of his head. "What was that for?" "That was for assuming a woman can't be strong and still be able to be a good cook." He continued to rub his head as he frowned at her. "You know, you're starting to remind me of my mom." She gave him a huge smile. "Thanks." She hurried down the stairs. "That wasn't a compliment." He muttered to himself. "What is it?" Makoto frowned at him. "Sasuke, I want you to spend some time with Maiju." "Why?" Sasuke asked. "Because he will be here for a very long time and I would like for the two of you to become close." She gave him an encouraging smile. "Maybe he could become like a little brother to you." But Sasuke shook his head. "No thanks. One brother is enough. Mother, I'll be polite to him, I'll treat him like an honored guest. But I don't have time to waste pretending he's something that he's not." "And what is so very important, Sasuke, that you have so little free time?" "I need to get stronger. I need to increase my power. After all, I'm still just a genin. I need to put all my time into becoming more." "You mean like Itachi?" she asked coldly. "Mom, I'm nothing like him." "If that's true, then let the Hokage have that curse seal suppressed." "Mom. Hear me out," she demanded. Sasuke frowned but closed his mouth. The man who gave this terrible thing to you possesses the Sharingan. It is almost certain that he gained it through the murder of Uchiha Damas. To accept anything from him under any circumstances is an insult to Dama's memory. That seal on your neck may give you more power, but please consider the cost. You heard the Hokage say it would damage your mind over time. It's a poisonous infection that will only do you harm. Whatever power it gives you, it is not worth the price. Power is worth any price. Sasuke said defiantly. I could imagine Itachi saying the same thing. The look he gave her was clearly hurt. Mom, I'm not anything like Itachi. I am no longer so sure, son. Mikoto said quietly. When I hear that hunger in your voice to gain power, it makes me shudder a little. You are beginning to scare me, son. You are walking the same path as your brother. He put gaining power ahead of everything else too. You don't understand. I don't want power for selfish reasons. I only wanted to protect this village. And to kill my brother. Mikoto shook her head. The ends justify the means. Is that it? Sasuke nodded. So those words have been used to justify horrors all throughout history. At every massacre I'm sure they've been said in one form or another. Sasuke, the ends do not justify the means. Some things are simply wrong and should not be done regardless. Mom, you're not a ninja. You don't understand it. No, I am not a ninja. But I have lived within a ninja clan for most of my life. Do not think I am ignorant of the ways of the shinobi. She sighed. Soon I have decided to resign as clan head. Your uncle can have the position. What? But why? Don't you want to be a clan head? No. I tried to have the curse seal suppressed, but Ryuki told me that if I insisted he would assemble the clan council to have me replaced. If I cannot even protect my own son, then there is no point in my keeping the title. But being a clan head will still give you a lot of power. Sasuke argued. Perhaps, she said sadly. But for me it is no longer worth the price. She'd had a good evening. Except for a few minutes when he had gone upstairs for something, she had spent all her time with Shikamaru. He was lazy and annoying and had some stupid ideas about women. But she did like being with him. Returning to her room, she immediately noted that Sandy had been moved. There on the chair, Sandy had some company. A plush toy deer was sitting with her. Sandy's arms had been placed so that she seemed to be hugging the deer. She also noticed a piece of paper on the chair as well. Picking it up, she read out what was written there. Cloud is very happy to have Sandy here. She put the paper down and laughed. Looking at the little deer, she addressed him. Well, Cloud, Sandy is very happy to be here too. The next day Naruto was scheduled to meet his team at the bridge at 9, like usual. He intended to actually get there at about 10:30, again as usual. He expected Kakashi to show up at 11. That gave him most of the morning to show Alyssa the village. As he walked around, he showed her all the important sights. The tower, the academy, Ichiraku's, the marketplace, and other places he thought important or interesting. Wherever they went, people greeted them with good cheer and with kindness. Alyssa felt very welcome and safe in her new home. When she mentioned she was a little tired, Naruto picked her up and put her on his shoulders. Beak. Naruto laughed. Are you alright? Yes I am. You don't have to do this. I can walk. I'm only a little tired. Alyssa sounded a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm pretty strong and I don't mind. They walked along for a while. Niacin? Yes. Are you really with Kyuubi? He chuckled. I'm afraid I am. Why? Do you think someone would make up something like that? Well, I saw Gaara in the village and I knew the stories about him. He was very scared. I met him. I can believe people were scared of him. People here used to be very scared of me too. Very angry as well. But you're nothing like Gaara was. Alyssa exclaimed. You're so nice. Everyone always thought Gaara was the way he was because of the demon. Naruto shook his head. Actually, the only ways Kyuubi affected me on a daily basis were the whisker marks you see on my cheeks and in how much chakra I had. I am the way I am because of my mom and because of the people who loved me growing up. I don't know Gaara's story, but he was the way he was because of how he was treated growing up. But he was the Kazekage's son. Alyssa protested. He lived in the largest mansion in Suna. So? Little sister, it wasn't all the money and possessions I had that mattered to me growing up. For me, my mother and her love meant everything. If I had grown up without her, I'd have been miserable and lonely even living in a mansion. Alyssa nodded. In that case, I'm very glad mother was there for you. He laughed. Me too. He brought her to the park. It was still early, but there were some young children playing with their parents and some older people. It was a beautiful morning. Naruto was having a good time showing his new little sister some of his favorite spots. Until he felt two chakra signatures, one very familiar. He quickly put Alyssa down. She could see that his face was no longer cheerful. Is there something wrong with it? She asked. Yes. Alyssa, I want you to go to the park entrance and wait for me there, please. But why? She sounded a bit hurt. He tried to give her a smile. I have to take care of something. Please just wait for me. She slowly nodded. Alright, will you be long? Yes, I think I might. He calmly watched her go and flipped his radio communicator to the send position. You may as well come out now. Two ninja with black robes with red clouds on them appeared. One he did not recognize. He had blue skin and a large bundle on his back. The other ninja he knew quite well. Who is the little one? Itachi asked calmly. She is a hostage from Suna who has come to live with my family. Naruto stated. The two of you seem close. Itachi observed. Please leave her and the other civilians here out of this. Itachi shrugged. I have no objection to that. My business is with you only, Naruto-kun. And what business is that of Itachi-kun? Since we're in the park, I presume you and your friend here have come to have a picnic by the lake. The blue-skinned ninja laughed. Oh, I like him. He's got guts. It almost makes me regret what we are about to do. Naruto nodded and got himself ready. So you're here to kill me? No, Itachi spoke. We are here to capture you, Naruto-kun. That is the highest order given to us by the Akatsuki. And who or what are the Akatsuki? They are the elite criminal organization that we both serve. Itachi said. And why would a criminal organization want me alive? What are you going to hold me for ransom? No, Naruto-kun, we intend to extract that power that we hold inside you. The other ninja chuckled. Which by the way will have the side effect of killing you. I see. Naruto calmly brought his hands together. You know I can't let you have Kyuubi's power. Of course. Itachi activated and readied his Mangekyou Sharingan. Alright then. Let's go. Leaping back, he began to cast his first. Chapter 39. A fight in the park. Kakashi was sitting in a little tea house enjoying a hot cup as he read a certain orange-covered book. It was a little after 10. He still had plenty of time to get to his team for their usual 9 a.m. meeting. He was reading how Teiko was trying to convince a buxom blonde judge to drop the charges against him when his radio came to life. You may as well come out now. Naruto's voice said. Kakashi frowned and immediately tried to contact Naruto. Naruto's communicator was clearly still in the send setting though. From what was coming through, Naruto was obviously having a conversation with someone. But he could only hear one half of it. And what business is that of Itachi-kun? Since we're in the park. Itachi? Kakashi tossed down some Ryu notes and leapt out of the tea house. He switched his radio communicator to the Anbu emergency frequency. This is Hada Kakashi declaring an emergency. Uchiha Itachi is attacking Namikaze Naruto at Konoha Park. Please send all available units. He quickly switched his radio to another frequency. Hinata was doing a little light sparring with Hanabi as her radio came to life. She was pleased at first to hear Naruto's voice. When she realized he wasn't really calling her or Kakashi-sensei, she began to worry. When she heard him mention Itachi, she fled the Hyuga mansion and raced towards the park. Kiba was walking Akamaru leisurely on his way to the bridge. When Naruto's voice came over the line, he listened curiously to it. When Itachi was mentioned, he snatched up Akamaru and began leaping the rooftops towards the park. Kushina and Gabriella were practicing sword work with a pair of wooden blades. This is so embarrassing. Gabriella complained. Once again Kushina had drawn a circle in the dirt, a much smaller one this time. And it was Kushina stuck in it this time. Though Gabriella also felt a prisoner. What is the point of this? Kushina smiled. She could remember a 7-year-old Naruto asking that exact same question. It's to help you to develop your sword work and especially your attacks without worrying too much about footwork yet. All you have to do is hit me once or make me step out of the circle. Oh, is that all? It sounded easy, especially given that she had the Sharingan. But despite that, it was proving impossible to get through Kushina's defenses even once. Kushina was very fast and expert at reading her opponent's movements, which limited the Sharingan's advantage. Still, Gabriella got ready to try again. She was just beginning to learn the sword and was enjoying it even with the frustration. Before she could begin though, their radios came to life. Kushina, this is Kakashi, do you copy? Kushina's team and Kakashi naturally used different frequencies. But since the attack, they had let each other know what they would be using in case of any sort of emergency. Kushina understood that Kakashi calling her was a bad sign. This is Kushina. What's wrong? Maybe she was being pessimistic. It looks like Itachi is back in town and he's attacking Naruto at the park. I've alerted the Anbu and I'm heading there now. Her blood ran cold. Itachi. I'll meet you there. Haku had been practicing senbans and was now standing in front of her with Gabriella. The two of you stay here. But. Gabriella tried to argue. Both of you stay here and if you follow me I swear I'll put you in the circle again. Gabriella grimaced as Kushina leapt away. After about 30 seconds Haku turned to her. I have to go. What? Do you want to be in the circle? Haku shook his head but looked utterly determined. I swore when I came here that I would protect and serve the Namikaze clan. And I won't lose one of my precious people while I just stand here. With that he leapt away. She instantly leapt after him. If he was going to be in danger she was going. She just hoped the circle was easier the second time. Shadow clone technique. In the air 100 shadow clones came into existence. They landed and nearly all of them had pulled out their swords. Naruto had sent 2 of them to try and get the civilians out of danger. Isum pulled his massive sword from his back and the bandages on it dropped away. Itachi cast his own grand fireball technique. A massive boulder of fire rocketed towards him, forcing his clones to scatter. Isum leapt in with his sword swinging. He wiped out 3 clones in one swing. He was laughing. Come on, at least put up a fight. Isum, Itachi said calmly. I've warned you not to underestimate him. Naruto did not dare to use his most powerful weapon as he had no idea how many civilians might still be in the park. Wall of wind technique. A powerful and broad wind struck the 2 missing nuns and knocked them backwards, temporarily splitting them up. Seeing his chance he quickly directed most of his clones to go after Kisum, while the rest went in after Itachi. He meanwhile quickly circled around. His clones always used the dance of the Sakura. Of the 5 dances the dance of the cherry blossoms was the most powerful and most dangerous to use. It was the only dance that was completely devoted to attacking your enemy. That fact made it the most lethal of the dances. The lack of concern for defense also made it the most dangerous to employ. But those worries didn't apply to shadow clones which made the dance perfect for them. As his clones came on Itachi was forced onto the defensive, reacting to their attacks rather than acting on his own initiative. He destroyed many of them with kunai but was still forced into the woods away from his partner and in the direction Naruto wanted. The last 4 came to a halt facing Itachi who carefully eyed them. He was still looking at them when the real Naruto struck from behind, driving his sword into Itachi's back and out his chest. Itachi stiffened and looked over his shoulder to his killer. He did not look angry or hurt. I am sorry Itachi. Naruto said. That is all right Naruto-kun. Itachi replied calmly. His body suddenly seemed to waver and became black. His body split apart into 100 pieces and those pieces turned into ravens. Ah hell I'm in having no choice he dropped his katana and slammed his palms together. Kai. But the ravens were still flying around him. He slammed his palms together again. Kai. He screamed desperately to end it. As he continued to press his palms together his right arm began to shake. To his horror he saw his skin and clothing begin to peel away in the breeze. He began to feel the skin on the right side of his face begin to peel away. From underneath his true form came out. His face became a fox's with a snapping jaw and teeth, a red eye flowing wickedly. His hand became a claw and his arm became iron hard, muscled and covered with matted red fur. He could smell the fox's odor. The fox laughed. The seal is broken. I am free. You have failed. Now everyone will die and it will be because you were too weak. No. Naruto shouted in terror. This is an illusion, it's not real. Instantly the fox's arm gripped his throat and cut off his air. Does this feel like an illusion you fool? You lost control and I have been set free. He tried to shout but he couldn't talk. With his own hand he tried to yank back the foxes, but it was useless. Kai. 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 Damn it this isn't real. But it seemed very real. The lack of air was real. He dropped to his knees as he tried to breathe. Itachi calmly got rid of the 4 clones that had also fallen to their knees. He turned to look at Naruto. He seemed pathetic in his Hokage cloak kneeling in the grass as he choked himself with his own hand. Itachi was disappointed. This was far too easy for Naruto-kun. You should have been much stronger. From behind him he heard movement. He turned to see one more clone coming at him. It was one of the clones that had been sent off earlier and was not caught in the. Not that it mattered. The clone threw a kunai at him. Itachi frowned. It was a poor effort and missed him by a foot. He did not even have to dodge. You should have learned to control your emotions. Your panic ruined your aim. He threw a kunai and rid himself of the nuisance. Actually I hit what I was aiming for. Itachi spun back around. Naruto was still kneeling in the grass. There was now a kunai lodged in his thigh and he was casting. The sudden pain had obviously been enough to snap him out of the blades of wind technique. As before the air in front of Naruto solidified. But this time rather than forming a solid front, it became a number of curved semicircles, rather like the blades of his side. All at once they moved towards Itachi. Blades made of wind could not be blocked by a sword or kunai, they could only be dodged. For an ordinary ninja it would have been impossible to avoid all those unseen attacks. But for someone who could see chakra and who possessed incredible physical ability it was possible. Itachi leapt and darted and was just able to avoid being touched by any of them. But by the time dissipated he was about 30 yards away and Naruto had already cast another. All about him a thick and obscuring mist began to rise. I know for a fact that the Sharingan can't see through fog. Naruto called out. Itachi nodded. That is true, Naruto-kun. Will you use this to escape? A very nasty laugh and a sudden sharp killer intent were the reply. Escape? You're not going to be that lucky. I don't run away. Wincing, he finally pulled the kunai out of his leg. He also got rid of the Hokage cloak. The black and red bodysuit underneath was better suited to life and death combat. You shouldn't have come back to this village, Itachi, and you shouldn't have come after me. I'm going to kill you today. Hearing the words and feeling the intensity of his intent to carry them out, Itachi's lips began to quiver ever so slightly. This might be challenging after all. I'm going to kill you today. Hearing the words, Kakashi shook his head. Damn it, Naruto, there's no shame in retreating. We're ninjas, not berserkers. Naruto had been taught that, of course. Clearly when this was over he would need a refresher course. The entire park was covered with a dense fog. With a kunai he sliced his thumb and performed some hand signs. Summoning technique. Akin appeared. Kakashi, what's up? Itachi is attacking Naruto. I need you to bring me to him, preferably without running into Itachi first. Got it, Akin replied. Stay close to me or we may get separated in this stuff. Kushina arrived at the southern edge of the park. She had switched frequencies and was listening to Naruto threaten an S-rank missing nin with the most powerful version of the Sharingan. Naruto-kun, a tactical withdrawal is not the same as running away. If she could have, she'd have told him to pull back and wait for help, but his radio communicator remained in the sent position. So instead she looked at the thick fog in front of her and tried to guess the best place to start looking for him. As she did so, two figures landed on either side of her. What are you two doing here? She demanded sharply. Kushina-sama, I swore to protect the Namikaze clan. Even if I am punished for it, I will not go back on my oath. And in truth, knowing Naruto is in danger, I want to help him no matter what. Kushina frowned at him and then turned to Gabriella. And what is your excuse? Gabriella shrugged. I couldn't let Haku go by himself. She sent him a grin. He might have gotten lost. Kushina sighed and shook her head. I assume that if I tell you to both wait here you'll ignore the order too. Yes. Haku said simply and Gabriella nodded in support of his answer. Alright, since you're both determined to be stupid and insubordinate today, we'll go in as a team. But understand I will be punishing you for this later. Gabriella felt her heart sink. Can you see through this mist? Gabriella shook her head. I'm sorry. It can't be helped. Alright, stay close to me and keep very alert. We'll try not to just bump into Itachi. As a unit team, Kushina went into the park. Given their abilities, it had not been hard for Kiba and Hinata to join up before reaching the western edge of the park. The fog was not a problem for them, Hinata was already active. Since they could hear him talking, they knew he was still fighting Itachi. Do you see him? Kiba asked. Yes. And I see Itachi and Kakashi-sensei too. Sensei will reach Naruto-kun first. Come on, let's hurry. Together they headed straight for Naruto. It never even occurred to them to wait. Isam finished off the last of the clones. He had a huge smile on his face. Now that was a good workout. He was also amused to have taken a few minor cuts while fighting off about 70 shadow clones. He recognized this, of course, and wondered how Leaf Nun had learned it. Chuckling, he set off to try and find his partner in this mess. As all the different groups converged, things were about to get interesting. Chapter 40. Hit the target. Despite some pain, he stood up. The wound on his leg was already healing. In a few minutes it would be gone without even a scar. Naruto was faced with a problem. That was how to get angry. Or to be more specific, how to get angry enough to summon the red chakra. He already felt plenty of anger and felt massive amounts of extra chakra available for casting. But if he was going to kill someone as strong as Itachi, he wanted all the power possible. The problem was he couldn't tap into the red chakra except when he was furiously angry. And it seemed that merely being threatened with capture and eventual death wasn't enough to make him that angry. He chuckled sourly. He'd been worried something like this would happen eventually. When he had last had a conversation with the bastard fox, he'd wanted to ask if he could somehow just summon the red chakra without the extreme anger. But he'd been dismissed before he could ask. Baka fox, he muttered. Fine, I'll just do this with my own chakra. He rubbed some of the blood from his wound on his katana, wiped it, and put it back in its scabbard. He then created 30 shadow clones. From a distance, Itachi called to him through the fog. That will not work. Naruto was not surprised that someone of Itachi's ability would be able to sense the clones even without seeing them. No, it probably won't, but it's a start until I can come up with something better. The clones drew out their swords and got moving. As they went, he thought about his availability and just how he was going to beat Itachi. He was a close combat specialist, and Itachi with his Sharingan was a hell of a target to try and take down. The single most impressive thing he had ever seen any ninja do had been when Itachi had stopped one of his mother's attacks with nothing but his bare hand. Recalling that now, he began to get an idea. He frowned as the memories of several of his clones came to him. Itachi had brought a sword with him and was using it quite well. With his sword and kunai the clones wouldn't last long. He was also surprised to feel a familiar chakra signature approach. Is that you? He finally switched his radio communicator to receive. Naruto? Can you hear me? Kakashi's voice came over. Hi. I'll be right there, hold in place for just a moment. Kakashi said. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Both his mother and Hinata said the exact same words right on top of one another. He quickly assured them both he was fine. Hinata, where are you and Kiba with you? Kakashi asked over the line. Hi Kakashi-sensei. Kiba and I are approaching Naruto from the west. We should reach him just after you do. Hinata said. Hinata, Naruto suddenly said. Can you and Kiba stop maybe a couple hundred yards behind Itachi and wait there? Naruto-kun, Hinata's unhappy voice said. You promised not to try and protect me. Naruto sighed. I remember Hinata-chan. I'm not trying to protect you, since the whole team is here I have a plan. Kakashi and Pakken finally reached him. What sort of plan? Wasting no time he quickly outlined his idea. If we work together I think we can do this. Kakashi thought about it. Are you sure you have enough chakra to use both? Naruto smiled. Kakashi nice and I have chakra to burn. The timing has to be absolutely perfect or else his reaction will be different from what we need. Kakashi pointed out. I know, but I think we can do this. Naruto looked a bit worried. I only have a few clones left fighting him. We need to do this or come up with something else in a real hurry. Kakashi thought about it. It wasn't actually a bad plan and might work so long as their timing was perfect. Alright, Kiba and Hinata, did you both hear all that? Yes, they both chimed in. Then get in position and tell me when you're ready. Oh mom. I almost forgot. Itachi came here with a partner. He's got blue skin and carries a huge sword. Itachi called him, kiss him. Ashiga kiss him. Haku said with certainty. Do you know him? Kushina asked. Haku nodded. He was an associate of Zabuza-sama's. I would never call him a friend. He is extremely powerful and has a massive chakra reserve. He wields a special sword called Samahata. It shaves rather than cuts. He is extremely dangerous. A laugh came out of the fog. Ah, it's good to be so famous. Is that you Haku? Everyone in Team Kushina drew out their weapons as a figure approached them and became visible out of the mist. Well I see it is. So where's Zabuza and why is he hiding out in the Leaf Village? Zabuza-sama is dead. Haku said quietly. I was invited here and have become a ninja of the leaf. So Zabuza's dead huh? Kisum shrugged. Well I never thought he was going to die of old age. Listen Haku, why don't you come with me? I could use a powerful apprentice. And one day you could be a full member of the organization I serve. I thank you for the offer Kisum-san. However I have found my place. He looked at Kushina. And people who I care for. He sent Gabriella a sidelong glance. Kisum shrugged. Suit yourself kid. If you're here with Itachi, then I am going to have to stop you. Kushina said. Kisum eyed her carefully. Nice sword and the way you're holding it, I can tell you know how to use it. So who are you? I am Namikaze Kushina. Never heard of you. Kisum grinned. I'm guessing you must be related to Namikaze Naruto. I'm his mother. Really? Then I guess you'd probably object to the fact I intend to take your boy and gut him like a fish. Kushina actually stared at him for a second not believing what he had just said to her. You did not just say that. Gabriella muttered to herself. Kushina's killer intent suddenly filled the air. She moved like a blur and Kisum just got his sword up in time to keep hers from cutting his neck. I am going to kill you. We are in position. Hinata's voice came through. He just took out the last clone. Naruto said. Alright, Kakashi spoke. Hinata, Kiba, begin. Kakashi meanwhile began focusing chakra onto his right hand. Again for this to work the timing will have to be perfect. I know. Naruto held out his right palm and chakra began to swirl about. With the last clone gone, Itachi was not surprised to hear movement coming from behind or to sense a pair of new chakra signatures. He turned around. Fang over fang technique. Two spiraling masses came at him. With his speed he was able to dodge them without effort. That was when a young Hyuga girl came at him using her clan's gentle fist technique. You're Hinata I believe. Itachi said calmly. The clan heir? That's right. She came at him without fear. Don't bother with yours. They won't affect me so long as I remain active. And Kiba is tracking you by scent not sight. She hadn't managed to hit him once yet. Being able to read her movements he was able to stay a step ahead. Meanwhile from behind Kiba and Akamaru made another attack run. That was well thought out but still futile. He leapt back and began casting. Dragon fire technique. Out of his mouth a mass of flame spouted down towards her. On instinct she worked the technique she had only recently gotten down. She worked her rotation and the flames were scattered about. Kiba and Akamaru were forced to dodge to avoid the flames. Itachi landed and was unaware that the real attack was about to begin. From the fog he heard a sound like birds chirping. Chidori. From his left Kakashi burst out of the mist. Rasengan. From his right came Naruto. Their timing was perfect and they both reached him at the exact same moment. Thisum laughed. She had forced him back several steps, her attack was ferocious. You're a 5th level master of blades. I'm impressed. Swinging Samehada back he swung down with all his might. Kushina blocked it with her katana, but the sheer force of the blow caught her head on and was too much. She was thrown to the ground. Kisum drew his sword back ready to start shaving. Brand fireball technique. Gabriella shot out a large boulder of flame. Kisum was forced to leap backwards. As he did so he faced a shower of senbons. Most he warded off with his large blade, a few got through. When Kisum landed Haku cast a special. Secret art of water ice crystal magic mirror technique. The air around him began to solidify into a number of ice mirrors. Haku quickly entered one of them and his image appeared throughout. Please surrender Kisum-san as I have no wish to kill you. Kisum laughed. Don't be a cocky kid. He began forming hand signs. Exploding water shockwave technique. The ground beneath his feet split open and water began to pour out. I'll be able to use all my while I don't think your precious senbons will have the same punch going through water. Almost immediately the water was up to his chest and still rising. The small amount of chakra that was spread out between all the mirrors was enough to keep the water from spilling out. This had the effect of filling the dome that much faster. That is true Kisum-san, my senbons will be rendered useless. But you have forgotten one thing. The water had filled up the entire dome in well under a minute. Being underwater Kisum could not talk, but he sent the images of Haku a smug smile which clearly meant, oh yeah, what? I have a Genkai. Haku said. One that allows me to make ice. With that he flash froze all the water within the dome. He stepped out of the ice mirrors and dispelled them. In the middle of Konoha Park on a hot summer day was a 20-foot tall dome of water with a mist nin frozen in the very middle. Well done Haku. Kushina said, looking very impressed. Thank you Kushina-sama. Haku? Gabriella asked. Yes. She smiled at him. Want to go ice skating later? He stared at her, not sure if she was serious. All around them the mist was lifting. Their attack could not have been timed better. Even so, using his Sharingan he was able to track both attacks as they came in. And as he had done 4 years before with Kushina his hand snapped out and stopped the attack by grabbing his opponent by the wrist. He had stopped both Naruto and Kakashi before they could reach him. That was a truly excellent attempt. Itachi complimented them. But you still failed to strike your target. Smiling savagely, Naruto curled his left hand into a fist and quickly focused all the chakra he could into it. He was wanting to go for Itachi's head but was being held out too far away to reach it. So he hit Itachi's shoulder instead. Itachi saw what was coming but could not dodge without releasing a Chidori or Rasengan to strike him. He screamed out in pain as his shoulder exploded in a shower of blood and meat. His right arm continued to grip Naruto's wrist even though it was no longer attached to his body. He forcefully threw Kakashi down and with a single hand, performed a shunshin and disappeared. Damn it, Kakashi growled. Knowing Itachi we'll never catch him now. Naruto was feeling a bit grossed out as he had to pry Itachi's fingers loose. He went ahead and ended the mist. That's too bad. I guess I'll have to kill him the next time I see him. Kakashi frowned as Kiba and Hinata came over to make sure he was alright. Naruto, you only beat him today because you had us to help. Next time you might be on your own. I know that. Naruto nodded. That's why I am going to get a lot stronger. You what? Gabriella said and Hinata nodded in agreement. I can't believe it's cousin Itachi's arm. It would have been his head if I could have managed it. Naruto said flatly. He was eyeing her without enthusiasm. Kushina sighed. Son Gabriella is not Itachi or Sasuke or Fugaku. She is her own person and I have come to think very highly of her. She smiled widely. Thank you sensei. Kushina smiled back. You're welcome dear, but just so you know you and Haku are still getting punished for what you did. What? She shouted. But we stopped the Kisum guy. It was a good thing that we came. Oh I agree. But if I don't punish you then you will start thinking my orders are voluntary and they're not. This time things worked out. Next time ignoring my orders might be a disaster. When I give you an order it's not a request and I expect to be obeyed. Gabriella sighed. So you're really going to make me and Haku go in the circle? Kushina looked at her. Yes but you'll only have to stay for 6 hours. Gabriella looked immensely relieved while Haku was calmly accepting. We can do that tomorrow. Why don't we all get something to eat? She looked at her son. And I mean all of us. It'll give everyone a chance to get to know each other. Still not looking very eager Naruto nodded, he knew his mother really wanted him to. And suddenly he stopped nodding. Oh hell. He began running. Naruto. Kakashi called after him. She was standing there outside the park entrance just as he told her to. He ran up to her and immediately gave her a hug. I'm so sorry Yamato-chan, are you alright? Alyssa blushed a great deal and nodded. I'm fine, it wasn't that long. She saw that his cloak was gone and the clothes he had on were torn and dirty. Are you alright? He smiled at his new little sister happily. Never better. He pulled her up back on his shoulders again. Beak. Naruto relaxed and laughed. Come on Yamato-chan, let's have lunch with mom and Haku and some people you haven't met yet. Don't you have to meet with your team to practice? He shook his head. My team is among the people you'll be meeting and I think I've had my workout for the day. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the other videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.